Chapter 49:11. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the Wanshan sect leader let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of this minister anymore. Instead, he was curious about why this guy had the token of the Tang Emperor. This thing was different from other things. It wasn't something that just anyone could hold in their hands. As long as it didn't affect his business, he wouldn't take it seriously. Although he was a little unhappy that this guy came in without anyone knowing, he represented the Tang Emperor. The Tang Emperor had a bad temper. He already had a lot of ideas. This was especially so for the four great sects. Every day that the great Tang Emperor existed was a significant influence on them. Because the power of the sects was constantly being suppressed. The power of the Tang Emperor was getting stronger and stronger. In this way, as time went on, the four sects would probably become the workers of the Tang Emperor. Of course, they didn't want to be workers, so they naturally had some ideas. "Sir, what are you here for? Just let us know. As long as we can do it, we will do it for you immediately." The sect leader of Wanshan sect spoke up immediately. For him, this was really a small matter. Maybe the Tang Emperor was just passing by. It was just a simple matter. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just a small matter. For example, this guy is quite interesting. How are you going to explain it, Wanshan sect leader? The four sects are in contact with the great demon. Do you want to overthrow the whole Tang Empire? Lin Fei's voice suddenly turned cold, and everyone felt their hearts tremble. He subconsciously took a step back. They couldn't stand still at all. The great demon instantly took out two scimitars and attacked Lin Fei's face like flowing light. "I knew you didn't come with good intentions. If you want to deal with me, just say it. I can kill 8 or 10 of you by myself." The great demon's sudden attack shocked even the Myriad Mountain sect leader, who was next to him. He didn't know why this guy, who represented the Tang Emperor, came here and dared to attack him. Could it be that the Tang Emperor had sensed something? If that was the case, then it would really be troublesome. He clenched his teeth and shouted. "Everyone, attack! Chop this guy into minced meat. We must not let today's news leak out." At first, he thought it was something serious, but now he realized that this guy was definitely not looking for him, but looking for trouble. The Tang Emperor was going to attack them, so this was not a good thing. After the great demon made his move, the others followed suit. Compared to the others, the most terrifying was the great demon. His saber technique was the fastest, and his speed was also the fastest. Up until now, Lin Fei had not seen any traces of the other party's attack. But no matter what, the other party's saber technique was fast, and it left more than a dozen marks on Lin Fei's body. Of course, these traces were all fleeting, and there was no trace of danger at all. There was a faint smile on Lin Fei's face. "You dare to behave atrociously in the great Tang Empire? You really don't know how powerful the experts of the great Tang Empire are." Lin Fei also snorted coldly. The surrounding people couldn't stand still at all, because the power of the void exploded and sent them flying. None of them could sit still. All of them started to bleed, and the amount of blood they lost wasn't an ordinary amount. There was no way they could fight at all. However, to the leader of Wanshan sect, his heart was shaken. Why is there such a powerful helper? Even the great demon was the same. His two sabers couldn't do anything to him, and this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Since when did a human expert have such great strength? More importantly, he still couldn't see through it, and that was the most unacceptable thing. Lin Fei attacked this guy without stopping at all. He didn't give him any chance, and with one punch, he was sent flying. Then, with another punch, he was sent flying once more. 3 punches in a row instantly blew up his body. Once the great demon died, the 2 weapons fell to the ground. Lin Fei kept them casually. He didn't forget that these weapons were worth a lot of money. After saying that, he looked at Wanshan sect leader. Lin Fei also kept them casually. He didn't forget that these weapons were worth a lot of money. Of course, Lin Fei knew that such magic weapons were valuable. He couldn't just leave them here and let Wanshan sect take advantage of them. In the blink of an eye, the great demon was killed by Lin Fei, but it was definitely a huge shock to Wanshan sect leader. Not to mention the people around him. They all lost their fighting capacity. Myriad Mountain's sect master had never seen such a ferocious guy. He also knew that the great Tang Emperor had the intention to kill him. Is that why he sent such an expert here? The royal family is really rich and powerful. Wanshan sect leader couldn't find such information at all. Not to mention, he was such an expert. Ancestor, help. If you don't do something, Wanshan sect will be gone. The Emperor of Tang is going to destroy our Wanshan sect. Wanshan sect leader quickly fled. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He knew that if he didn't call out the ancestor, the whole Wanshan sect would be completely finished. No one knew better than him what the Emperor of Tang was thinking this time. As soon as Wanshan sect leader's voice faded away, a force blasted over. As soon as he blocked it, he directly felt the penetrating force. It was used on his body. Whoosh! He was directly turned into ashes. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on such a person. However, after killing the sect master, Lin Fei felt that something was amiss. He had come here to look for faith power. Before he could even find it, he had killed the sect master. He shook his head gently. But for the people of Wanshan sect leader, they were all frightened and uneasy. They all knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Lin Fei didn't pay attention to them at all. He just waved his hand. There was a rumbling sound. The power rolled over like a torrent. This was the real physical power. With a wave of his hand, the power could topple mountains and overturn seas, which was unbearable. Even if you had treasures, it was useless. You could only resist part of the power, but the rest would directly hit your body. How dare you? How dare you make trouble in Wanshan sect? I'll be the first to kill you. A ferocious aura soared into the sky, making all the disciples of the Wanshan sect tremble. Is the ancestor going to come out? Chapter 49:12. The power of the voice was really shocking, and it made all the disciples of the Myriad Mountain sect kneel on the ground. They immediately knew that the patriarch had come out of seclusion. But they didn't know why the patriarch would come out of seclusion. A figure rose into the sky. Who else could it be but Lin Fei? He had never denied that a place like the Myriad Mountain sect definitely had the strength of the patriarch. And he was exceptionally strong. Lin Fei saw an old figure. The aura of the invincible god of war burst out of his body. But when he checked again, he found that the other party was just a fake invincible god of war. He was not the real invincible god of war. He could only be considered a half-step invincible god of war. Even so, his power was still quite strong. The other party slashed over with a knife, and the void was split open. The knife went deep into the void. Lin Fei also punched with a smile, directly hitting the other party's knife light. There was a loud rumbling sound. A big hole was blasted open in the void. Lin Fei laughed. The strength of the god of war is quite good, but it's useless for you to come out. The Myriad Mountain sect colluded with the Devil clan and tried to overthrow the entire Great Tang Empire. If you don't want to die, kneel on the ground. Otherwise, I'll completely destroy your Myriad Mountain sect later. Lin Fei snorted coldly, and his voice spread through the entire Myriad Mountain sect. The expressions of all the disciples of the Myriad Mountain sect changed when they heard this. They were trembling with fear. The sect had colluded with the Devil clan. If it were something else, they would not have worried. But colluding with the Devil clan was different. It was a crime punishable by death. No wonder the Emperor of Great Tang had sent people here. The patriarch even snorted coldly. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. He's here to defame us on purpose. I'll take him down and torture him. He will definitely tell us everything clearly and honestly. The patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect came over with a whoosh. Streaks of saber light swept over like a heavenly net. Everyone closed their eyes subconsciously. Lin Fei smiled faintly, and in an instant, a cold light appeared. All the knife lights were frozen in an instant. Although it was only for a short moment, Lin Fei had already arrived in front of the patriarch of Myriad Mountains sect. The torrent was like a mountain, directly crushing over. It doesn't matter even if you're our ancestor. You're just a half-step invincible god of war. Besides, your chi and blood are very weak. You can't fight for a long time. I don't know how long you can last. The crushing power of the torrent was indeed very terrifying. Lin Fei immediately launched a close-range attack. A punch, a kick, every part of his body became his strongest attack, forcing the old ancestor to retreat continuously. He couldn't even use his saber light, let alone his treasures. There was a loud bang. The great ancestor hit the forbidden area, which was the forbidden area of the Myriad Mountains sect. No disciple was allowed to enter. But now, the great ancestor directly hit it. Lin Fei had also landed not too far away from the old ancestor. He smiled faintly, if you continue to struggle, I'll send you on your way with a punch next time. Your physical body won't be able to take it. The patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect also climbed out, staggering. No one knew better than him how powerful the other party was. He was a half-step invincible god of war. But the other party's strength could crush him. Could it be that the other party was a real invincible god of war? He had never heard of an invincible god of war in the Emperor of the Tang Empire. If he had known that, he wouldn't have let the people in the sect have too many ideas. He wouldn't have contacted the Devil Clan. He just wanted to catch the Emperor of the Tang Empire off guard. But now, it seemed that the Emperor of the Tang Empire had caught them off guard. You're indeed very capable, but no matter how capable you are you really an invincible god of war? Watch me, devil transformation. The patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect snorted coldly. He was instantly enveloped by a demonic aura. Then, his skin split open. A bloody man walked out, looking quite evil. This was the patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect. He had just performed an unconventional technique, and his strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Before this, he was still a half-step invincible god of war. But now, he had become a real invincible god of war. His chi and blood had also become extremely strong. This was definitely the result of him performing a powerful secret technique. Lin Fei had never heard of devil transformation, but he knew that this guy was indeed very powerful at the moment. Another beam of broadsword light came. I'd like to see how you can hurt me this time. I'll chop you into pieces with my broadsword. The patriarch of Myriad Mountains sect seemed to be very angry. The blade light kept coming at him, and even the buildings behind him were in bad luck, turning into ruins one after another. Not to mention the disciples of the Myriad Mountains sect, who were crushed into pieces by the broadsword. The disciples of the Myriad Mountains sect were so scared that they fled in a hurry. Run. If you don't run, you'll die. The patriarch has really gone crazy. The senior elders were the same. They didn't dare to stay here at all. If they continued to stay, they would only die. They didn't see the patriarch's broadsword technique. It was very powerful and extremely overbearing. Wherever he passed, there were wounds and corpses everywhere. All of these could be used to describe the overbearing power of the patriarch's broadsword technique. Lin Fei was moving left and right, and he was hit several times. Although his opponent's broadsword technique was powerful, its power was average. Even though his opponent had become an invincible god of war. But in Lin Fei's eyes, his opponent was really too weak. It was no different from an invincible god of war killing a 9 stars god of war. Aren't you ashamed to think that you can crush me with such strength? It seems that you haven't seen true strength. Then, I'll give you a punch. If you can withstand this punch, you'll naturally live. If you can't, you'll naturally die. I'm such a real person. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Suddenly, his fist pierced through the air. The punch was like a small ball of light, but when it approached the patriarch of the Myriad Mountain sect, it turned into a large torrent and directly rushed toward him. The patriarch of the Myriad Mountain sect was caught off guard. Even his pupils were wide open, as if he had just had an incredible dream. Just like that, cracks appeared on his body. Then, with a whoosh, he turned into pieces all over the sky. The whole Myriad Mountain sect fell silent in an instant. It was the same even for those who were fleeing. The powerful patriarch of the Myriad Mountain sect was killed just like that. In Lin Fei's eyes, he looked over coldly. He looked over coldly and his voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone, stand still. Whoever moves will die. Chapter 49:13. This devil was quite strong, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was nothing. He was killed in the blink of an eye, and then he obtained the power of the devil. Who knew that the power of the devil was golden? This made Lin Fei a little overjoyed. Sure enough, today's harvest was quite good. The people of the Myriad Mountain sect did not dare to move at all. Soon, some elders took the initiative to stand on Lin Fei's side. They said whatever they knew and even began to manage the entire Myriad Mountain sect. Lin Fei was not very interested in this. However, he found traces of some devils in the high level. These devils thought that Lin Fei could not find them, but they were all killed by Lin Fei one by one. After killing them, Lin Fei went straight to the treasure vault to find out if there was any power of faith. He was lucky that there was indeed the power of faith. As the emperor of the Tang Empire had said, there was still a lot of power of faith in their territory, but it had been taken away by others. The 4 major sects had the most power of faith. Now that he had only destroyed the Myriad Mountain sect, it was naturally different. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony at all and took all the faith power away. After taking away all the spoils of war, the emperor of the Tang Empire really sent someone to take over the Wuxia sect. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. They just came to take the power of faith. It was that simple. After leaving the Myriad Mountain sect, Lin Fei went straight to the next sect. When he came to another sect, Lin Fei found that a huge formation had been activated. If there was no surprise, they should have received the news. Don't think that the 4 major sects got along with each other peacefully. In fact, there were some spies in each sect. This time, Lin Fei took action in a big way, so they naturally knew about it. That was why this scene happened. When Lin Fei came over, the sect of the Heavenly Palace had already activated the formation. As soon as the formation was unfolded, the buildings inside were vaguely visible. From the outside, Lin Fei could feel that the formation was quite powerful. The Heavenly Palace was ready. Your Excellency, you have come all the way here. Do you really not intend to give the Heavenly Palace a way out? We've never had any thoughts about the great Tang Empire. Don't drag us into the same boat as the Myriad Mountain sect. When Lin Fei came over, he immediately flew out. The figure flew out. Inside the formation, he spoke to Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew who it was at first glance. The palace master of the Heavenly Palace, Chen Meng. It was a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor. He was a 9-star war god. The princess had received the news long ago. Almost all the high-level members of Myriad Mountain sect were killed, and even the great devils who had cooperated with them were killed. He also realized that the great Tang Emperor was prepared to make a move. Therefore, he immediately activated the formation. I'm just here to see what's going on in your Heavenly Palace. As for whether I'll take action or not, that depends on your situation. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Just now, he did not sense the aura of a great demon. As for whether there was a hidden one, he did not know. The only thing you can do now is to open the formation and let me in to check. Otherwise, I'll take action directly. You can try to see if I have the ability to do that. Of course, Chen Meng knew that the mysterious man in front of him was very terrifying. Until now, they had not received any news that the Great Tang Empire had any contact with this guy. A mysterious guy like him was the one who made people feel the most dangerous. He had no idea where the Great Tang Emperor got it from. Of course, Chen Meng would not open the formation. Of course, he had his reasons. This time, the traces of the great demon had reappeared. Of course, everyone wanted to get out of the control of the Great Tang Emperor. After all, the power of the sects had been suppressed year by year. The power of the royal family was getting stronger and stronger, which was not a good thing. Now, the Myriad Mountains sect could not withstand it anymore and was beaten back. Now, he came to the heavenly palace. How could he let him in? I'm sorry, but I can't do that. All the disciples in our heavenly palace are cultivating in seclusion. Let's do it another day. It's impossible for our heavenly palace to have any contact with the great demon. I can swear to God. Chen Meng said seriously. Anyway, he did not want to let this young guy in. If he let this guy in, there would not be many people in the heavenly palace who could stop him. The patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect had been killed. Not to mention the great demon of Christmas. He had also performed the legendary devil change, but the result was the same. Lin Fei wasn't surprised in the slightest. The four sects were like brothers. If something happened here, the other sects would definitely know. It would be strange if they let him in. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Looks like you're stubborn. Fine, I'll just make a move. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to take it. As for me, I never give people a second chance, so you won't have the chance to regret it. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Chen Meng took a deep breath. This guy is too arrogant. Do you really think you can break the formation of the heavenly palace? Just as this thought came to his mind, Chen Meng found that his whole body was sent flying. Cracks spread all over his body in an instant, and then he felt a sharp pain. Only then did he find that his chest had been pierced by a punch. And the mysterious man had come in. The whole formation was safe and sound, and there was no movement. Chen Meng's mind was blank. He came in. He came in. How many times have I told you that you don't have a chance to regret? Now that I'm in, I'll do it myself. It seems that you are also in contact with the devil. I'm afraid that you are ready to rely on them. Lin Fei smiled faintly. He had already sensed the aura of the devil inside. Many of them were great demons. It seemed that the four sects wanted to get rid of the control of the emperor of the Tang dynasty. This time, they might have cooperated with each other to catch the emperor by surprise. Everyone has come out. We can't hide it anymore. We have to kill this guy in any case. The emperor of the Tang dynasty doesn't want to give us a way out. Let's do it. I'd like to see how the emperor of the Tang dynasty can stop the invasion of the great demons. The higher-ups of the heavenly palace all flew out. In an instant, a large formation enveloped them. However, as soon as the formation enveloped them, the higher-ups of the heavenly palace all exploded. A torrent of energy directly crushed over. This was the benefit of Lin Fei's strong physical body. He directly crushed them violently, no matter who they were. As for the formation, it didn't affect Lin Fei at all. With a mind projection, he instantly got rid of it. Why bother? Why don't you just let me in to check? Chapter 49:14. No one in the heavenly palace could stop Lin Fei at all. Once Lin Fei entered, no one would be a match for him in close combat. In fact, they had not even gotten close to him yet. The power of his physical body kept rushing over like a torrent. If they could stop him once, they couldn't stop him a second or a third time. It was just that simple. After half a day, the heavenly palace was taken down by Lin Fei. He gained another large amount of power of faith. It was much more powerful than the previous Wanshan sect. By the time Lin Fei arrived at the third sect, he realized that the third sect was empty. Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. Wasn't this news way too well informed? He had come all the way here, so they should at least welcome him. Why did they run so fast? If you run away, where can I find the power of faith? Lin Fei frowned slightly. He seemed to understand where these guys had run to. Maybe they had run to the last sect. The last of the 4 sects, the Xiantian sect. This Xiantian sect was more domineering because it was the most powerful of the 4 sections. Even the emperor of the Tang Empire seemed to be quite afraid of this Xiantian sect. He didn't expect that this time, this sect would run away with all the power of the sect. If there was no accident, they must have run to the Xiantian sect. Only the power of the Xiantian sect could stop him. Of course, this was just what they thought. In Lin Fei's view, even if the Xiantian sect made the emperor of the Tang Empire afraid, it was still the same in front of him. In front of him, it was the same thing, as long as they brought the power of faith over. Then, it would be easy for them to take care of it himself. Lin Fei ran all the way to the Xiantian sect. In fact, when he came near the Xiantian sect, Lin Fei felt a strong aura. There were indeed many experts. It was the most powerful of the 4 sections. Before he got close to the Xiantian sect, he saw streams of light coming from the void. These streams of light seemed to be hidden in the void. They were waiting for Lin Fei to take the initiative to come to them. As soon as these streams of light appeared, they erupted with an extremely powerful might. Lin Fei charged through them as if there was nothing in front of him. The streams of light collapsed one after another as he arrived outside the Black Heaven Gate. The Black Heaven Gate also activated a formation, but this formation was much more powerful than the previous one. Especially after Lin Fei took a look, he knew that this should be some powerful ancient ominous array. Only in this way could these formations be filled with a fierce and ancient aura. The Black Heaven sect probably didn't use such a powerful formation. Sir, you've come all the way here. Could it be that you wish to suppress our Black Heaven sect? A silhouette appeared, but it was only an illusory image. It was not a real body. It seemed that the mysterious Heaven sect was also somewhat afraid of him. He was afraid that he would catch them off guard again. Even his main body didn't dare to come over, so he could only use this phantom. This shadow was an old man in his 70s, but he was extremely powerful. Even though he was only a shadow, he was still at the war god realm. Lin Fei smiled. Don't you understand why I've come all the way here? Are you going to follow the heavenly palace? If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Although your formations are coming one after another, they don't seem to exist in my eyes. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move at this time. He wanted to see what the Black Heaven sect had up their sleeves. The higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect also saw the young man outside. They couldn't recognize where this guy came from at all. As soon as he appeared, he showed his terrifying strength. The Myriad Mountains sect, the Heavenly Palace, and the Divine Knife sect that had just arrived. It could be said that 3 of the 4 major sects in the Tang Empire had been eliminated, and only the Black Heaven sect was left. No matter how they looked at it, the Black Heaven sect looked a little pitiful. However, the guy outside was very mysterious, and people couldn't see through him. This was what made people feel the most anxious and uneasy. Even this old man was the same. Don't go too far, kid. Even the emperor of the Tang Empire wouldn't dare to talk to us like this. The old man from the mysterious Heaven sect was truly enraged. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of the other party's mysterious methods, he would have made a move long ago. After all, they had clearly seen what happened at the Heavenly Palace. Don't think that they couldn't receive news. In fact, they were quite well informed. Until now, they still hadn't figured out how to break this move. Layer after layer of formations were activated just like that. The Emperor of the Tang Empire is the Emperor of the Tang Empire, and I am me. I'm different from him. I'm quite interested in your Black Heaven sect. Either let me in, or I'll make a move. Lin Fei smiled. If I really make a move, your Black Heaven sect will be the same. Also, I'll tell the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect that they can live if they abandon the dark and seek the light. Lin Fei's voice wasn't very loud, but it sounded very loud to everyone. They all knew some news, especially the higher-ups. Their expressions were a little strange. When the old man heard this, his expression became even uglier. Today, I'll say it again. Leave the Black Heaven sect now and forget about what happened today. Otherwise, once we find out your identity, even if you're from a sect or a family, you'll be doomed. The old man also knew how to speak ruthlessly. He could more or less guess that this young man was an expert invited from another continent. Such a person was indeed quite troublesome, but as long as they found some clues, this guy would definitely be dead. It seems that this is all you have. Then, I'll come in and play with you. Let's see what kind of powerful methods your Black Heaven sect has. The Black Heaven sect was a little different from what Lin Fei had imagined. They were much stronger. Others couldn't sense the hidden auras, but Lin Fei could clearly sense that there were 18 of them. Then come in and see who's unlucky. Our Black Heaven sect isn't a place that anyone can step on. It's the same even if the Emperor of the Tang Empire comes, let alone you. In any case, the old man's thoughts were very simple. No matter what, he wouldn't go out. If he had the ability, then come in. He was quite confident in the Black Heaven sect's formation. Then I'll do as you wish. I'll take a good look at what kind of moves the Black Heaven sect has. How dare you say such words to me? With a thought, Lin Fei directly entered the Black Heaven sect. The old man's shadow exploded with a bang. It was replaced by Lin Fei's figure. Chapter 49:15. Just like that, Lin Fei entered the mysterious Heaven sect. For him, entering such a place really didn't pose any pressure, nor was there any difficulty. It really wasn't an ordinary kind of easy task. However, for the experts of the mysterious Heaven sect, this was not a good thing. It was a bad thing. They finally understood why the two sects had suffered such a crushing defeat when such a huge array formation had failed to stop Lin Fei. This guy was really mysterious. He might even be someone who had studied political and legal machines. At this moment, a large bell directly shrouded him. It turned out that someone had activated the treasure. The large bell became bigger and bigger, directly trapping Lin Fei inside. Following that, several figures flew out, their faces filled with complacency. They were all the higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven sect. They had just joined forces to activate one of the three great treasures of the mysterious Heaven sect, the mysterious Heaven Bell. This thing was really powerful. Once trapped by this thing, one would basically not be able to get out and would be directly refined into a pool of blood. This kid has been trapped by us. Hurry up and refine him. Refine him into a pool of blood first. This way, we can finally solve a big problem. When the time comes, we can settle the score with the great Tang Emperor. He actually dared to harm our mysterious Heaven sect. These people sat down one after another and began to activate the bell. They had to refine this mysterious guy in a short period of time. As long as they refined this guy, there would no longer be any danger or difficulty. This was one of the three great treasures of the mysterious Heaven sect. They really did not believe that this mysterious person would be able to withstand it. Even the sect master of the palace in the distance had a smile on his face. This mysterious guy was really bold. Did he really think that he would be safe and sound after entering? He was definitely thinking too much. It seems like we overestimated this guy. I thought he was very strong, but now it seems like he's nothing special. Once the mysterious heaven bell is activated, it will refine him. It won't take long. At most, it will take the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. There were many higher-ups and elders in the hall, and all of them had smiles on their faces. Of course, apart from them, there was another sect leader and elder here. They were quite surprised. Of course, he was also glad that he had come to the right place. If he had not seen that mysterious person, he would have been trapped and turned into a pool of blood. It was truly a delightful matter. Who asked this fellow to be so lethal? They were too afraid and had no choice but to leave the sect. Now, the problem was finally solved. Time passed minute by minute. All of them activated this treasure with all their might. He released a powerful killer move. In the blink of an eye, an incense's time had passed. It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. However, it was more than enough for a treasure. He unleashed his power to the limit. They really didn't believe that this guy could survive in such a situation. If he didn't die in such a situation, then this person was definitely not easy to deal with. He was definitely the greatest danger. They had a lot of experience in this regard. Everyone, take a look and see if this fellow has been refined into a pool of blood. They didn't know how long it had been since the Xiantian sect had used this treasure. Now, they finally had the chance to use it. Naturally, they wanted to see what kind of ability this guy had to be able to make the Tang Emperor pay so much attention to him. If there was no accident, he would definitely become a pool of blood. No one could withstand the power of the Xiantian bell. Crack, crack. Just as they were about to make their move, cracks began to spread from the surface of the Xiantian bell. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire Xiantian bell. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. The situation is not good. This guy is fine. Damn it, how can he be fine? How could he endure it? Could it be that his physical body was already this powerful? This is bad, our treasure is going to be damaged. In a short period of time, more and more cracks appeared on the surface. Even if they wanted to suppress it, they couldn't. With a crash, all the fragments flew out. The surrounding higher-ups and elders were directly hit. They were all blasted away. Once they were injured, their injuries were very tragic. They couldn't bear it at all. Who asked these fragments to contain a great deal of power? Following which, a figure walked out. He smiled faintly. I thought that the treasure of the Xiantian sect was very powerful, but it's just so. It can't even be used as a warm-up exercise for me. It's quite embarrassing that I destroyed one of your treasures. Just like that, Lin Fei walked toward the main hall. During this period, the higher-ups and elders didn't dare to make a move anymore. They were full of fear. Who told this guy to be completely fine under the attack of this treasure? This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Naturally, they didn't dare to come forward. They were afraid that they would be at a disadvantage and die. This guy is indeed quite capable. Even the Xiantian bell of our Xiantian sect can't do anything to him. What about this? At this moment, a stream of light attacked. A beam of light shot over. This beam of light grew larger and larger until it covered the entire field of vision. Everyone could feel the aura of death. Sword of the Gods. A great expert flew out. This move was the legendary Sword of the Gods. Many huge figures floated in the sky, emitting terrifying might that gathered in the sword light. This sword slashed directly on Lin Fei's body. It was an unbearable strike. Cracks instantly spread all over Lin Fei's body. I didn't expect the Xiantian sect to be so capable. You actually have such a powerful weapon. It can even crack my physical body. This should be an invincible weapon. Lin Fei looked at Zhou Shun's crack and smiled. It was as if these cracks were just small injuries. However, the higher-ups and elders of the Xiantian sect weren't calm at all. This guy can even withstand the power of the sword of the gods. How strong is his physical body? What they used just now was indeed a treasure. It was the sword of the gods. This sword of the gods was a powerful weapon that could kill an invincible god of war. Although they couldn't unleash its full power, they could kill ordinary peak 9 stars with ease. Even a half-step invincible god of war was the same. But now, they realized how powerful this guy in front of them was. Even 2 supreme treasures couldn't do anything to him. Did they really have to use the last supreme treasure? What other tricks do you have? Hurry up and use them. Otherwise, I'm going to make a move. My first move will be a killer move. Chapter 49:16. 2 treasures in a row had no effect on Lin Fei. This caused the people of the mysterious Heaven sect to be shocked. This person was indeed not easy to deal with. 2 treasures were useless against him. Could it be that they had to use the last treasure? If that was the case, then they really didn't dare to take the risk. Lin Fei had already arrived in front of the palace. He looked at the old man. He was the sect master of the mysterious Heaven sect. My purpose for coming here is actually quite simple. I just want to see if there are any problems with the mysterious Heaven sect. It seems like there are quite a few problems with the mysterious Heaven sect. Lin Fei smiled faintly. He didn't attack. After obtaining 2 treasures in a row, he obviously knew that the mysterious Heaven sect should have another treasure. With 3 great treasures in hand, they were indeed quite lethal. Any peak 9-star war god would be at a disadvantage if they came here. If they didn't do well, they might even die here. Unfortunately, they met him this time. It could only be said that the mysterious Heaven sect's luck wasn't too good. The mysterious Heaven sect's sect master's gaze turned cold. He was indeed quite fearful of this young man in front of him. He didn't expect him to be so strong. Most importantly, his physical body was strong. Just now, there were large white marks and cracks on his body, but in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. His recovery ability was too strong. People like this were really too difficult to deal with. Unless he used his top treasure. Although they hadn't fought much just now, he knew that this person was very strong. I know that you came under the orders of the great Tang Emperor. I don't know how you can retreat. I think that if the mysterious Heaven sect really wants to fight to the death with you, you definitely won't be able to gain any benefits. I heard that you took away the power of faith from the other 2 sections. Our mysterious Heaven sect doesn't have much, but we have a lot of power of faith. I can give all of it to you. Judging from the situation just now, the mysterious Heaven sect's sect master obviously knew what choice to make. Making a move was the worst-case scenario. Otherwise, he would have made a move long ago. He wouldn't have said such words. Lin Fei smiled. Of course, he knew that the news of him taking away the power of faith couldn't be hidden. Someone would eventually find out. Don't underestimate the power of these sections. The 4 great sects were no joke. Now that the Black Heaven sect master had taken the initiative to say it, it was exactly what Lin Fei wanted. Of course, he had no interest in annihilating the Black Heaven sect. He was only interested in the power of faith. Although the Tang Emperor had sent him here, whether or not Lin Fei wanted to destroy the Xiantian sect was up to Lin Fei. At this time, if he could get all the benefits in advance, Lin Fei wouldn't mind. He smiled. It seems that your mysterious Heaven sect has quite the connections, huh? You know my little interests so quickly. That's right, I'm very interested in the power of faith. If you can give me enough power of faith, I naturally won't do anything to your mysterious Heaven sect. I'm a trustworthy person, but the power of faith I want has to satisfy me. I can give your mysterious Heaven sect 3 days to prepare. Lin Fei's gaze landed on the mysterious Heaven sect master. In the blink of an eye, he teleported away from the Black Heaven Gate. He didn't give the mysterious Heaven Sect master any time to think. The higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven Sect in the hall suddenly felt like they had lost track of him. They couldn't see how he had left at all. This made their hearts sink. It seemed that this young fellow was indeed very powerful, much more powerful than they had imagined. They still wanted to capture him. Now, it was a matter of whether or not he would attack. The mysterious Heaven Sect master had been staring at him. When the other party left, he didn't notice anything. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. This meant that the other party had mastered spatial techniques. This caused his expression to darken slightly. It would have been fine if it was anything else, but spatial techniques were the most troublesome thing. In other words, the mysterious Heaven Sect couldn't stop this fellow at all. The fact that the other party could come and go as he pleased was the most difficult thing to accept. Collect all the power of faith within 3 days. As long as there is power of faith, hand it over. The mysterious Heaven Sect master gave an order. It wasn't worth it to fight with this fellow. If the other party could take the initiative to retreat, that would be for the best. However, the power of faith wasn't something important. It was very useless. It would be for the best if they could use it to make the young man retreat. They could more or less guess that this young man was most likely from the outside. As for why he had reached an agreement with the great Tang Emperor, they didn't know. One thing was for sure. This young man definitely wasn't one of the great Tang Emperor's men. He wasn't someone that the great Tang Emperor could casually command. This was also the only chance for the mysterious Heaven Sect. Naturally, they weren't willing to start a fight. If they could use the power of faith to solve this matter, that would be for the best. They had to solve the problem in front of them first. As for the great Tang Emperor, the mysterious Heaven Sect naturally had to seek an explanation. The mysterious Heaven Sect immediately set out to search for the power of faith. The mysterious Heaven Sect already had a lot of power of faith, but when the young man left, their hearts tightened. They were afraid that ordinary power of faith wouldn't be able to satisfy this fellow. Lin Fei had indeed left. It wasn't very far away, and he immediately hid himself. Since he had let out the word, he naturally believed that the mysterious Heaven Sect master would definitely collect the power of faith. He had saved himself a lot of trouble. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lin Fei once again came to the mysterious Heaven Sect. This time, he easily entered. Even the formation of the mysterious Heaven Sect was the same. If you're not satisfied with what I want, then I'll just take action today. The experts of the mysterious Heaven Sect should be mentally prepared. After all, if I make a move, most of you will die, even the higher-ups and elders. Lin Fei said indifferently. The mysterious Heaven Sect master also came out. He couldn't eat or sleep in peace for the past 3 days. He kept thinking about how to solve this matter, but after thinking about it, this fellow was too mysterious. It would definitely be difficult to deal with him. The mysterious Heaven Sect will also keep our word. We've activated our ability and collected all the power of faith. I think you should be satisfied. The mysterious Heaven Sect master waved his hand. A ring flew over, but before it could reach Lin Fei, it was blasted away by Lin Fei's fist. The power was domineering, but the things inside were intact. Balls of Power of Faith. Chapter 49:17. This time, the mysterious Heaven Sect really took out a lot of faith power. It could be said that they had collected a lot of faith power in these 3 days. There was nothing left out. This was the ability of the mysterious Heaven Sect. Even some of the sects below them had begun to collect faith power. They wanted to solve this matter first. Now, it was up to this guy to take the faith power and leave. If he left, it would be for the best. To be honest, it was not a good thing for the mysterious Heaven Sect to have such a guy here. Who knew how many experts like this the Tang Emperor had invited? It would be best not to get rid of one and have another come. They all had a thought in their hearts that there would not be a second person like this once he left. The Tang Emperor did not have that ability. By now, Lin Fei had already collected all the power of faith. You don't say, the power of faith here is very rich. He did not know where the mysterious heaven sect got it from. To Lin Fei, this was not a problem at all. As long as there was the power of faith, it would be enough. Compared to before, it was indeed a lot richer. With this faith power, he could probably increase by a few levels. Lin Fei was also very satisfied. This is the faith power that our mysterious heaven sect has done our best to obtain. If we continue, we won't be able to do anything. Most of the faith power in the entire Jiangnan area has been harvested by us. The mysterious heaven sect master was expressionless, but in his heart, he was more or less afraid of the other party. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have gone to collect the power of faith. Although it was very easy to collect faith power, it still took time to operate. Another 3 days passed, and everyone was very busy. It's barely passable. At least you did your best. I am a man of my word. If I take your faith power, then I take it. I won't do anything to you anymore. Of course, Lin Fei liked things like this. He also knew that it was impossible for the mysterious heaven sect to hand over the faith power again. He teleported and left. There was no need for him to fight to the death with the mysterious heaven sect. He more or less knew about the situation. The mysterious heaven sect still had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Although they had used 2 treasures, they definitely still had the most powerful one. Even if Lin Fei's current physical body was very strong, who knew if he had mastered a super-killing weapon? Therefore, it was better not to go overboard with some things. In any case, there was no conflict between Lin Fei and the mysterious heaven sect. Therefore, Lin Fei left just like that. After obtaining the power of faith, he teleported a few times and arrived at a mountain. Only Lin Fei could do something like this. Even if he wanted to follow them, he wouldn't be able to. He knew that the Tang Emperor must have arranged for someone to follow them, but he was probably dumbfounded. Lin Fei was too lazy to say anything more. He opened up a cave and began to cultivate. The great Tang Emperor also received the news immediately. 2 of the 4 major sects had been dealt with, and the other one had fled to the mysterious heaven sect. He originally thought that Lin Mu would be able to deal with the mysterious heaven sect, but he never expected that Lin Mu would leave after obtaining the power of faith. There was a certain gap from what he had expected. In fact, the one he wanted Lin Mu to deal with the most was the mysterious heaven sect. The mysterious heaven sect had a deep foundation and many killing moves, so it was best to let Lin Mu deal with them. Everything was normal before, but he never expected that this guy would give up for the power of faith. Now, with the power of faith, he disappeared without a trace. The Tang Emperor obviously knew that Lin Mu wasn't easy to talk to. It was already quite difficult for him to make a move. Unfortunately, he was just a little bit away. Who told him to not have the power of faith? No matter what, the Tang Emperor had already made a move against the mysterious heaven sect. Therefore, he began to use his power without saying a word. He had to suppress the mysterious heaven sect first in order to prevent them from making any big movements. After Lin Fei left, the Tang Emperor personally went up to fight. A war began just like that. Of course, this was only a small-scale war and wasn't considered a big deal in the Tang Empire. Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to it. He had already transformed the power of faith. He had improved again. Fortunately, his infinite god body had a breakthrough. This time, he didn't break through many levels, just 3. He had already reached level 63. Level 63 made Lin Fei feel quite satisfied. He knew that it would be more difficult in the future, so he was quite satisfied to be able to obtain so much power of faith from the mysterious heaven sect. Lin Fei planned to turn his attention to the Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire. These 2 large empires should have a lot of power of faith. When Lin Fei used his great teleportation, he found that a war had broken out in the Tang Empire. The mysterious Heaven sect and the royal family led by the Tang Emperor had launched an intense battle. The war was still very intense, but Lin Fei didn't plan on making a move. To him, this had nothing to do with him. He was just using the power of faith to do things. Who didn't know what the great Tang Emperor was thinking? Therefore, Lin Fei directly left without leaving any trace. Just like that, Lin Fei stepped into the territory of the Great Zhao Empire. The Great Zhao Empire was a little different from the Tang Empire. Their strength was very well integrated. The Great Tang Empire was really lacking compared to this. Lin Fei could feel a strong aura gathering at the border. He didn't need to guess to know that they were preparing to attack. They didn't make a move at this time because they were waiting to see if both sides would suffer. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. This also gave Lin Fei an opportunity. In a small sect, Lin Fei directly took down the sect master. After some interrogation, he learned about the situation in the Great Zhao Empire. The Great Zhao Empire was indeed very different from the Tang Empire. The power inside was basically integrated. Lin Fei just wanted to know a general idea so that he could be prepared to make a move. Looks like I can make a move on the Great Beginning sect. The most powerful sect in the Great Zhao Empire was the Great Beginning sect. This sect had a very strong background and had been passed down for thousands of years. Even the royal family of the Great Zhao Empire came from the Great Beginning sect. So Lin Fei was prepared to go to the Great Beginning sect. He wanted to harvest some power of faith. He hoped that this trip wouldn't be in vain. After obtaining the power of faith, he could basically complete the mission if he went to the Great Qin Empire. Chapter 49:18. The Great Beginning sect was located in a mountain range. This mountain range was a large forest that gathered the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Not just any force could establish a sect here. Only the Great Beginning sect could. Here, everyone had to come down and walk. No one could fly in the sky. Once they got close, they would be killed by the sect's methods. Over time, this place became the holy land of the Great Zhao Empire. Anyone who wanted to cultivate wanted to enter the Great Beginning sect, because only by entering the Great Beginning sect could they stand out. And today, a figure arrived on the mountain path outside the Great Beginning sect. This was a ladder that went all the way up, winding like a dragon, all the way to the depths. Only by passing this stone ladder could one enter the Great Beginning sect. Of course, this ladder wasn't that easy to walk on. The person who could come here was naturally none other than Lin Fei. He was prepared to go to the Great Beginning sect to look around. There was no power of faith, so he walked all the way here. And this time, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry, he just took his time. He also knew that these spirit arrays would not be of any use to him. But this Great Beginning sect had powerful killing moves. Now that his physical body had increased by 3 levels, it could be said to be very strong. Every time he increased his physical body's defense, it would increase by several times. This kind of improvement speed could be said to be invincible. So this time, coming to the Great Beginning sect could be said to be a game for Lin Fei. A slow and leisurely game. Perhaps it was because Lin Fei came at a good time today. There were many people on the way to the Great Beginning sect, preparing to take him as their master. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in this. This time, he was prepared to go straight to the point and beat the Great Beginning sect into submission in one go. As long as he obtained the power of faith, everything else could be put aside. After that, he arrived in front of the Great Beginning sect's mountain gate. There were many experts guarding here, so of course they could see the faintly discernible formation. These people quickly noticed Lin Fei's arrival. Because Lin Fei was dressed in a black robe, he walked over at a leisurely pace. His aura was very different. Naturally, they noticed it. Who are you? If you have a problem, you better tell me honestly. One figure after another instantly appeared around Lin Fei. These people were all experts. Although they weren't at the war god realm, the combination of their treasures and the like was still very strong. Lin Fei waved his hand, and with a crash, all of them flew out and fell to the ground, unable to move. Lin Fei walked in just like that. Hurry up and send the signal. Someone has broken into the Taichu sect. These people immediately sent out the signal. Since the establishment of the Taichu sect, no one had dared to break into it. Who would have thought that someone would dare to do so today? He really thought too highly of himself. As soon as the signal was sent, many experts of the Great Beginning sect saw it. After being stunned for a moment, they rushed to the mountain gate because the location of the signal seemed to be there. Since when did someone break into the Taichu sect? This was not the way to break into the Taichu sect. People usually came in a straight line. There were only a few people who came on foot like this. It was completely unheard of. Soon, everyone saw a figure walking over at a leisurely pace. Everywhere he passed, figures were sent flying. None of them could withstand a single blow. Lin Fei didn't walk very quickly, but everyone felt a great pressure. When did such an expert come? Another figure came out, and a spear was shot out. However, the opponent also moved slightly and grabbed the spear. The opponent's strength was actually unable to advance any further. With a boom, a wave of energy flowed through the spear and directly into the opponent's body. I'm just here to be a guest. Do you all want to die? If you do, come at me. I won't be polite, and I'll be more than happy to send you on your way. Lin Fei's indifferent voice spread out, causing the expressions of many experts of the Great Beginning sect to change again. They couldn't see this guy's strength because the one who just died was a 3-star war god. A 3-star war god wasn't much. They could more or less see that this young man was very strong. At the very least, he was a 4-star war god or a 5-star war god. The more it was like this, the more pressure they felt. Therefore, they didn't make a move. Instead, treasures came crashing down from afar. However, when those treasures smashed into the sky above Lin Fei, they were blocked by some sort of power. They were simply useless. Lin Fei waved his hand and these treasures flew out. Kacha, kacha, kacha sounds could be heard as cracks appeared on the surface of the treasure. It made their hearts bleed. Lin Fei continued forward. Not long after, he arrived at the Great Hall of the Great Beginning sect. Taichu Temple. Countless experts had already gathered here. All of them looked at the young man who came up. They were a little surprised. When did an expert come? They didn't recognize him. Most importantly, they couldn't see his cultivation level. It was as if there was a layer of mystery around him. People like this were the most terrifying. Therefore, no one was in a hurry to make a move. It was easy to die if one was rash. This person had withstood so many attacks along the way that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Who are you? How dare you come to the Great Beginning sect? Don't you know that the Great Beginning sect is the sacred land of the Great Zhao Empire? A figure walked out. When this figure walked out, the experts outside all became extremely respectful. He was the great elder of the Great Beginning sect. Don't you know who I am? Then your intelligence agency is too weak. My purpose for coming here is very simple. I just hope that the Great Beginning sect can give me a gift. It's that simple. The great elder frowned. He really didn't know who this guy was. However, his words were extremely arrogant. He actually came to the Great Beginning sect to ask for a gift. He really couldn't believe it. Who do you think you are? How dare you come to the Great Beginning sect to ask for a gift? You're seeking death. Kneel right now. If you don't kneel, it'll be useless even if you have 10 lives later. It's always been us bullying others. No one has ever dared to come to our Great Beginning sect to cause trouble. You're the only one. Kneel. The figures snorted coldly and gathered together. It was quite a scene. Lin Fei stomped his foot on the ground. "All of you, shut up." There was a loud rumbling sound. Waves of power exploded in their bodies. Bang, 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 bang. Beautiful fireworks of blood bloomed just like that. In the blink of an eye, countless experts outside the great hall died. Even the great elder's face darkened in an instant. Chapter 49-19. The remaining experts of the Great Beginning sect all had a drastic change in expression as they subconsciously retreated. In that instant, countless experts died. They were unable to withstand the opponent's simple methods at all, and their physical bodies directly exploded. It was the same for them. Fortunately, they were wearing powerful defensive treasured armors that were able to withstand the attack. When they looked at the other party, they were filled with fear. Such a fellow was actually so terrifying and fierce. He didn't give their Great Beginning sect any face at all. Even the imperial family had to be polite in front of the Taichu sect. But now, this young man had actually done something that made them exceptionally angry. "You actually killed so many experts of our Great Beginning sect. You're dead, you're dead. Men! Hurry up and capture him. We can't let him leave the Taichu sect." The Great Elder's face had already turned black. He didn't expect this guy to really dare to make a move. He killed so many of the higher-ups in one move. And it was even in the time it took for a single move. They couldn't take it at all. Lin Fei also smiled faintly. "I came to ask for something, but you refused to give it to me. It's not like it's anything good. It's useless to keep it anyway. Look at it now. So many experts have died, and it'll take another few decades to train them again." The Great Elder was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a group of elite elders of the Great Beginning sect. In the future, they would all become great experts. Even if there was only 1 in 10 of them, it would still be enough to make the Great Beginning sect incomparably powerful. But now, they were all wiped out. The remaining ones were all lucky enough not to be killed. If the news of the Great Beginning sect were to spread, everyone would probably laugh out loud. A dignified holy land of the Great Beginning sect had actually been killed by a young man, so many of their elders. How could they accept this? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The remaining silhouettes all rushed forward. These figures rushed up. Lin Fei also moved. Bang 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 bang. Wherever it passed, figures would be smashed to the ground, unable to get up at all. In an instant, Lin Fei had completely destroyed their physical bodies. Lin Fei glanced at the Great Elder indifferently. "I don't know how I feel about this. I'm not good at other things, but I'm pretty strong." The Great Elder's pupils contracted, and he subconsciously took a step back. This guy's physical strength was actually so strong. Unarmed, these high-level elders were unable to move at all. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying, and there wasn't even a scratch on his body. This fleshly body made him understand what despair was. Why would such a powerful body come here? Even though the disciples of their sects had cultivated quite a number of skills, they couldn't be compared to this person in front of them at all. The other party's physical body was too strong. It was like an iron bastion. It was really difficult to deal with him. I'll say it again. Obediently hand over the power of faith, and I'll leave now. Otherwise, your Great Beginning sect's vitality will be greatly damaged. The Great Elder was already very regretful. If he knew that this guy was so capable, he would have satisfied the other party's conditions earlier. There wouldn't have been such a large number of casualties. Wasn't it just some power of faith? This thing was not considered a good thing, and it was quite a useless existence. Now that he couldn't do it, if he were to hand over the power of faith, their Great Beginning sect would really suffer a huge loss. If word of this got out, everyone would laugh at the Great Beginning sect. A dignified big force had lost so many people, and they had to hand over the power of faith. This was completely bowing their heads. After some publicity, one could imagine what the Great Beginning sect would become. It was definitely not a good thing. It's absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it. Even if there is power of faith, I won't hand it over to you. My Great Beginning sect will not rest until you are dead. We will chase you to the ends of the earth. The Great Elder had already thrown caution to the wind and directly attacked. Rays of incomparably bright divine light broke through the void and reached the depths of the void. All the divine light instantly turned into a mouthful of divine light. The sword slashed down, and the void was instantly cut open. Even Lin Fei trembled slightly. A simple white mark was left on his body. This was the very terrifying sword that the other party had just unleashed. It could ignore the void and kill anything in an instant. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's strong physical body, this sword would have really injured him. But now, it was no different from scratching an itch. It seems that your Great Beginning sect still has a lot of treasures to be able to erupt with such power. The power just now has reached the level of an invincible god of war. The Great Elder is indeed the Great Elder. Lin Fei also laughed. No one could better understand the power of the sword just now than him. The power of the famous invincible god of war. The power that erupted came from the divine light. As for the Great Elder himself, he wasn't an invincible god of war. Even so, it was still shocking. The Great Elder's expression suddenly changed. No one knew the power better than he did. Even he himself could feel the power contained within. But now, the other party could actually withstand it. He seemed to understand what this meant. No one knew better than the Great Elder that the guy in front of him was most likely an invincible god of war. You are an invincible god of war. The Great Elder's voice trembled as he spoke. One must know that the strength of an invincible god of war was extremely terrifying. Especially when the other party was an invincible god of war with his physical body. This was really unimaginable. It was definitely the most terrifying of all. No wonder he dared to come to the Great Beginning sect alone. Lin Fei smiled. Is it that important to be an invincible god of war? I'm just here to ask if you have it now. If you don't, then I'll take it myself. If anything happens then, it's none of my business. I can give you the power of faith, but you have to take it and leave. Otherwise, our Great Beginning sect will fight to the death. Another figure walked out. This was a very calm voice. One could imagine that it was the Great Beginning sect master. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They were planning to lower their heads, but when they remembered that this guy was an invincible god of war, their faces were filled with bitterness and helplessness. Perhaps this was the best choice. Chapter 49-20. The person who came out was indeed the sect master of the Great Beginning sect. He didn't come out because he had something to do inside. To him, the Great Beginning sect was the top force in the entire Great Zhao Empire. No other force could compete with it. Even the royal family had to be careful and courteous. Everyone knew that the emperor of the royal family had to be chosen through them. It could be said that the entire Great Zhao Empire was under the control of the Great Beginning sect. He never expected that someone would cause trouble in the Great Beginning sect. He killed many of the higher-ups in one move, and it was in the blink of an eye. The Great Beginning sect suffered heavy casualties. He saw it from beginning to end, so he could naturally tell. This black-robed guy was very strong. It was very likely that he had already reached the level of an invincible god of war. Moreover, he had become an invincible god of war with his physical body. It was completely different from what they had imagined. It was very dangerous and very dangerous. If they were not careful, they would be killed. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to kill such a person. They were very clear about this. So, the sect master of the Great Beginning sect came out on his own. He had to solve the problem in front of him first. How could they solve a problem like this? It was nothing more than letting him get what he wanted and leave. If they had known that he only wanted the power of faith, they would have definitely given it to him. After all, it was not easy to offend such an invincible god of war. Although the great beginning sect also had such an ancestor, the ancestor would never appear unless it was a matter of life and death. Moreover, this young invincible god of war had a physical body realm. Ordinary treasures would be useless against him. Didn't you see that the sword didn't even leave a scratch on him? This kind of defensive ability was already considered top-notch. If such a person was allowed to continue to cause trouble, the entire great beginning sect would basically be done for. A ring flew over. Lin Fei didn't take the ring. Instead, he punched it away. The power of faith that filled the sky flew out. With a wave of his hand, a great mystic ability took away the power of faith. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into honor points. As expected of the sect master, you're much more straightforward. I'm a straightforward person. Since I said I want faith power, I'll definitely do it. By the way, I see that you're related to the Great Qin Empire, right? Please help me inform them that I'm going to visit the Great Qin Empire. Lin Fei left the moment he got his hands on those items. He had no intention of making a move at all. Even the absolute beginning sect master was unable to grasp the other party's traces. He did leave a small trick in the ring. After killing so many people in the absolute beginning sect, he would definitely have to pay a price. He never thought that the other party would directly destroy the ring with a single punch. The ring was very strong, but it was broken just like that. It also made him realize that this guy was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Are we going to let him leave just like that? The great elder had been holding back his anger, but he was the one who had attacked him. There was no chance of victory. An invincible god of war. An invincible god of war had appeared in Jiangnan, and they didn't even know about it. Logically speaking, they should have information about any invincible god of war. The sudden appearance of this fellow was simply too mysterious. The absolute beginning sect master said calmly. If I'm not mistaken, this guy has just caused a lot of trouble in the Great Tang Empire. Even the Black Heaven sect suffered a loss. This is what I just learned. Hearing this, the great elder's expression changed again. The Black Heaven sect was not inferior to the absolute beginning sect. He didn't expect to suffer a loss at the hands of this guy. He can't possibly want to make faith power too. Does he want to use faith power to become a god? How is that possible? Regardless of whether he is or not, the absolute beginning sect has already remembered him. The bigger the trouble he causes, the better. When the time comes, we don't need to do anything. Sooner or later, someone will deal with him. The situation in Jiangnan is not something that an invincible god of war can interfere with. The great elder seemed to understand what he meant. The waters in Jiangnan were much deeper than he had imagined. An invincible god of war would not be able to run amok in the water so easily. There is a civil war in the Great Tang Empire. The Black Heaven sect and the Great Tang Emperor have opened up. We can also make a move and kill them all. Just like that, Lin Fei left the absolute beginning sect. He was not worried that the other party could catch up to him. As for the ring, he directly exploded it. He could feel that there was a small trick in the ring. A person like the absolute beginning sect master would definitely have his own thoughts. He would definitely take revenge, and it was only natural that he would leave a certain place on the ring. However, all of this was useless against Lin Fei. He did not even want the ring, let alone anything else. He was probably thinking about how to deal with him now. Lin Fei went to a quiet place. He began to improve. This time, his luck was not bad. He directly went from 63 to 66. 66th layer. Yi Xiaolong was quite satisfied. His physical body had become much stronger. Of course, the speed was much slower. In Lin Fei's opinion, it would not be so easy to break through to 100. it would take a long time to accumulate. Of course, if he could take down the first level of the great world of the gods, he might have no problem breaking through to the 80th level. He could even reach the 90th level. If he was lucky, he might even reach the 100th level. Lin Fei rested for a while before heading to the Great Qin Empire. The Great Qin Empire definitely had faith power. Lin Fei felt that it would be a pity if he didn't take the power of faith with him. Pung 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 pung. Pillars instantly rose into the air, forming a huge formation. It completely enveloped this part of the void. It no longer existed. Two silhouettes walked out. They stared at Lin Fei from the left and right. "Sir, you are really bold. At your realm, you actually came out to cause destruction. Do you know the consequences?" Lin Fei squinted his eyes. They were actually two invincible war gods. This was the first time Lin Fei saw invincible war gods. However, they were both pseudo-invincible war gods. Just like that, the two of them were exceptionally strong. Ordinary people could not deal with them. "So you're saying that I've touched something that I shouldn't have, so you came out to cause trouble for me, right?" Lin Fei laughed. He knew that the waters in Jiangnan were deep, but he did not expect it to be this deep. Two pseudo-invincible war gods were here. They even set up a formation. Chapter 49-21. The appearance of the two pseudo-invincible war gods was indeed quite surprising to Lin Fei. He also knew about the Jiangnan region, which meant that the great world of the gods was more complicated than he had imagined. Previously, Lin Fei did not think that there would be many invincible war gods. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, two pseudo-invincible war gods would appear. Now, they had even used a formation to trap him. In Lin Fei's opinion, this array formation was nothing much. He was just curious. These two had come to find him, but they could not possibly kill him. The theoretical possibility was very low. "Since the two of you have used such methods, I don't think it's just a few simple words. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm all ears." These two invincible war gods were indeed fake. Even though they were pseudo-invincible war gods, their combat abilities were still very strong. At the very least, peak 9-star war gods were not their match. This was the difference. "You know your place. That's great. I'm here to ask you to come with us. The Invincible Alliance wants to meet you." Invincible Alliance? Lin Fei had never heard of this force. It seemed like it was a powerful force hidden in the great world of the gods. "You wouldn't know if I told you. The Invincible Alliance was formed by the invincible war gods of the great world of the gods. This time, you broke the rules in the Jiangnan region, so we came here. Since you are an invincible war god, we would have killed you long ago." The two of them had very cold expressions. It was obvious that they were very confident in their own abilities. Even though the two of them had yet to test whether or not this guy in front of them was an invincible war god, they knew that apart from a peak 9-star warrior, only an invincible war god would be able to easily kill a war god. Just look at the mysterious Heaven sect. They were already extremely strong, but they suffered a great loss when they encountered Lin Fei. They did not believe that he was not an invincible war god. Of course, just like them, he was a half-step invincible war god. Although he was only a half-step invincible war god, he was still very strong. Therefore, the two of them were quite confident. "What you need to do now is to come with us. It's that simple. If you don't come with us, then we'll take action directly. Once the two of us take action, you won't have a good ending." Lin Fei smiled as well. He was quite interested in the Invincible Alliance. He did not expect there to be such a huge organization. There was a loud rumble. Just as Lin Fei was about to speak, a figure rushed out, and the surrounding array began to crack. Just like that, a figure walked in and smiled at the two of them. "Your Invincible Alliance is pretty fast. You found this guy so quickly, but he can't go with you. It was a middle-aged man with a mustache. He was all smiles. He carried a huge saber on his back. As soon as this person appeared, the expressions of the two half-step invincible war gods changed slightly. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to steal someone from our invincible alliance? The middle-aged man with a mustache smiled. Your invincible alliance isn't the only one with invincible war gods in this god's land. Our Fengyun Tower has one too. Lin Fei was surprised. He did not expect the invincible alliance to come, and now Fengyun Tower. If he was right, both of them were top forces in the god's great world. It seemed that the strength of both forces were about the same. Now that the people from the invincible alliance came to find him, they were going to rope him in. That was why they sent out two half-step invincible war gods. It seemed that he had become a hot commodity all of a sudden. This made Lin Fei even more aware of one thing. It seemed that it was not easy to become a half-step invincible war god or an invincible war god. Just look at the current situation. Greetings, brother. I'm Guyun from Fengyun Tower. The Invincible Alliance isn't so kind as to invite you over. They're probably planning to use force to refine you into their puppet because you've ruined their plans. Guyun also spoke immediately. Hearing this, the two men's expressions changed even more. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. Our Invincible Alliance would never do such things. On the contrary, Fengyun Tower would refine people into puppets from time to time and keep them by their side. If you go with them, you will definitely not have a good ending. The two of them immediately splashed a large amount of dirty water over. Of course, Lin Fei could tell which of the two people was speaking the truth and which was lying. At the very least, Guyun of Wind Cloud Tower had more or less given Lin Fei a pretty good impression. On the other hand, the Invincible Alliance had left Lin Fei with a domineering and arrogant attitude. In any case, you can't go with him today. Otherwise, the two of us will bring you over ourselves. Just as the two half-step invincible war gods from the Invincible Alliance spoke, they saw streaks of light flying over. It turned out that Guyun had made a move. His broadsword instantly turned into streaks of saber light. I've long wanted to experience your skills. It's rare to have such an opportunity today. Don't stand on ceremony and experience it well. Guyun seemed to be a violent person and immediately made a move. The two half-step invincible war gods also made their moves. For a moment, the two of them were locked in a fierce battle. Lin Fei could also see that Guyun's strength was actually higher than the two of them. Although he was not a true invincible war god, he was only a half-step invincible war god. However, his strength was much stronger than before. Guyun, don't be too proud of yourself for snatching this guy. When the time comes, our Invincible Alliance will settle the score with you sooner or later. The two of them threw a sentence and immediately left. The surrounding formation collapsed in an instant. Now that it's safe, the two of them can only talk tough. They don't dare to do anything. If Fengyun Tower collapsed so easily, it wouldn't be Fengyun Tower. It wouldn't be one of the four major factions in the great world of gods. Guyun also came over and said with a smile. It seems like the waters of the great world of gods are deeper than I thought. There was Invincible Alliance, and now there's Fengyun Tower. Tell me, which one should I believe? Lin Fei also said unhurriedly. Guyun also smiled, it depends on your own feelings. If you think Invincible Alliance is good, then you can look for them. If Fengyun Tower is good, then look for Fengyun Tower. It's that simple. Lin Fei laughed heartily, then I'll follow you to Fengyun Tower. At the same time, I can understand how deep the waters are. Chapter 49-22. Lin Fei knew long ago that the gods' great world wasn't simple. Everything was as he had imagined. An invincible war god appeared. No, they treated themselves as half-step invincible war gods. This realm could not be considered very high. But in the gods' great event, they were considered the top. Apart from the true invincible war gods, there were only a few of them. If there were no surprises, these four powers should be the top powers that controlled the entire gods' great world. But they didn't have any reputation. Perhaps only the true top-notch powerhouses would know. And this expert was probably only half-step invincible war gods had the right to know. This possibility was very high. Because Lin Fei hadn't heard of the Invincible Alliance or Fengyun Tower from other information. No matter which one it was, they were both very mysterious. There was no news at all. One could imagine what the situation was like. From here, Lin Fei could even think of places further away. This is the headquarters of our Fengyun Tower. On a mountain peak. Guyun opened a space point. Lin Fei followed Guyun in. A spatial point like this was quite surprising to Lin Fei. He didn't expect there to be a small grotto heaven world in the space point. As soon as he entered, Lin Fei sensed the auras of many people. He wasn't afraid that Guyun would have any thoughts about him. Don't forget about the great karma technique. That was a really good thing. He didn't sense any killing intent from Guyun. There was no karma connection. This way, Lin Fei was more at ease. He wouldn't cause any trouble. This Guyun was probably trying to rope him in. It wasn't easy to produce a half-step invincible war god. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. One by one, human figures flew out. In the blink of an eye, 8 figures flew out. These 8 figures were all half-step invincible war gods. When they came over, their gazes landed on Lin Fei. Someone else is here. He looks unfamiliar, I don't know him at all. This person has a dangerous aura, he should be a half-step invincible war god. They were all sizing up Lin Fei. Guyun smiled and said, "This is fellow Daoist Lin Mu, whom I just snatched from the hands of the Invincible Alliance." When Guyun said this, the others were slightly startled. They immediately burst into laughter, their faces full of pride and elation. Daoist Gu is still the best. He made the Invincible Alliance suffer a loss again. Our Fengyun Tower's strength is going to increase by a lot again. Last time, our Fengyun Tower found a half-step invincible god of war, but they beat us to it. Now, we finally got it back. Welcome to our Fengyun Tower, fellow Daoist Lin. You will find that coming to our Fengyun Tower is the best choice. Lin Fei didn't say anything. More and more people were listening to them. One could imagine how much they hated the Invincible Alliance. I'm just here to watch the fun. I haven't decided which side to live on yet. Also, I'm a newbie now, I don't know anything. Lin Fei laughed. They weren't surprised at all, as if they had encountered this situation many times before. They all laughed. These people are all half-step invincible gods of war. They are all part of our Fengyun Tower. Lin Fei and Guyun left them. After walking around the place for a while, they finally arrived at a large hall. This hall was called the Fengyun Hall. Once he arrived, Lin Fei felt a strong aura. This was a genuine invincible god of war. Lin Fei couldn't be more familiar with this aura. Because he himself was an invincible god of war, but he was different from the others. It was also the first time that Lin Fei met such an invincible god of war. He understood how big the gap between him and the other party was. If he were to fight against such an invincible god of war, he could defeat at least 7 or 8 of them. Who asked Lin Fei to not find a real invincible god of war before? And this time, he finally found one. He could use it as a comparison. Even if he didn't fight, Lin Fei had an idea. As expected, his infinite god physique was different after reaching the 66th level. Welcome, Daoist Lin, to our Fengyun Tower. How do you feel? This was a middle-aged man with the aura of a scholar. Just by standing there casually, one wouldn't be able to tell that this was the leader of Fengyun Tower. It was very simple and very ordinary. No one would suspect that he was a scholar. This is my first time here as well. It's much more interesting than I thought. The great world of gods is also much more powerful than I thought. The middle-aged scholar chuckled and gestured for Lin Fei to take a seat next to him. Gu Yun tactfully left. When he came back, he had already brought a pot of tea. He followed him out. Just like that, only Lin Fei and the leader were left in the hall. I would like to invite Daoist Lin to become a part of our Fengyun Tower. The leader of Fengyun Tower smiled as he took out a ring and placed it in front of Lin Fei. This is a small token of our appreciation. Although it isn't much, it should be of some use to you. Lin Fei didn't look at the ring, but he already knew what was inside. That was the power of faith. It was much denser than the power of faith that he had plundered previously. He knew that the four great powers had more accumulation than him. Look, even the power of faith that they gave him was so dense. I don't know much about the great world of gods. I only know that there are 3 levels, and this is only one of them. Lin Fei asked a simple question. Then can you tell me more about the great world of gods? Especially this level. I don't want to join Fengyun Tower and offend so many people. The leader of Fengyun Tower laughed heartily. This person was really interesting. Our Fengyun Tower is different from other places. Let's take the Invincible Alliance for example. They are very particular about seniority. Even if you are an invincible war god, you can only be at the back. Lin Fei listened quietly. This leader of Fengyun Tower was really sincere in inviting Lin Fei to join Fengyun Tower. It was too difficult to find a half-step invincible war god. Even if one appeared, people would fight over it. After a while, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the great world of gods. For example, the hidden powers were the Invincible Alliance, Fengyun Tower, the Abyss Hell, and the Assassins' Alliance. Chapter 49-23. At this moment, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the great world of the gods. He didn't expect that there were still 4 top powers that were still in hiding. This was the first time he had heard of such a situation. He also knew why Gu Yun came to look for him. He wanted him to join Fengyun Tower. After all, he was a half-step invincible war god. This kind of opportunity did not come by often. If he missed this chance, he didn't know when he would get a second chance. Just look at the Invincible Alliance and he knew what the situation was like. Even they wanted to make a move, let alone Fengyun Tower. Not to mention Assassins' Alliance and Abyss Hell. They would probably rush over as soon as they heard the news. Our Fengyun Tower is really sincere in inviting you to join us. Fengyun Tower's master laughed. Lin Fei knew about the situation. He also knew that the power of faith in the ring was much more than he had imagined. However, Lin Fei naturally wasn't interested in the Invincible Alliance. As for Abyss Hell and Assassin's Alliance, Lin Fei wasn't familiar with them at all. However, Fengyun Tower left a deep impression on him, let alone Gu Yun. I have to think about this. I think you shouldn't be in a hurry. Let's stay for a while. Fengyun Tower's master laughed heartily. No hurry, no hurry. After all, our powers are different from the others. You can stay in Fengyun Tower for a few days and take a look around. Besides a few places that you can't go to, you can go to the rest. Our Fengyun Tower is very humane. Just like that. Lin Fei came down from Fengyun Tower's master's room. Fengyun Tower's master arranged a VIP building for Lin Fei to stay in. Lin Fei refined all the power of faith in the first place. Fengyun Tower's master didn't play any tricks. It could be seen that he was sincere in wanting him to join Fengyun Tower. After all, a half-step invincible war god was still very attractive. This made Lin Fei even more aware of one thing. There shouldn't be many invincible war gods in the first level of the great world of the gods. Even a half-step invincible god of war was extremely powerful. I've finally reached the 70th layer. It wasn't easy. This time, Fengyun Tower has truly given me a big present. Lin Fei felt the changes in his physical body and his lips curled into a smile. With the help of the power of faith, Lin Fei advanced by leaps and bounds, directly reaching the 70th level. At this time, Lin Fei's body has become more vigorous and powerful. As for what realm he has reached, Lin Fei doesn't know, but the strength of his body is very explosive. Seems like joining Fengyun Tower isn't impossible. I'll have the chance to come into contact with more secrets and obtain more power of faith. In Fengyun Tower, Lin Fei had obtained a large amount of faith power. Not to mention the other top forces. Whether it was the Invincible Alliance, the Assassin Alliance, or the Abyss Hell, it was believed that they all had a large amount of faith power hidden away. Lin Fei settled down quietly. On the 5th day, Guyun came over and invited Lin Fei out for a walk. Lin Fei didn't refuse and just followed Guyun out. Our Fengyun Tower is very different from other places. We pay particular attention to freedom. For example, we have a few auction houses here, and from time to time, some good things will be auctioned here. Don't tell me you want the power of faith? There are quite a lot of these places. Other than that, there is another place in the great world of the gods that also has the power of faith. Guyun wasn't very clear as to why Lin was so interested in the power of faith. Of course, it was very likely that he wanted to use the power of faith to reach the heavens in a single step and become a lesser god. After an invincible war god, he would be a lesser god. However, this realm was too difficult. At the very least, there was a certain amount of pressure to break through at this level. Therefore, many people thought of other methods, which were strange and unconventional. Using this method, there was still a chance to break through to the lesser god realm. However, this was too difficult. Currently, not many people had succeeded in breaking through to the lesser god realm. At the very least, Guyun hadn't seen one. Of course, he wouldn't express too many opinions on this matter. What he needed to do now was to properly rope in this Lin. This Lin was completely different from the others. He was very strong, especially when it came to close combat. He was very fierce. For example, Guyun could clearly feel that this Lin was emitting a terrifying aura. Moreover, he was rather dangerous. For a moment, he suspected that if Lin made a move, he wouldn't be able to withstand it and would definitely die. This kind of thinking was very absurd, but it was the truth. Lin Fei also smiled. I am quite knowledgeable about the power of faith, so I have always been researching it. Unfortunately, it is too difficult for our great world of the gods to obtain the power of faith. On the other hand, your tower master has given me a lot of power of faith, which makes me very grateful. Lin Fei spoke half-truths and half-lies. After all, it wasn't that there weren't people who researched the power of faith, but there weren't many like him. Of course, with Lin Fei's strength, Guyun naturally wouldn't think too much about it. Guyun also laughed along with him. The power of faith is indeed difficult to obtain now. This is because the previous era was the era of faith. Faith is king, and who knows how much power of faith has been taken away by unparalleled experts. When he said this, Lin Fei's heart was slightly moved. This was a secret, and he really wasn't very clear about it. What you said is quite interesting. I don't really understand the great world of the gods. That's all in the past. It was because their rule was too powerful that it led to the collapse of the great world. However, if you want the power of faith, I feel that you can go to the central province. There is still a lot of power of faith there, much more than other places. If the central province doesn't have the power of faith, then other places are even worse. Guyun suddenly said in a serious tone. Lin Fei naturally understood what he meant. The central province had a lot of power of faith, and it wasn't just an ordinary amount. Of course, Lin Fei also knew that it wasn't that easy to obtain the power of faith in the central province. This Guyun was obviously selling him some information. As for whether the Tower Master's figure was behind this, no one knew. However, it was still possible. Then I'm really ignorant and inexperienced. I really don't understand much about this. Chapter 49-24. Lin Fei wasn't very clear about the central province. He only knew that it was a very ancient place. In the great world of gods, the central province was a very special place. An ancient war had broken out in that place. If there was a place where faith power could be found, then the central province was indeed a place with a good chance of finding it. When Gu Yun said this, Lin Fei understood what he meant. It meant that their Fengyun Tower still had some information. This information was definitely related to the central province. With this information, he would be able to find this faith power. Lin Fei's reaction was quite fast. Lin Fei wasn't surprised by Gu Yun's words at all. In other words, the importance of a half-step invincible war god was very important to any power. That was why Gu Yun came to look for him and indirectly revealed some information. Lin Fei's infinite fleshly body had already reached the 70th layer. It was indeed very powerful. Of course, Lin Fei hoped that his fleshly body could improve further. Therefore, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. Then I really have to go to the central province in the future to broaden my horizons. After all, the great world of gods is so big. I haven't been to many places before. It's about time to go out and broaden my horizons. Gu Yun laughed as well. The great world of gods is indeed very big. You need to go and broaden your horizons. Our wind and cloud tower has a lot of information. If you need it, just tell us and we will bring it over. Gu Yun brought Lin Fei around and even participated in a few auctions. These auctions had quite a lot of items and they were all very precious. At the very least, Lin Fei had some ideas after seeing them. To be able to become a peak power, they had a lot of items in their hands. It was the same for these auctions. Any item that was taken out could cause a fight outside. However, it was very quiet here. After a few days, Gu Yun came to look for Lin Fei again. However, this time, it was the Tower Lord of Wind Cloud Tower who wanted to see Lin Fei. Lin Fei had only tagged along. That guy must have been waiting anxiously. The more Lin Fei didn't reveal his intention to join Fengyun Tower, the more anxious the Tower Master would be. He was afraid that one day, Lin Fei would leave Fengyun Tower. At that time, this opportunity would be gone. Lin Fei would more or less know. Perhaps the Union of Assassins and the Abyss had already received some information. They were here to rope him in. That was why the Tower Master of Fengyun Tower was so anxious to meet him. When Lin Fei arrived, he saw that there were two more people in the hall. The two of them had two completely different auras. One was much colder and gloomier, while the other was much weirder. Lin Fei already had an idea in his heart. When Lin Fei came in, the two people also looked over. The Tower Master smiled and said, "This is Dao friend Lin Mu. He's the person you're looking for." Lin Fei knew that this was the case. He didn't expect them to find him so quickly. The gloomy middle-aged man laughed, "I'm the representative of the Abyss Hell, Leng Wufeng. I'm here to invite Dao friend Lin to join our Abyss Hell." After Leng Wufeng said this, the other tall man also spoke. "I'm from the Union of Assassins. Our Union of Assassins also hopes that Dao friend Lin can join us." As soon as the two of them came over, they immediately started talking. Lin Fei finally knew why the Tower Master of Fengyun Tower called him here. It seemed that the Abyss Hell and the Union of Assassins had a great influence. They still had to give face. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to stand here. Lin Fei also smiled. He could feel that the Tower Master of Storm Tower was extremely nervous this time. Although the Abyss Hell and the Union of Assassins didn't mention anything, they only sent an invitation. Of course, this invitation was definitely not a simple one. There would definitely be some benefits. If there weren't any benefits, no one would be willing to join these two top forces. At the very least, Lin Fei was a hot commodity now. Just look at the Invincible Alliance. I didn't expect to receive an invitation from two top forces. I'm really flattered. Lin Fei also smiled. The two of them had indeed received the news that a person suspected to be at the level of an invincible war god had appeared in Jiangnan. Hence, they came immediately. At the same time, their intelligence agency had also collected information. This person was obviously an outsider. It was indeed rare to see someone with such strength. Just look at the Invincible Alliance. They managed to recruit this person and made many enemies. The two of them were delighted. The more they offended, the better. This way, they would be able to rope in someone. Although they didn't know which side he would join in the end. I won't join the Abyss Hell for now. There's also the Union of Assassins. I think Fengyun Tower is not bad. Lin Fei looked at the master of Fengyun Tower. The master of Fengyun Tower was indeed waiting for Lin Mu's reply. He wasn't sure if Lin Mu would be able to join Fengyun Tower. After all, Lin Mu was very strong. Not everyone could reach the realm of a half-step invincible war god. This guy had a dangerous aura. It was obvious that his strength was not limited to this. Otherwise, the Xiantian sect wouldn't be so angry. It could be seen from this. Now that he heard this, the master of Fengyun Tower's face was filled with joy and a smile. He didn't know that Lin Mu had agreed so quickly, but no matter what, it was a good thing for Fengyun Tower. I told you before that you might have come here for nothing. I'm really sorry. Our Fengyun Tower has successfully invited this cultivator. Leng Wufeng and the other tall man's expressions changed. They were indeed quite surprised. They came after receiving the news because this person didn't join Fengyun Tower immediately. They thought there was still a chance. They didn't expect that when they arrived, Lin Mu would actually propose to join Fengyun Tower. He didn't give them any chance at all. The two of them were a little regretful. After congratulating him, they left, not forgetting to leave behind a sentence. The two top forces would always open their doors. As long as Lin Fei was willing to join, he could do so at any time. This gave the master of Fengyun Tower a little pressure. It wasn't easy to recruit talents. Cultivator Lin, do you really plan to join Fengyun Tower? The master of Fengyun Tower felt that he had to ask again, even if it was a little rude. Of course, I think Fengyun Tower is not bad. Chapter 49-25. Just like that, Lin Fei joined Fengyun Tower. To him, it didn't matter which top faction he joined. He just felt that this Fengyun Tower was quite interesting. As for the Invincible Alliance, the so-called Abyss Hell, or the Assassin Alliance, they were all average. He didn't have a good impression of them. Fengyun Tower was different, it felt like a free and unfettered place. As an invincible war god, he joined Fengyun Tower. The Tower Master had wanted to hold a meeting to let everyone get to know Lin Fei, but Lin Fei smiled and refused. In the end, it was changed to a welcoming banquet. This also let Lin Fei know that there were many experts in Fengyun Tower. Disregarding everything else, Fengyun Tower's Tower Master was the strongest. He was a peak invincible war god. Such a realm was not low at all. There were 4 levels in the invincible war god realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. There were very few who could reach the peak stage. At this stage, they could break through to the next stage. But breaking through to the next stage was too difficult. Currently, no one could do it. Many invincible war gods were surprised that Lin Fei had joined Fengyun Tower at such a young age. Fengyun Tower had about 15 invincible war gods. 8 of them were true invincible war gods, and the remaining 7 were half-step invincible war gods. This was rather capable. Without a powerful invincible war god, they didn't have the right to be called a top faction. After the welcoming banquet, Lin Fei stayed in Fengyun Tower. Tower Master Fengyun brought a lot of information, all of which was about the top forces. When Lin Fei was free, he would drink tea and read up on the information. He had a better understanding of the top factions. Of the 4 top factions, the most ambitious was probably the Invincible Alliance. They had pulled in countless experts. Of course, their methods were very displeasing. As for the Abyss Hell, it was very mysterious. From time to time, it would have conflicts with the Invincible Alliance. As for the Assassin Alliance, it was a very different existence. They had no interest in the gods' great world, but they were very good at assassination. As long as they had money, they would do anything. Hence, the Assassin Alliance was not to be trifled with. Fortunately, the Assassin League's fame was not limited to the top circles. Many of the war gods didn't even know about this. It was destroyed, but no one knew who did it. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had stayed in Fengyun Tower for a month. During this month, he really had nothing to do other than drinking tea and reading information. Fellow cultivator Lin, it seems that you've been living a leisurely life these days. I have something good to discuss with you. I wonder if you're interested? Guyun came over. Ever since Lin Fei joined Fengyun Tower, this fellow would come over from time to time. After some time, they had become good friends. From time to time, they would talk about some things. I'm not like you who immerses yourself in cultivation all day. Sometimes, it's important to strike a balance between work and rest. How nice would it be to watch me drink tea and read some information? Lin Fei said with a smile. He brewed another pot of tea. Guyun bluntly sat down. Of course, he was envious of Lin Mu. No one was like him. After coming to Wind Cloud Tower, he just quietly drank tea and looked at the information. There was no movement at all. His mentality was completely different from the rest. Guyun smiled bitterly and said, if I was like fellow Lin, then I wouldn't have anything to worry about. This time, there's a god tomb. I wonder if you're interested in exploring it together. You should know that people like us only have the motivation to explore a few places when we've reached this realm. After drinking a cup of tea, Guyun became a chatterbox. Lin Fei smiled and said, this god tomb that you're talking about should belong to a lower god, right? If that's the case, then I'm quite interested. I also want to see what they left behind. Lin Fei had read through a lot of information. Of course, he had also read about Central Province. Central Province was a very special place, so Lin Fei was not in a hurry to enter. Now that his infinite god body had reached the 70th level, he naturally hoped to reach the next level. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He hoped to obtain more power of faith. If there was no power of faith, then the power of the demons would not matter much. However, these demons had not come to the Jiangnan region yet. Let alone wander around the great world of the gods. After all, the great world of the gods was still very powerful. These demons were far from being able to influence it. According to Lin Fei's guess, it would take at least a few hundred years to reach a certain level of maturity. He reckoned that within these few hundred years, they would have been destroyed by the experts and returned to their original state. Yes, it's the great tomb of a lower god. There are quite a lot of things inside. The power of faith that fellow Lin is interested in can be found in that place. In the past, the lower gods used the power of faith to become gods. Therefore, I asked if you're interested. This is a place that we found with great difficulty. Guyun spoke again. After all, this Dao friend Lin in front of him was most proficient in close combat. His powerful physical body was the best partner to cooperate with. Therefore, he came over in hopes of cooperating with Lin Fei. Speaking of the power of faith, Lin Fei was naturally interested. He did not care about other things, but he definitely had to obtain the power of faith. He spoke from the bottom of my heart. If it was anything else, I wouldn't be interested. However, if it's this thing, I'm still interested in going with you. I wonder how many people are coming along this time. Me, you, and a friend of mine. 3 invincible gods of war. Such a lineup was not weak. Alright, then I'll go with you to take a look. Whether it was Lin Fei or Gu Yun, both of them were people of action. After the discussion was concluded, they immediately stood up and left. On a mountain peak outside, Lin Fei saw the invincible god of war. He was an old man wearing a straw hat, but the sword intent around his body was like an incomparably sharp divine sword. He could leave his body at any time. This kind of strength was indeed not bad. Old ghost, you're quite early today. I thought we would have to wait for you. This is the newest member of our Fengyun Tower, fellow Lin Mu. He's an expert in close combat. Gu Yun introduced as soon as he arrived. This is Sword Saint 30. Sword Saint 30 also looked over and his gaze fell on Lin Fei. This old man also feels a strong sword intent from your body. You also use a sword. Chapter 49-26. Lin Fei was not surprised that the other party could sense the existence of sword intent from his body. He did have sword intent in the past, but he didn't use it much now. To him, it was better to use this time to improve his physical body. The stronger the physical body, the greater the strength. He even had a feeling that if his infinite divine body continued to improve, the benefits would be greater and greater. This was just the beginning, and when he reached the 100th layer, there would be a big surprise. He didn't know what the surprise would be, but subconsciously, Lin Fei had already felt it. After all, he already had a karmic relationship. This great karma technique was not a joke. As the saying goes, there is a cause and there is an effect. This was a very normal thing. I did cultivate sword intent in the past, but I don't use it much now. On the other hand, Dao Friend's sword intent is very overbearing. It should be a very sharp sword technique. If anyone becomes your enemy, it should be a nightmare. Sword Saint 30 burst into laughter. What you said makes this old man very interested. When we have time, let's have a good spar. It's not easy to find someone with sword intent. Gu Yun, who was next to him, also breathed a sigh of relief. At least the two of them didn't fight tit for tat. After all, both of them had sword intent, so it was naturally different. The two of you can put this spar aside first. Our goal this time is to go to the Godhead's tomb. After all, such an opportunity is too rare. Gu Yun was really worried that the two of them would fight first. After all, for a sword expert, it was not easy to meet someone who cultivated sword intent, so he really wanted to have a spar. Lin Fei and Sword Saint 30 laughed loudly. I know what the situation is like now. Let's go to the Godhead's tomb first. Lin Fei also laughed. Yes, let's go to the Godhead's tomb first. Don't waste time. If someone enters first, then we will miss this opportunity. The three of them flew forward in an instant. The great world of gods was still very big, but the three of them were at the top, so they passed through it very quickly. A few days later, the three of them arrived at the peak of a cold mountain. This cold mountain was filled with a terrifying chill. The deeper they went, the scarier the chill became. Even the void was frozen. If a person with weak strength came here, their body would be frozen immediately. However, it didn't affect them at all. Gu Yun immediately took out a treasure, surrounding the barrier. It was like a raging fire withstanding the frost. Sword Saint 30 was even simpler. Sword intent surrounded Sword Saint 30, and any chilling intent that approached it would be torn to shreds. The most unfathomable one was Lin Fei. He was directly enduring the frost, which made Sword Saint 3 worship him even more. In the past, I always thought that a good swordsman must have a strong body. Today, I finally see it. Your fleshly body has already reached the level of an invincible war god weapon. Ordinary invincible war god weapons won't be able to hurt you. Lin Fei felt that Sword Saint 33 had a good eye. He could even see that his fleshly body was indeed very powerful. Ordinary weapons wouldn't be able to hurt him, even if it was an invincible war god weapon. This fleshly body is just so. It can't be considered anything. Although Lin Fei said so, Gu Yun and Sword Saint 30 didn't believe him. The three of them continued to fly forward. The void in front of them was getting harder and harder to walk. A streak of sword intent slashed out, cleaving open a path. Finally, they arrived at the peak of a snow mountain. It's here. A white whirlpool appeared at the end of the snow mountain. Boundless chilling intent directly surged up from the bottom. The three of them felt the chilling intent invading them, but none of it could hurt Lin Fei. Not to mention the other two. The passage is below. However, the formation here is very terrifying. I've already tried it a few times, but I can't stand it at all. Because in an instant, it can erupt with a terrifying danger. I think it will be troublesome to break this formation, Dao friend Lin. Lin Fei had already sensed it. He could clearly see that there was indeed a terrifying and dangerous aura below the white whirlpool. As long as a human came over, they would suffer a terrifying attack. No problem, this chilling intent is nothing to me. You guys stand aside, I'll tear it apart. In this industry, one could clearly feel the terror within. An ordinary fleshly body wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. It was the same for people at the level of a war god. To be able to leave such a white whirlpool here, it was indeed rare. Gu Yun and Sword Saint 30 had already gone far away. They didn't dare to get too close as they could feel the terror of the chilling intent. Lin Fei directly rushed into the white whirlpool. In an instant, all the frost gathered, and the chilling intent became even more terrifying. At this moment, even Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 could feel the increase in the chilling intent. At this moment, the chilling intent had reached the power of a half-step invincible war god. Not everyone could withstand it. After a loud rumbling sound, a figure rushed out. A figure dashed out. It was Lin Fei. Lin Fei was already holding a white crystal in his hand. As soon as this crystal was taken out, Gu Yun congratulated him. It's this thing. Daoist Lin is really amazing to be able to take out this 10,000-year chill so quickly. Without this thing, the power of this formation will naturally increase slowly. Lin Fei was indeed holding a white crystal in his hand. Just this white crystal alone was enough to make people feel the terrifying power within it. Gu Yun prostrated himself in admiration. It was the same even if he was a Sword Saint 30. Their fleshly bodies couldn't withstand the attack of the chilling intent. If it dragged on, they would suffer a great loss. It seems that with Daoist Lin here this time, some things will be much more convenient. Sword Saint 33 laughed. He also couldn't withstand the power of this 10,000-year chill. Lin Fei chuckled and put it away. It seems that you guys don't want it. Then this thing belongs to me. It's pretty good to use it to temper my fleshly body when I'm free. Only Lin Fei could say something like this. As for the others, they really couldn't take it, let alone accept it. They couldn't withstand it at all. Then let's not delay any further. Let's go in now. We can solve the danger in this formation. They rushed in one after the other. Below them was a huge underground space. Pillars of ice stood tall, and wherever they passed, the chilling intent would still wreak havoc mercilessly. However, it was much weaker than before. People from Fengyun Tower, you're late. We've already booked this place. Chapter 49-27. Gu Yun was the first to react when he heard that voice. He snorted coldly at them. Invincible Alliance, you actually came here first. How shameless. This place was discovered by Fengyun Tower first. Since when was it your turn? Lin Fei's and Sword Saint 33's expressions changed slightly. The former naturally knew about the Invincible Alliance. As for the latter, he didn't know. But it was different if the people from the Invincible Alliance were here. At this moment, a small group of people appeared in front of them. There were 6 of them, and they could see them clearly. Faintly discernible lights flickered around them. If they guessed correctly, someone must have set up a formation here. This formation didn't look simple. It was no wonder that Gu Yun's expression was so ugly. That guy down there isn't easy to deal with. Don't be fooled by his smile. Everyone likes to say that he hides a dagger behind his smile. You have to be careful if you meet him. You have to go all out. At this moment, Sword Saint 33's voice rang out. Lin Fei also saw the person he was talking about. It was a pale, beardless guy who looked very cold. The smile on his face looked very approachable at first glance. But at second glance, one could feel the deep mockery in the smile. It was obvious that he wasn't a good person. Got it. If we really fight, I'm not that easy to bully. Although the Invincible Alliance is quite influential, who's afraid of who? Lin Fei said calmly. The few of them also saw him. First, Gu Yun, and then Sword Saint 33. Of course, they also saw Lin Fan. Their Invincible Alliance had suffered quite a bit at his hands. Even now, they were still gritting their teeth. They had no choice. Who asked this guy to join Fengyun Tower? If it was anywhere else, things would be fine. But since he joined Fengyun Tower, things were different. If they wanted to find trouble with him, they had to think twice. At the very least, Fengyun Tower was on the same level as them. To meet Lin Fei here was indeed quite surprising. Of course, their gazes turned much colder. If they were in Fengyun Tower, they might not be able to do anything. But here, they had a way to deal with Lin Fei. It wasn't easy to kill him, but he could definitely heavily injure him. It was just that simple. At their level, it wasn't easy to determine a victor in a fight. However, it was still a piece of cake for him to injure the other party. Our Wind Cloud Tower was the first to discover this place. I advise you to hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you won't have it easy when we attack later. Gu Yun was indeed very angry. He directly said coldly. They had finally found a tomb of the god of sin, but they encountered such a thing, and someone else got there first. It was definitely a very unpleasant thing. Even if they had a lot of people, this time they had a sword saint and a close combat expert, Lin Mu. That was a completely different story. He would definitely be able to contend with them. Gu Yun still had a lot of confidence. Sword Saint 33 said coldly. Xiao Zifei, there has to be a first come, first served rule in this place. You also know my temper. If you don't want this old man to get angry, hurry up and leave. They came here to enter the tomb of the god of sin. If others were to be a step ahead of them, they would naturally be unhappy. Xiao Zifei, who was inside the array, laughed loudly. He seemed very proud of himself. If you want us to come out, that's fine. You have to break this array first. Let me tell you, this is the simplified version of the invincible array that I brought out from the Invincible Alliance. When these words came out, Gu Yun's expression changed the fastest. Even Sword Saint 30 had undergone some changes. How is it? Are you surprised? This is the latest research result of our Invincible Alliance. You guys attack slowly, we will go in first. The things inside can't be given to you so easily. This time, it has to be our Everlasting Alliance's turn. Sword Saint 33 moved. The sword light directly slashed down. Following that, a layer of ripples appeared. Instantly, it felt like a knife had landed on cotton. He couldn't exert any strength at all. Instead, the energy at the side leaked out and directly fell into the depths of the void. This is bad. Xiao Zifei actually got a simplified version of the invincible array. Even if it's a simplified version, its defense is still amazing. My sword intent actually can't break this array for a while. It seems like it will take some time. Gu Yun also flew out with his sword. This sword also landed on the array, but it didn't explode with too much power. One could imagine how powerful this array was. Xiao Zifei laughed loudly. He was proud of himself. Aren't you guys very powerful? Then let's do it. If you guys can catch up to us, the treasures in this tomb of the God of Sin will naturally belong to you. Otherwise, you can only wait outside. Don't worry, we will more or less leave you some things. After all, we are one of the 4 top forces. Don't you think so? I can still do that. In the blink of an eye. The few of them entered, leaving only the array behind. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Isn't it just an array? Let me break these things. I'm the best at it. The next second. Lin Fei's fist landed on the array. Countless ripples appeared. The resistance of this fist was quite strong. No wonder they were so confident. Lin Fei's lips slightly curled up. With a hong sound. Under the surge of energy, the array directly expanded. The ripples on the array became even faster. Huala, it couldn't keep up. With a hong sound. The array was broken. Even the ground was filled with craters. Look, an array can be broken so easily. There's no helping it. Who told me to be so strong? Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 both laughed. This trip with Lin Fei had really broadened their horizons. The defensive strength of this array is shocking. I never thought that it would be broken in front of fellow Lin. If the people inside knew about this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Gu Yun smiled. This is bad. The array we laid outside has been broken. Damn it, when did Gu Yun become so strong? Sword Saint 33 shouldn't have this kind of strength. Could it be that bastard Lin Mu ruined our plans again? Their expressions all changed. This simplified invincible array was naturally a good item of their invincible alliance. Every time they laid it outside, it would cause those experts to grit their teeth and not be able to break it in a short period of time. No matter how fast it was, it would still take half an incense's time. And this bit of time, they could do many things. But now, it was broken just like that. Chapter 49-28. Once the array outside was broken, it wasn't a good thing for Xiao Zifei who was inside. He never thought that they would be able to break the array so quickly. Could it be that he had brought a fake out? Logically speaking, it was impossible, so the only possibility was that guy called Lin Mu. That guy seemed to be quite capable, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to break the array in such a short time. Don't stop, let's charge in, we can't let them take advantage of us, this is a god's tomb. Xiao Zifei moved very quickly. He flew towards the innermost area. He couldn't care so much about the situation behind him. Lin Fei was at the front, while Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun were at the back. The two of them were extremely envious of Lin Fei's physical body. Such a powerful physical body was really enviable. Along the way, they encountered the methods that Xiao Zifei had set up, but these methods were useless against Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't need to hide the strength of his physical body, he made it all the way, causing the two of them to be extremely envious. If such a method was used on them, it would definitely cause them to be in a sorry state. But now it was different, with Daoist Lin opening the way, it was naturally much easier. Not long later, they saw Xiao Zifei and his group. They were breaking the array here, and when they saw Gu Yun and his group, their expressions instantly changed. Xiao Zifei said directly. I didn't expect you guys to arrive so quickly. If I'm not wrong, it should be your contribution, right? Even my methods were blocked by you, you really have a good physical body. At this moment, Xiao Zifei's gaze landed on the other party, which was Lin Fei. Only this guy could withstand those methods. If they knew earlier, they wouldn't have used more powerful methods. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Xiao Zifei, you miscalculated this time. This place was first discovered by our Fengyun Tower, and you set up a large array to block us. It seems like we can make a move now. Gu Yun attacked immediately, while Sword Saint 33 released a sword array. One by one, the flying swords slashed over, covering the sky and covering the earth, incomparably ferocious. Xiao Zifei and the others also retaliated, especially when Xiao Zifei released a large bell that directly floated above their heads, forming a defense. All that was left was the tinkling sound. Following that, the bell let out a whooshing sound and an invisible sound wave swept over. Both Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 could feel the pressure. Since all of you have rushed in, let's have a good fight and see who is stronger. Xiao Zifei's treasure was also quite powerful. It was an invincible treasure that he had spent his entire fortune to obtain. Now, it had finally come in handy. Ding dong, it rang. It formed a suppression. At the very least, Gu Yun's and Sword Saint 33's might would be greatly weakened. They had to defend against the soundwave attacks of the clock. On the other hand, Lin Fei didn't seem to be affected at all. With a whoosh, he appeared in front of the bell and punched it. There was a loud bang. A surge of power erupted from Lin Fei's hand. The large bell also started to move. Dong, 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 dong. The sounds were endless. Even Xiao Zifei couldn't control it for a moment. Suddenly, Xiao Zifei vomited blood with a wah sound. His physical body had actually suffered heavy injuries. He didn't even feel what kind of attack it was before he was inexplicably injured. He knew that this guy was very strange, but he never expected him to be strange to this extent. Even the other experts also felt the danger of this level. Bang, 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 bang. Everywhere it passed, they also vomited blood. Because at this moment, Lin Fei used a karmic move. Such a killer move could cause them to suffer heavy injuries in an instant. Lin Fei didn't hesitate at all and pressed down with another palm. With this pressure, a loud rumbling sound could be heard as the power crushed their bodies. At this time, Lin Fei didn't show any mercy at all. His power crushed them, causing them to vomit blood and fly out. This wasn't considered too strong. After all, Lin Fei didn't want to show off too much. Otherwise, everyone would treat him as a public enemy. Lin Fei still had this bit of common sense. As soon as these experts were injured, even the big bell was sent flying. Xiao Zifei had a hard time retrieving it. He directly pulled out a scroll, wrapped it around them, and flew out with a whoosh. All that was left was a crack in the void. These guys don't have much guts, slipping away so quickly. On the other hand, this spatial treasure is pretty good. Lin Fei didn't chase them at all. In fact, he could chase them even if he wanted to, but it would be best if he could chase them away. Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 felt too relaxed. They were easily chased away just like that. They didn't even use much strength. Daoist Lin is still the best. You chased them away so quickly. It's a pity that you didn't make them stay. Otherwise, the Invincible Alliance would definitely be furious. No matter what, they were victorious this time. They were even more glad that they had invited Lin Fei over this time. Just look at the people from the Invincible Alliance. Now we can break the array. At the mention of breaking the array, their expressions changed instantly. Breaking the array was the key now. Only by doing this could they quickly enter the god's tomb. This time, the three of them worked together to break the array. This array was powerful, but it wasn't as difficult as they imagined. Of course, the main force was still Lin Fei. Not long after, the array was broken. They entered a palace. This palace looked extremely sinister, and there was an oppressive aura. Lin Fei could naturally sense that this was the aura of a lower deity. It was indeed the god's tomb left behind by a god-level expert. Now that we're here, everyone has to be careful. The god's tomb is much more dangerous than we imagined. Gu Yun had a better understanding of the god's tomb. These words were directed at Lin Fei, for fear that Lin Fei would fall into a trap if he wasn't careful. Indeed, we have to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind came from the front. This wind came without any warning. The three of them instantly put up their defenses. Even so, they still suffered from the impact. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun vomited blood. Even Lin Fei himself was bleeding. Is this the power of a lower deity? This kind of power indeed surprised Lin Fei. Chapter 49-29. This gust of wind allowed Lin Fei to experience the might of a low god. It was indeed a crushing power. Of course, it was dangerous for Lin Fei. However, his physical body was also able to experience how powerful he was. Only a small amount of blood was left behind. However, when they looked at Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33's words, their faces turned pale and filled with fear. They did not expect that they would be injured in just one move. Previously, when they fought with them, they were not in such a sorry state. Now, they were in a sorry state. I underestimated the power of this god's tomb. I didn't expect that there would be a lower god's technique here. I'm afraid there will be a lot of techniques along the way. Gu Yun had a deep fear in his heart. That attack just now made him feel like he was about to die. Not to mention Sword Saint 33. Both of them were planning to find something in this god's tomb, but it seemed to be very difficult. One technique was already like this, not to mention the later techniques. Daoist Lin, I'm afraid that only you can go in. The two of us can't, we are far from it. Gu Yun said. Sword Saint 33 also said, yes, the danger here is much greater than I imagined. Both of us are injured, so I'm afraid that only you can enter the god's tomb. We can only help you guard it from the outside. Lin Fei knew that these two people were afraid. They were already at a disadvantage before even reaching the inside. It was unlikely that they would be able to go inside. Alright, I'll go in and take a look. Lin Fei continued to move forward, but his speed was not very fast. Not long after, another gust of cold wind blew over. The power was comparable to before, causing Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 to be shocked. It seemed that this god's tomb was really difficult to pass. If there were 7 or 8 of such techniques, they would not be able to pass at all. The difference was too big. This god's tomb was much more powerful than they had imagined. 1 technique, 2 techniques, 3 techniques, 4 techniques. Lin Fei broke through 9 attacks in a row and arrived at a small palace. This small palace was very small, but it also made Lin Fei realize that the pressure and attacks he felt along the way were really quite powerful. Even his body had many cracks. Of course, it was not serious. It was still within Lin Fei's expectations. Of course, such a method was a huge blow to Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33. They were unable to endure it at all. It seems that I will have to be very careful if I want to venture into the divine tombs in the future. I don't know when I will encounter a divine tomb like this one. This low god is no ordinary low god. He might even be a pinnacle existence. Lin Fei pushed open the door of the palace. This time, he didn't use any special techniques. Following that, an illusory figure appeared. This was a black-robed figure. The moment he appeared, he exuded a godly might. The pressure was like a mountain, crushing down on them layer by layer. Congratulations, lucky one. You have successfully passed the test I left behind. You are now qualified to obtain the treasure I left behind. His voice was emotionless, and his eyes were cold as if he wanted to see through Lin Fei. Then, what can I get? Rays of light flew out. Inside each ray of light was a ring. It turned out that all the items were stored inside the ring. You can choose any one of the rings inside. Whatever you choose, you will get. There was actually such a choice. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it and started to sense the rings. Currently, what he wanted the most was the power of faith. Now that his physical body had become exceptionally powerful, he could really sense the existence of the power of faith. There was a total of 6 rings here. The first ring didn't have any, and the second ring didn't have any response. Lin Fei's heart sank. Could it be that there isn't any power of faith? Logically speaking, it's not possible. I'm just missing the last one. After sensing it, Lin Fei smiled. He finally sensed the existence of the power of faith. It was inside the last ring. I want this ring. The ring immediately flew over and landed on Lin Fei's hand. Lin Fei inspected it and didn't find any danger. Therefore, he went to check it himself. There was indeed a large amount of power of faith inside. The entire ring was filled with the power of faith. There was nothing else. This ring should be the most inconspicuous one among them. It was also the one with the lowest value. After all, not many people could use the power of faith. However, it was different for Lin Fei. You've already chosen a ring. I wonder if you're interested in continuing to challenge the test that I left behind. If you can pass it again, you'll be able to obtain even more powerful things. My things can't be obtained without strength. Lin Fei suddenly realized that what he got was just a consolation prize. Even if it was a consolation prize, it was still very useful to Lin Fei. It was more valuable than anything else. It turned out that there were other good things. To be honest, Lin Fei wasn't too interested in other things. However, if there was still the power of faith, he decided to ask first. I wonder if there are any treasures like the one I just saw. If there are, then I'm quite interested. If there aren't, then forget it. Lin Fei was very direct. If there were, then he would participate. If there weren't, then he would leave. Anyway, he was satisfied with his gains. Little guy, you're quite interesting. As long as you can pass the test, there are even better things like the one you just saw. No problem. Swoosh. The surrounding scenery changed. Lin Fei was instantly in a dark place. Then, he felt a dangerous aura. A figure pounced on him. This figure instantly slashed at him with a blade light. It was like a long river directly crushing over. It immediately exploded with the power of an invincible god of war. It was even at the peak of power. It really could catch people off guard. This torrent instantly crushed Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei was as still as a mountain. Next, he sent out a blast of power with a backhand. Following that, a cold light shrouded over and instantly froze the entire void. At this moment, Lin Fei finally saw what this black shadow was. It was actually an existence similar to a demon beast. After this thing moved a little, it shook off the ice. It pounced on him again. It turned out that the attack just now was caused by its claws. With a wave of its claws, it instantly blasted out a stream of light. This stream of light would get bigger and bigger, and its power would get stronger and stronger. It attacked with both hands, creating 2 torrents. After the 2 torrents converged, they instantly turned into the power of water and fire. Its power greatly increased. Chapter 49:30. Xiao Zifei wasn't killed. He escaped immediately. But he didn't go too far away from this place. He wasn't willing. So he informed the experts of the sect immediately. He decided to catch them off guard. Aren't you strong? Then I'll find more people. Let's see who's stronger. Their invincible alliance still had some strong invincible war gods. If 1 didn't work, then 2. If 2 didn't work, then 3. Anyway, no matter what, he had to take care of this guy today. A figure appeared in the sky, causing ripples to appear in the void. When this person appeared, Xiao Zifei became extremely excited. He cupped his hands towards him. "Brother Bai, you're here. It's great that you're here. You'll definitely take care of that Lin Mu. This guy is too much. We discovered the god's tomb first, but he beat us to it. He even chased us out. I really can't take this lying down." Bai Heiyuan. A special name. He was also a peak invincible war god expert in the alliance. Xiao Zifei was really happy that such an expert had come. This wasn't an ordinary peak invincible war god expert. He had fought against two of them alone and didn't lose out. He could even fight to a draw with them. So in their circle, peak invincible war gods were divided into stars. For example, this brother Bai. He was a 2-star invincible war god expert. The more peak invincible war gods one fought against, the higher one's star would be. Legend had it that the strongest was a peak invincible war god who reached 9 stars. He could fight against more than 9. There were more than imagined. At least a dozen wouldn't be a problem. Remember, they were peak invincible war god experts. As for normal invincible war gods, they would all be destroyed. They were just that strong. Such a big thing happened, I definitely had to come. Bai Heiyuan smiled faintly. Fengyun Tower's attitude has changed recently, so I'll teach them a small lesson. Xiao Zifei was happy that such an expert at the peak of the 2-star invincible war god level had arrived. The hardest to deal with here was Lin Mu. Tell me about your fight with that guy so that I can understand him better. What kind of background does he have? Xiao Zifei told him everything in full detail, not daring to hide anything at all. He even explained some of the opponent's little tricks and speculations clearly. Bai Heiyuan frowned slightly. He finally understood what was going on. Looks like this Lin Mu is quite capable. He's actually a close combat expert. It's rare to see such an expert. The more he is like this, the more our invincible alliance needs to deal with him. We can't let him continue cultivating. Otherwise, if his physical body becomes a god, that would be the most terrifying thing. That shouldn't be possible. I heard that becoming a low god with one's body is equivalent to becoming a god through strength. It's extremely terrifying. Once one becomes a low god, he would be in existence at the pinnacle of low gods. Xiao Zifei admitted that this fellow Lin Mu was strong, but he did not believe that the other side's body could become a god. What an ancient way. It was just like the power of faith to become a god in the past. Because at that time, most people used the power of faith to become a god. To cultivate a large number of believers and harvest the power of faith, there were all kinds of wars. The goal was to harvest the power of faith. As for becoming a god with one's body, it was really too rare. Bai Heiyuan said calmly, we have to guard against this kind of thing because the other side has already reached this level of potential. No wonder Fengyun Tower would be one step ahead. If we had known earlier, we would have destroyed them back then. So now is a chance. Regarding this kind of thing, Bai Heiyuan would rather kill 10,000 innocents than let one go. Once he became a god with his body, he would definitely be a terrifying existence. At the very least, it wouldn't be easy for the Invincible Alliance to deal with Lin Mu. So now was a chance. Xiao Zifei naturally did not dare to say anything. Bai Heiyuan was a very domineering existence in the Invincible Alliance. He had always been very serious when doing things. Once he was interested in something, he would definitely do it to the end. If we kill this fellow, I believe Fengyun Tower will be in pain for a long time. Don't they hope that once this fellow's body becomes a god, he will become a powerful force for Fengyun Tower? Of course, we won't let that happen. Xiao Zifei also said from the side. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun had been guarding outside. They even set up a formation. They were also worried that the people from the Invincible Alliance would come over. After all, they would not give up on a god's tomb easily. Although this god's tomb was very dangerous, it was extremely valuable. So they set up a formation. In their hearts, they believed that Lin Fei would definitely succeed. Not long after, when they sensed that someone was running towards them, they stood up one after another. The two of them ate some medicinal pills and recovered quite a bit. Even if Xiao Zifei came over, they had nothing to worry about. In fact, Xiao Zifei was the first to come over. They saw Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun at a glance. They could not help but be a little surprised. Then, they laughed out loud. Why didn't the two of you go in? Why don't you let me guess what's going on? It must be that the methods inside are too powerful and stopped you guys, right? Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun were actually not very surprised to see Xiao Zifei. However, when they saw the figure behind him, their expressions changed slightly. Naturally, they recognized him. The person behind him was Bai Heiyuan, an extremely powerful expert. Furthermore, he was a peak 2-star invincible war god. He was much stronger than them. They did not expect the Invincible Alliance to suddenly send such a powerful expert. No wonder Xiao Zifei came back. Then what is the meaning of this? Could it be that you want to fight? Sword Saint 33 coldly snorted. He was also secretly complaining in his heart. If he knew that it would be like this, he would have gone in with Lin Mu. Now, such a powerful existence had come. Even Gu Yun was the same. Don't think that they were all people from the top powers. There was still a certain difference in strength. Just the two of you are lying here. It just so happens that your Lin Mu made our Invincible Alliance suffer a loss. Then, I will let you suffer a little too. Bai Heiyuan smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, the entire sky turned dark. One could not even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 instantly used their methods. However, it was impossible to defend against these methods in the dark of the night. With a wah sound, the two of them were directly sent flying. They could not even withstand a single move. This was the difference. Too weak. Chapter 49-31. Lin Fei didn't know what was happening outside. He was fighting with the demonic beast puppet. The demonic beast puppet was indeed very powerful. The power of its claws was really terrifying. The two forces could actually fuse together and burst out with a brand new power. It also greatly broadened Lin Fei's horizons. It seemed that this lower celestial expert was really not simple. He could even leave behind such a method. No wonder he said that he was going to be tested. Even though it left a big crack on Lin Fei's body, it was really nothing to Lin Fei. Of course, he had more confidence in his physical body. I've been fighting with you for so long. There's no need to continue. I think I'd better cripple you. Otherwise, it's purely a waste of time. The demonic beast puppet guy came up again. It attacked from both sides. Just as he was about to make his move, Lin Fei slapped him with his palm. The power of this palm surged out and penetrated the demonic beast puppet with a loud bang. Its whole body was full of cracks. With a wah sound, the powerful demonic beast puppet broke into pieces just like that. I can be considered to have passed the first test. I don't know if there is a second test. Hurry up and don't waste time. Or is there a reward for each level? If that's the case, I won't have a problem even if there are 100 levels. Actually, I'm quite a nice person. Lin Fei laughed. To be honest, he quite hoped that it would be like this. That phantom appeared once again. I didn't expect you to actually pass the first level. Not bad, not bad. However, you still have to pass 2 more levels to get the reward of the test. As soon as the voice fell, another 2 demonic beast puppets pounced on him. This time, the strength of these 2 was stronger than before. Their speed was also faster. In an instant, cracks were left on Lin Fei's body. Even if Lin Fei was fast, their speed was just as fast, and their strength was just as strong. This made Lin Fei realize that these two demon beast puppets were not simple. The difficulty of the second stage had instantly increased by 100 times. If it was easy before, then it was not so easy now. If he was slightly careless, he would be killed by these two demonic beast puppets. If it had been someone else, they would have been completely annihilated by that attack. This is a test. This kind of test is interesting. I like it very much. Lin Fei had already experienced it before. Therefore, at this time, he did not think too much and directly attacked. The moment they made their move, it was a spectacular battle. Compared to before, this time, Lin Fei had to go all out. The two demonic beast puppets, who had gone all out, each lasted 7 moves before being smashed into pieces by Lin Fei. It took a total of 14 moves to defeat the two compressed puppets. After the second stage, Lin Fei was also looking forward to the third stage. He originally thought that there would be 3 demonic beast puppets in the third stage. However, he never expected that the third stage would not be demonic beast puppets. Unexpectedly, a virtual shadow appeared in front of him. This virtual shadow directly appeared in front of Lin Fei. A faint voice floated over. "You are indeed much more powerful than I imagined. It seems that you are qualified to pass the third stage. In the third stage, you either have to kill me or I have to kill you. It's that simple." Seriously. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He did not expect that the last stage would be blocked by this virtual shadow. In other words, either the virtual shadow killed him or the virtual shadow killed him. Interesting, really interesting. Then bring it on. Anyway, you have existed for a long time. It's time for you to disappear. There is no meaning in staying. The virtual shadow also said. There's one move. If you can withstand it, then you win. If you can't, then I win. Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. After all, this was left behind by a demigod. Most likely, it would be an attack from a demigod. The power of a demigod. The power of a demigod. If he were to be careless, he would be turned into ashes. The virtual shadow raised his hand. A huge sun came crashing down. This sun was getting closer and closer to Lin Fei. The sky was filled with resplendent rays of light that came crashing down. The entire void was instantly pierced through by these rays of light. Even Lin Fei was left with bloody holes. These rays of light actually pierced through his physical defenses, leaving bloody holes on his body. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had been turned into a hornet's nest. Even so, Lin Fei did not fall. He stood there steadily. Looking at the wounds all over his body, he really underestimated the power of this move. This move had definitely reached the level of a demigod. Moreover, it was a very powerful one. The straight path virtual eye also slowly dissipated. You really are on the path of becoming a god with your physical body. I wish you good luck. This was the last voice that Lin Fei heard. Then, the virtual shadow completely collapsed and disappeared. Then, a ring fell to the ground. Lin Fei hadn't expected the shadow to carry the ring around with him. What's more, the shadow had used some tricks to obtain it. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it at all unless they could withstand this move. With a thought, Lin Fei's physical body instantly recovered. Although it consumed a lot of energy, he had also seen the means of a real demigod. Perhaps even some demigods did not have such means. The move just now was indeed quite terrifying, but the harvest was also quite big. He finally got this ring. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to open it. He still recovered for a while. Then, he carefully opened the ring. As expected, this ring was not too dangerous. However, there was something inside that instantly made Lin Fei's eyes light up. Then, there was a black crystal in his hand. This black crystal was not big, it was only the size of a fist. It was covered with large patterns and looked very sacred. Lin Fei already knew what it was. This was the legendary godhead. I didn't expect that I could actually get a godhead. Lin Fei was really surprised. A godhead was a godhead cultivated by a demigod. Having a godhead meant having divine power. That was why there was a huge gap between the demigods and the invincible gods of war. No matter how much an invincible god of war cultivated, in front of a demigod, he would be killed like an ant. This was the effect of having a strong divine power. Apart from that, this godhead contained a large amount of faith energy. A godhead was completely condensed from the power of faith. Rich? Chapter 49-32. Lin Fei had never thought that he would be able to obtain a godhood here. That's right, this was a godhood, and it was a godhood formed from the power of faith. Within this godhead, Lin Fei could feel the dense power of faith. This power of faith seemed to have undergone a sublimation. Compared to the power of faith from before, it was completely different. This was definitely something that would make Lin Fei happy. If there were no surprises, this god rank expert should have walked the path of the power of faith to become a god. With these godhoods, once he refined them, he would definitely be able to improve his infinite godly physique by a large margin. Right now, he was only at the 70th level. However, once he refined this godhood, Lin Fei could even guess that his god body would improve by at least 10 levels. And this was on the lower end. If it was more, then 20 levels wouldn't be too difficult. This was a huge surprise. As for the other things, they were also quite good, but they were still far from being comparable to this godhood. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it, and let the system absorb and refine them. Instantly, a bunch of honor points appeared. These honor points were really huge. Lin Fei had really underestimated the use of these godhoods. At the same time, he understood that if he wanted to continue improving his god body, he would have to start with these godhoods. This could be considered as opening a path for Lin Fei. If it wasn't for this lower god leaving behind a godhood, it would have been really difficult for him to obtain it. If the people outside knew what Lin Fei was thinking, they probably wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you really think that a godhood is so easy to obtain? Once a godhood is refined, it can allow an expert to improve. At the very least, it can allow an expert to reach the level of a half-step divine realm expert. This is a lot stronger than a peak invincible war god. His body could already cultivate traces of god power. This was the greatest use of godhoods. However, where did Lin Fei get this idea from? He immediately started to improve. 71st level. 72nd level. 73rd level. 74th level. 80th level. 81st level. 82nd level. 85th level. 90th level. In one go, he had increased his strength by 20 levels. Even though Lin Fei had already expected it, he was still shocked in his heart. It was really beyond his imagination. His face was replaced with joy. Oh my God, I actually raised my divine body to the 90th level in one go. I'm still 10 levels away from the 100th level. This divine deity is too powerful, I've really found a golden path. Lin Fei thought that he would be able to raise it to the 80th or 8112th layer. In the end, he didn't expect it to reach the 90th layer in one go. What surprised Lin Fei the most was that his physical body seemed to have undergone many changes. Traces of a special power seemed to be born in his body. However, this power did not seem to be completely condensed. Lin Fei seemed to understand what this was. This should be the legendary divine power. This was the difference between a lower god and an invincible war god. He could kill an invincible war god with a single wave of divine power. He was a truly formidable force. Lin Fei could also feel that his physical body had already stepped into a whole new realm. Could this be the physical body of a god? In other words, it was the physical body of a lower god. Because in his physical body, there was not only a faintly discernible divine power, but there was also an illusory runes that covered his entire body. This was also something that his previous physical body did not have. Or are these the infinite God runes? In front of these runes, Lin Fei could feel the vastness and mystery of these runes. They were far from what ordinary runes could compare to. Although they were not very condensed and were in an illusory state, it seemed like they would collapse with a light touch. In reality, Lin Fei could feel that these runes should be very powerful. Apart from this, Lin Fei could feel that they were very powerful. Even with his bare hands, he was filled with terrifying power. For example, right now, if another invincible war god came over, he would be able to send him flying with one punch. One punch could make his physical body collapse. It was that simple. Although he only raised it by 20 levels, the increase in power was really extraordinary. Domineering. It seems like someone has come in. Feeling the changes in his physical body, Lin Fei suddenly frowned slightly. He could feel a figure coming over, and it was quite strong. It was an expert at the peak invincible war god level. The illusory figure is gone, so the formation here should not exist anymore. If I'm not wrong, it should be someone from the Invincible Alliance. Apart from them, Lin Fei really did not think that anyone else could come here. With their thoughts, they would definitely not be able to suppress it. They would definitely come looking for him. In the blink of an eye, two figures came in a sorry state. It was Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun. Both of them were severely injured. Along the way, the two of them did not encounter any particularly powerful spirit formations. Thus, when they saw Lin Fei, they immediately shouted, "Fellow cultivator Lin, hurry up and leave. The Invincible Alliance has shamelessly sent a powerful expert here. Both of us are no match for him." The two of them had already fought with Bai Heiyuan just now. They were not a match for him at all. They were injured in a single exchange, and this was because the other party had shown mercy, deliberately sparing their lives in order to humiliate them. A bead instantly flew over, and the entire void seemed to be shaken. A few figures came in just like that. The one walking in front was Bai Heiyuan. Behind him was Qiao Zifei. He obviously had a smug look on his face. When he saw Lin Mu, he shouted, "Lin Mu, let's see where you can go now. The experts from our invincible sect are here. Aren't you very arrogant? Even if you kneel on the ground and repent, you won't have the chance to do so." With an expert like Bai Heiyuan here, Qiao Zifei really did not think much of Lin Mu. No matter how powerful he was, could he beat Bai Heiyuan? Then he was definitely thinking too much. Bai Heiyuan also saw this young man. The Invincible Alliance had tried to recruit him before, but in the end, the other party injured their people. He did not expect to meet him this time. "If I'm not wrong, you should have taken away the treasures in the god's tomb. Otherwise, along the way here, there would have been formations triggered long ago. You wouldn't have waited until now," Bai Heiyuan said as he looked at Lin Fei. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun both stood beside Lin Fei. The treasures just now had already shaken the entire void. Even though they had not unleashed their power, they knew that it was impossible to force their way out of this place. The power of the treasures was definitely enough to make it hard for their bodies to move. This was the reason why they were defeated so quickly previously. But the other party did not have this restriction. It could be said that he had a huge advantage. Chapter 49-33. Facing such an opponent, both Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun felt immense pressure. They were no match for him. Although Daoist Lin was extremely strong, especially in close combat, Bai Heiyuan was not an easy opponent. Bai Heiyuan was not an easy opponent. Once they met, they had no chance of winning. It could be said that they could only crush Bai Heiyuan. Hence, their hearts sank. If they really fought, the three of them would not be able to defeat Bai Heiyuan. It was as simple as that. Furthermore, I suspect that it's very likely that you've obtained a godhood. Am I right? If it was in the past, it would at most be considered ordinary. However, this sentence was indeed shocking. No one knew better than them that if one wanted to advance from the invincible war god realm to the lesser god realm, the easiest step was to refine a godhead. Godheads were too difficult to obtain. Once a god rank expert was killed, their godhead would be destroyed. It was very difficult to preserve it completely. Hence, the importance of a godhead was obvious. As long as one's potential wasn't too bad, one could basically become a lower god after refining it. After becoming a god rank expert, one could no longer advance. The temptation of becoming a god rank expert was even more attractive than the invincible war god realm. This was because god rank experts had a long lifespan. Under normal circumstances, there was a high possibility of breaking through the lower god realm and becoming a middle god. Although it was difficult, there was still hope. If one couldn't even become a lower god, how could one become a middle god? It was as simple as that. And now, exploring the god's tomb was an opportunity. Some god rank experts would leave their divine bodies behind when they died. This was still possible. Hence, many people wanted to explore the god's tomb. If one was lucky, they could obtain a godhead. Bai Heiyuan's words were indeed different. It seemed like he was certain that the other party had a godhead. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun's hearts sank again. Although a godhead was very important, one had to have the opportunity to refine it. Refining a godhead would take at least 100 years. At the very least, it would take 40 to 50 years. Hence, even if one obtained a godhead, there was no chance. Xiao Zifei sneered. Did you hear what Elder Bai said? Hurry up and hand over the divine spark. That way, you'll be able to suffer less. Even the Invincible Alliance was tempted by a godhead. That was because godheads were just too hard to find. Even if you ransacked dozens of gods' tombs, you might not be able to find a godhead. There are dozens of gods' tombs for you to find. It was such a simple thing, but it might not be possible to do it at any time. Because there were too few tombs of the god of sin, and they were too difficult to find. Even when you had just found one, you would be killed by the means inside the tombs. This kind of situation could be said to be everywhere. Therefore, the appearance of a god's tomb was indeed very attractive. Once they found it, they would secretly excavate it. Or he could use a formation to seal it, and then slowly break it. If 1 year wasn't enough, then he would use 10 years. Sooner or later, he would be able to break through this god's tomb. If he was lucky enough to obtain a godhood, he would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. Situations like this were quite common. In the past 1,000 years, there were a few lucky fellows who became lower deities and directly went to the second level. But now, such a powerful god's tomb had actually been broken through, and it was very likely that the things were taken away by this fellow. Xiao Zifei realized that this was a credit. Of course, it was absolutely impossible for him to make a move. But this time, with Bai Heiyuan here, he would definitely be able to take care of this fellow. If he didn't hand over the godhood and the things he obtained here, he could forget about leaving this place. Lin Fei also laughed. This Bai Heiyuan was probably bluffing him. If it was something else, then it would be fine. However, he still couldn't say anything about the godhood. After all, a godhood could cause a bloodbath. At the very least, the experts on this side of Jiangnan would move upon hearing the news. The top experts on this level, as well as some old monsters, would be tempted. After all, this was an opportunity to break through to lower deity. The appearance of a godhood was really too difficult. Just now, Lin Fei already understood that it was really a miracle that such a godhood had come. No wonder at the last level, the shadow had stayed behind to be the last. Otherwise, he could forget about obtaining such a godhood. This was something that Lin Fei had some experience with. No matter what, it was impossible for Lin Fei to admit it. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Do you think I'm the lucky one? I can obtain a godhood just by coming to a god's tomb. You think too highly of me. Moreover, is this the attitude of your invincible alliance? If you really think that I'm so easy to bully, then go ahead and try. Don't suffer when the time comes. Now that Lin Fei's physical body had reached the 90th level, it was really abnormally terrifying. Although this fellow in front of him had a strong aura, he didn't think that it was anything special. He could test out the strength of his physical body. Bai Yuan's expression instantly became unhappy. This fellow was locked in place by his treasure, yet he still dared to speak so arrogantly. If it was an ordinary person, I would believe it. However, I have cultivated a mystique. With this mystique, I can be sure of one thing, Bai Yuan said coldly. Therefore, I think that you have a godhood on you. In that case, you have a godhood. No matter how you try to deny it, it's useless. Swoosh. That pearl-like treasure released a terrifying force and directly suppressed them. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun couldn't take it at the first moment. All of their treasures couldn't take it either. They started to bleed. You have the cheek to use such a method. Just as the two of them felt that they couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, the pressure on them decreased, and the surroundings actually turned into a vacuum. The crushing force clashed with another force, but it didn't give them any pressure at all. They also looked at Lin Fei. They didn't expect him to be so strong, to be able to withstand the pressure of this treasure with just one move. Even if they were injured, they wouldn't be able to take it. Even if they weren't injured, it would be the same. The pressure from above was getting stronger and stronger. One layer after another, it was like a huge mountain. Even Bai Yuan's expression changed slightly. This fellow was actually so strong. He didn't even use any tricks and was actually able to withstand it. Indeed, you have some ability. I wonder how many times you can withstand it. At this moment, the pressure from the treasure became even more ferocious, reaching its limit in a single breath. Chapter 49-34. Bai Yuan's technique was indeed very powerful. Once this treasure was activated, its power would come crashing down layer by layer. Layers of ripples also appeared in the void. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun could be considered to be the most affected. This was because the power of this treasure was really too strong. It kept seeping over and they started to break out in cold sweat for Daoist Lin. If this went on, they would be directly suppressed by the treasure before they could even make a move. This was where the power of a treasure lay. They could even clearly see that this was an upper-grade invincible weapon, which was also an invincible treasure. Only in this way could it explode with such great power. Wave after wave of power came crashing down like lightning snakes, constantly swimming around and circling around them. But even so, the lightning snakes were unable to get close to Lin Fei. Within a radius of tens of feet, once they got close, they would instantly collapse. Dozens, hundreds, and thousands of lightning snakes, not a single one could successfully rush in. Without exception, they were all blocked outside. If that's all you've got, then you've come here in vain. If you don't have any more tricks up your sleeve, then I'm going to make a move. Once I make a move, you won't have a chance anymore. I'm still a good person. I'll inform you in advance. Otherwise, you won't even know how you lost. Lin Fei was still calm. The power of this treasure was indeed very strong. Even an existence at the peak of the invincible war god might not be able to withstand it easily. This was a treasure that specialized in breaking the physical body. Even if one used strength to withstand it, 70 to 80% of one's strength would be suppressed. How could one use the remaining strength to fight against the opponent? With a whoosh, Bai Yuan instantly rushed in. His entire body kept moving, leaving afterimages everywhere. There was no trace of him at all. Sword Saint 33 exclaimed in astonishment. Be careful, this is the 3000 lightning movement, the most powerful speed-type movement skill. Once it is used, you will not be able to catch the real body. Sword Saint 33 was quite knowledgeable and recognized it at a glance. Therefore, he warned Lin Fei. He was afraid that Daoist Lin would suffer a loss. After all, Bai Heiyuan was not so easy to deal with. Whoosh! A figure appeared in an instant. A bolt of lightning struck down. It turned out that at this instant, Bai Heiyuan had released a powerful killer move. It was as if a long dragon was roaring angrily as it coiled up. Its 4 claws reached out and the void collapsed on the spot. This move was extremely terrifying. No wonder Bai Heiyuan was valued by the Invincible Alliance. Even Xiao Zifei had to follow him seriously. This kind of strength was indeed not something an ordinary powerhouse could resist. At this time, Lin Fei smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. This hand was very ordinary, but it was this hand that was like a mountain. In an instant, it grabbed the thunder snake's body. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts surged out of the thunder serpent and bombarded him. These lightning bolts spread along his arm, but halfway up, they were turned to ashes. Following that, Lin Fei's hand exploded. The lightning snake exploded into pieces with a loud rumbling sound. That's all? I can't even take it out. Lin Fei slapped out with his palm. This slap caused the massive void to collapse instantly. Be it Bai Heiyuan or Xiao Zifei, both of them felt a force slamming into their bodies. Swoosh! A large piece of the void turned into a black hole. All of them were turned to ashes as well. I told you to use your full strength. Unfortunately, you didn't listen. Who can you blame? Lin Fei had only used a weak technique. However, such a weak technique easily turned Bai Heiyuan, who was at the peak of the 2-star invincible war god realm, into ashes. He didn't even have the chance to cry out in surprise before he was gone. Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun, who were standing behind, held their breaths. They were unable to utter a single word. That was a peak 2-star invincible war god expert. He couldn't even withstand a single palm like this and was instantly destroyed. Just how strong was fellow Daoist Lin? Could it be that he was a top-notch lower deity? Logically speaking, that was impossible. If that wasn't the case, then his foundation was really unbelievably strong. Indeed, they were frightened. A peak 2-star invincible war god was killed just like that. He didn't even have the chance to make a sound. They were even more thankful that they were able to follow Lin Fei this time. Otherwise, they would have suffered a huge loss. They even suspected that Lin Fei had obtained a god spark here. Very quickly, they suppressed the thoughts in their hearts. There was no such thing as a god spark here. There was none. It was all Bai Heiyuan's nonsense. They had never heard of a god spark, nor did they know about it. There was no need to offend such a powerful existence for a god spark. Thank you, Dao friend Lin, for helping us. Otherwise, the two of us would be dead. The Invincible Alliance is too much. How dare they spout nonsense? Sword Saint 33 immediately said. Gu Yun did the same. The two of them's attitude towards Lin Mu had already completely changed. He was someone they couldn't afford to offend. In the Fengyun Tower, perhaps only those old monsters could compare to his strength. Otherwise, no one else would be a match for him. Even the Tower Master was the same. He really hid his strength well. We are all part of Fengyun Tower. You are being too polite. Killing a peak 2-star invincible war god from Invincible Sect was nothing to Lin Fei. It also gave him a better understanding of his physical strength. This kind of person was indeed much weaker. There are a few things here. Split them between the two of you. We can't come here for nothing. Don't you think so? He took out a few more treasures. As soon as these treasures were taken out, Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun were scared out of their wits. These were all top-notch treasures, which further confirmed one thing. All the treasures in the god's tomb had been taken. How would the two of them dare to take these treasures? They didn't do anything, but they couldn't resist Lin Fei's words. They chose the treasures. They felt even more grateful in their hearts. Fellow Daoist Lin, you killed that Bai Heiyuan just now. I'm afraid that the Invincible Alliance is even more scheming now. You have to be careful. The Invincible Alliance is capable of anything. Among the 4 top factions, they are the most shameless. They can do anything. If things go south, they might even hire experts from the Assassin's League to assassinate you. Sword Saint 33 felt that he had to remind Lin Mu. After all, it wasn't just 1 or 2 people who had suffered losses. Therefore, when the Invincible Alliance was mentioned, even experts like them were afraid. No matter how many they come, I will kill them all. It's just that simple. Chapter 49-35. The Invincible Alliance was located on the Kangmang continent. There was only one force on this continent that controlled a region. This region was called Daluo Heaven. This name was naturally given by the Invincible Alliance. This region was ruled by the Invincible Alliance, and experts were everywhere. Inside a huge palace in Daluo Heaven, there were people sitting and drinking wine. These were the higher-ups of the Invincible Alliance, and they were also some of the higher-ups and elders of the Invincible Alliance. They were all sitting together, drinking and chatting. Alliance leader, something happened. Elder Bai Heiyuan, who went to deal with Fengyun Tower, is in trouble. His soul tablet shattered just now. Besides him, Xiao Zifei and a few other experts all escaped. A figure walked in quickly, knelt on one knee and reported. The expressions of the people who were drinking immediately changed. This situation was unexpected. That's impossible. Everyone saw Brother Bai's strength. I heard that he went to deal with Gu Yun of Fengyun Tower and a guy called Sword Saint 33. How could he die? Is there a mistake? Or is it a trap? If it's a trap, then Fengyun Tower is too despicable. They must pay with their blood. They really couldn't believe that Bai Heiyuan was killed just like that. That was the strength of a peak 2-star invincible war god. It was a little hard to believe that he was gone just like that. The person who was called Alliance Leader was the leader of the Invincible Alliance, Bei Wudi. He was a true genius. When he was young, he could almost be said to have dominated the entire continent. He was a man dressed like a scholar. He put down the cup in his hand and said indifferently, "Our Invincible Alliance hasn't suffered such a huge loss in a long time. Since it's related to Fengyun Tower, let's use our Invincible Alliance's treasure to pull out Elder Bai Heiyuan's soul. We'll know what's going on." His voice was neither soft nor loud, but it was filled with terrifying majesty. The higher-ups and elders all knew one thing. That meant that the Alliance leader was very unhappy and angry. This meant that someone was going to be unlucky. A sword treasure flew out and shone brightly. Then, a huge screen appeared. Bei Wudi stood up and formed a seal with both hands. A strange power spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a spot of light appeared on the mirror. More and more of these spots of light gathered, and in the blink of an eye, they gathered together. This was an invincible treasure of the Invincible Alliance. And it was an invincible treasure of the highest quality. Although it was of little value, its effects were indeed terrifying. It could summon the souls of the dead back, and this mirror was called the Departed Soul Mirror. Only powerful people could summon the souls of the dead. They could know the cause and effect in a short period of time. Of course, some secret realms or tombs of the God of Sin could not do that. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be a problem. As soon as the treasure was activated, more and more specks of light filled the sky, and a figure appeared just like that. This person was none other than Bai Heiyuan. Bai Heiyuan was stunned for a moment before recovering. "Alliance Master, you have to take revenge for me. I was killed by that Lin Mu from Wind and Cloud Tower. That guy hid his strength and he also has a divine deity. It was a simple sentence, but it was enough to move the expressions of everyone present. Godhood. That was a treasure that any invincible war god would want to obtain. It can't be, that guy really got a divine deity. If that's the case, then I finally understand why you, Elder Bai, were killed by him. This is too infuriating. I went through more than 10 tombs of the god of sin and didn't find a divine deity, but Wind and Cloud Tower found one so quickly. The expressions of these people turned completely unsightly. Everyone present had gone to explore the tombs of the god of sin, but compared to Lin Mu, they were really far behind. Bei Wudi's expression also changed as he looked at Bai Heiyuan. What you said is true. That Lin Mu from Wind and Cloud Tower really has a divine deity. A divine deity was too important. Even Bei Wudi was moved. The Invincible Alliance was very strong, but it wasn't the #1 faction among the 4 top factions. If they got their hands on a divine deity, the situation would be completely different. Their overall strength would increase by a lot, and they would be able to suppress the Abyss Hell and become the #1 faction among the 4 top factions. I guarantee that it definitely has a divine deity. You also know that I cultivate a special mystique. If I say it does, then it does. I've never been wrong. Please avenge me, Alliance Master, and kill that guy. You're a member of the Invincible Alliance, so of course I'll help you kill that guy. Not only that, I'll even help you kill that Sword Saint 33 and Gu Yun. Bai Heiyuan's figure on the departed soul mirror dissipated with a whoosh, completely disintegrating. He really died. The departed soul mirror only lasted for a short while. Bai Heiyuan's strength was a little weak, so he couldn't hold on for too long. Even so, everyone realized that something big had happened. Alliance leader, let me lead a team to capture Lin Mu. Although he was able to kill Bai Heiyuan, who was a 2-star invincible war god, he must have used some tricks. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. The higher-ups and elders present all began to volunteer to go out and fight. He had to make a move to capture Lin Mu. That was a divine deity, and it would be a great achievement. When the time came, they would be able to obtain a large amount of resources. Most importantly, they would have the right to fight for the final ownership of the divine deity. This was what made them the most excited, because many of them had the right to obtain the divine deity and become a lower god in a single step. Then the 3 of you will go to Fengyun Tower together and ask the Tower Master to hand over the person. Otherwise, don't blame the Invincible Alliance for being impolite. Remember, don't mention the divine deity. Bei Wudi obviously wouldn't interfere in such a matter. He immediately arranged for 3 higher-ups and elders to go. They were all experts at the peak of the invincible war god realm. The strongest among them was a 5-star invincible war god. He could be considered one of the top 10 experts in the Invincible Alliance. The other 2 were 4-star Invincible Alliance. They didn't believe that they wouldn't be able to capture Lin Mu this time. Of course, they knew that they couldn't go there with the divine deity. They could only say that Lin Mu killed there Bai Heiyuan and they were there to take revenge. If the Tower Master didn't hand the divine deity over, they would use force. After obtaining a divine deity in the god's tomb, Lin Fei's strength increased greatly. His physical body directly reached the 90th layer. As soon as he returned, Lin Fei began to flip through information regarding divine deities. Chapter 49-36. Lin Fei was indeed flipping through the information regarding godheads. There was quite a lot of information about the divine spark, and it was intermittently available. After flipping through it, Lin Fei also knew that in the past, if one wanted to become a lesser god, the first step was to condense a godhead. Wanting to condense a godhead was not an easy thing to do. It was extremely difficult. Therefore, if one wanted to become a lesser god, a godhead would require a large amount of power of faith. This was also why Lin Fei's physical body suddenly reached the 90th level after refining a godhead. It was really beyond imagination. There were even signs of divine power in his body. Although it wasn't very obvious, Lin Fei knew that with the power of divine power, he could easily kill an expert at the peak of the invincible god of war realm. Whether it was a 1-star expert or a 9 stars expert, they wouldn't be able to withstand the power of divine power. After reading the information, Lin Fei also realized that it wouldn't be easy for him to obtain these godheads again. Previously, it was like a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. He was considered lucky. It wouldn't be so easy to obtain godheads again. Right now, I'm still 10 levels away from the 100th level. If I rely on the power of faith alone, I probably won't be able to reach it in a short period of time. Therefore, if I want to rush to the 100th level in one go, I'll need godheads. If I want another godhead, I'm afraid it'll be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Naturally, Lin Fei also realized the difference between the 90th level and the 100th level. After reaching the 100th level, there would be a huge change in his physical body. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He decided to go to Fengyun Tower's Hall of Merit to take a look. That was a place that was specially opened for them. Here, they could accept large and small missions, and they could also investigate all kinds of information. It could also be considered a benefit for experts like them. Of course, they would have to spend a certain amount of contribution points. Even top-notch experts would have to use contribution points to exchange for a certain amount of credit, a certain amount of information, and a certain amount of clues. Lin Fei quite liked this method. Everyone had a good impression of Lin Fei, this new expert, especially after they heard that he had caused the Invincible Alliance to suffer a huge loss. As for how much they had suffered, no one knew. In any case, from Gu Yun's words, everyone knew that this Lin Fei was much stronger than they had imagined. In this way, the strength of their Fengyun Tower would be even stronger. The stronger Wind Cloud Tower was, the more confidence they would have when they traveled outside. It was equivalent to having a backer. Ordinary people would have to consider the price they would have to pay if they wanted to make a move. This was the benefit of having a strong team. Elder Lin, do you have any arrangements for today? This was where the information on the godhood was obtained. The people here only knew Lin Fei. As soon as he saw Lin Fei, he took the initiative to greet him. This was an elder of Fengyun Tower. I want to know where I can find the godhood. I think our Fengyun Tower should have such information. Lin Fei took out a token. The token was quite special. It could be used to search for any information within a certain range. It was just that Lin Fei had not used it much. This time, he felt that he could take it out. There was not much change in the expressions of these people. They said very respectfully, "Elder Lin, please wait for a moment. We will immediately help you find out if there is any information in this area." Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Information like this could not be found in a short period of time. As long as there was a clue, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. After a while, the person returned with a document in his hand. Our Fengyun Tower still has information on the whereabouts of the godhood. These are all places that can produce godhood. You can take a look, but only here. As long as there was information, there was no problem. Lin Fei directly entered a room not far away. These rooms were specially built for them to look at the information. There was no need to worry about being infiltrated or spied on. The information was very simple and not very detailed. It could only be said that there was a certain probability of godhood appearing. Of course, to Lin Fei, as long as there was a certain probability, it was fine. However, the probability was too low. Only about 10% to 20%. The highest was about 50%, which made Lin Fei quite disappointed. Places like this were no different from trying their luck. These places seemed to be more dangerous than he had imagined. He looked all the way. Lin Fei almost rejected all of them. It would be a waste of time to go to such places. Eternal Land. Lin Fei quickly saw one of the pieces of information. He frowned slightly. It did pique his interest. This place was called Eternal Land. It sounded different from the name. This information was much more detailed than the previous ones. A battlefield in the Eternal Land. Without the strength of a demigod, it is impossible to enter. Damn, the requirements are quite high. A demigod is a half-step lower god. They should be able to cultivate a trace of god power in their body. Just like me now, I have cultivated at least 100 traces of god power. Lin Fei sighed inwardly. One had to know that to become a lower god, one had to cultivate 10,000 traces of god power and godhood in order to become a lower god. It didn't sound difficult, but in reality, it was quite difficult. Especially in terms of god power. There were strong and weak demigods. It all depended on how much god power you had. Take Lin Fei for example. Although he only had over 100 strands of divine power, his physical body was already capable of slowly cultivating out divine power. It was just a matter of time. After all, Lin Fei's physical body was very different now. Lin Fei made sure to remember this immemorial land. As Lin Fei continued to read, there didn't seem to be anything special about these places. After looking through them all, Lin Fei committed this immemorial land to memory. He returned all the information. Lin Fei left, but in his heart, he was already thinking about this immemorial land. This was the only place that he felt had a chance of producing a godhead along the way. That was because that place was very mysterious and terrifying. One had to be at least a demigod to enter. Lin Fei's current strength could be considered a demigod. Although he hadn't fought a real demigod, ordinary demigods shouldn't be a match for him. The aura of the Invincible Alliance is here. Are they here for me? Before he returned to his residence, Lin Fei sensed that someone from the Invincible Alliance was here. Although they hadn't gotten close to Fengyun Tower, Lin Fei already had a karmic connection with them. Hence, he felt it immediately. Whoosh! Lin Fei's figure disappeared from Fengyun Tower. Chapter 49-37. At this moment, there were indeed people coming. The three experts of the Invincible Alliance directly rushed towards the Invincible Alliance, but their movements were not very fast. This time, they were here to find trouble with Lin Mu. As for the others, they did not intend to attack. If that was the case, there would be big trouble. Even if they attacked, they would be very careful. As long as Lin Fei left Fengyun Tower, he would naturally be their target. Otherwise, they would not dare to attack him directly. Fengyun Tower was not to be trifled with, they might even suppress them. They did not want to encounter such trouble. Elder Gao, I think it's not difficult to deal with Lin Mu. We just need to capture one of the people from Fengyun Tower and threaten him to come out. Then, we can set up a formation and naturally take him down. An expert at the peak of the Invincible War God realm said. Gao Fei was the leader this time, and he could be considered as one of the top 10 experts in the Invincible Alliance. This time, he naturally had absolute confidence in dealing with Lin Mu. That's a good idea. As long as Lin Mu comes out, naturally there will be no problem. We can't just kill our way in. Gao Fei was also quite confident in his own strength. If you asked him to kill his way into Fengyun Tower, it would definitely be impossible. The difference was too big. Fengyun Tower's powerful formation alone could weaken his strength. When that time came, they would not be a match for him at all. Not to mention anything else, they would not be able to withstand a continuous battle, so they could only fight outside. Invincible Alliance, you actually came to find trouble with me again. Do you think I'm easy to bully? At this moment, Lin Fei's figure directly walked out of the void. Gao Fei and the other two peak Invincible War Gods' expressions instantly changed. They did not expect that before they could find him, he would actually come to them first. Could it be that his senses were so strong? All of a sudden, their hearts sank. This guy seemed to be much stronger than they had imagined. That wasn't a good sign. So you are Lin Mu, that couldn't be better. This time, you killed an expert of our invincible alliance, come with us. A large hexagram formation directly flew out. It landed on Lin Fei's head. Beams of divine light shot down from the sky, freezing the void in an instant. Even Lin Fei's cultivation level seemed to have dropped after the beams of divine light struck down. I know you're strong, but I've brought the treasures of the Invincible Alliance with me this time. This formation is used to suppress your strength. The two experts at the peak of the Invincible War God stage waved their hands. A rope flew out and wrapped itself around Lin Fei's body with a dazzling golden light. So this was also a treasure of an invincible war god. It was specially used to tie people up. Once tied up, no matter how strong one's body was, they would not be able to break free. Not to mention the fact that his power was being suppressed. This time, when they came to capture Lin Fei, they used some tricks. They would not recklessly clash head-on. They more or less knew that this guy was very strong in close combat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed by He Yuan. Therefore, they came prepared. They used a formation and a treasure right from the start. It seemed like the effect was quite good. It seems like you came prepared. As expected of the Invincible Alliance. You came with a formation and a treasure of an invincible war god. You're really rich. This method was indeed quite powerful. At the very least, ordinary experts at the peak of the Invincible War God stage would not be able to withstand it. However, it was a pity that the Lin Fei they met this time was different. Although the hexagram formation was very powerful and suppressed his cultivation level in an instant, the ropes on his body were also binding his physical body. But now that his physical body had reached the 90th level, it was naturally different. The Invincible Alliance's methods are naturally not something you can imagine. Now, come with us. One of the ropes moved, as if it was going to pull Lin Fei away. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei's golden chains flew out. The other one did the same. He raised his hand. His palm slammed into the six-pointed star formation, and with a crash, the six-pointed star formation was sent flying. The beams of divine light that landed on Lin Fei's body were also blasted away. Then, it collapsed in mid-air. This is still too far away. Gao Fei and the other two experts at the peak of the Invincible War God stage instantly felt their hearts tremble. The counterattack landed on their hearts and made their blood flow chaotic. Oh no, we still underestimated this guy. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a cold light enveloped them. Everywhere it passed, the void was directly frozen. This time, the great freeze that Lin Fei used was even more powerful than before. It was infused with traces of divine power. Even though the three of them instantly activated their treasures, they still could not stop it. It enveloped them. In an instant, they were actually frozen. They couldn't believe it at all. Even Gao Fei was the same. He was the strongest among them. However, even the strongest among them was unable to withstand the power of the frost and was directly frozen. The power of the frost seeped into his flesh and blood, and he could not resist it at all. Since you are looking for trouble with me again, then I shall send you away. Let the Invincible Alliance know that I am not so easy to bully. No matter how many come, I will take care of them all. A ray of saber light instantly slashed down. No! The three of them screamed. Unfortunately, they still could not stop the saber from slashing down on them. They were immediately beheaded. As expected, now that my body has become stronger, so has my strength. Furthermore, with the support of the strands of divine power, the power of any of my moves has become even stronger. I wonder what the Invincible Alliance is planning this time. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei kept the bodies of the three of them, leaving no traces behind. Then, he punched the void, and everything within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles collapsed instantly. All traces were directly wiped out. At this time, even if a great expert came, they would not be able to find any traces. Everything was destroyed by Lin Fei's violence. After dealing with the three of them, Lin Fei directly used great instant movement and returned to Fengyun Tower. Fengyun Tower's array formation was dispensable to him. Without any effort, he returned to his residence. The more Lin Fei thought about it, the more useful great instant movement was. This matter was thrown to the back of Lin Fei's mind. Right now, he only wanted to understand the Eternal Land. Information alone was not enough. He had to continue investigating. Chapter 49-38. Killing a few experts was nothing to Lin Fei. But for the invincible alliance of Daluo Heaven, it was not a good thing. Bei Wuди was alerted immediately. He had arranged for Gao Fei and the others to capture Lin Mu, but he did not expect such a big thing to happen. In the blink of an eye, Gao Fei and the other two invincible gods of war had fallen. When they received the news, Bei Wudi and the rest of the higher-ups could not believe it. It had only been a short time, and they had received such bad news. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. Outrageous, how could Lin Mu be so bold to kill Gao Fei and the others? It must be a trap, it must be Fengyun Tower's doing. It must be a trap. Otherwise, with Gao Fei and the others' strength, how could they be killed so quickly? This Fengyun Tower is too much. Leader, I suggest that we immediately go to Fengyun Tower to seek justice. Otherwise, the Invincible Alliance will not be able to take this lying down. It could be said that the higher-ups of the Invincible Alliance would not be able to take this lying down for a while. After all, 3 invincible gods of war had been killed, and Gao Fei was dead. The other 2 did not matter, but Gao Fei's death was a different story. This Fengyun Tower was too hateful. Of course, Lin Mu was also very hateful. Otherwise, they would not have suffered such a big loss. Bei Wudi's face was cold and ugly. This was completely different from what he had imagined. It was really too different. An expert like that was gone, just like that. It was not easy for an invincible god of war to appear, let alone one who had reached the peak of the invincible realm. The death of one was a big loss. Bei Wudi's first thought was to take revenge. If that was really the case, wouldn't it satisfy Fengyun Tower's wish? Of course, Bei Wudi would not fall for it. If that was really the case, wouldn't it satisfy Fengyun Tower's wish? Of course, Bei Wudi would not fall for it. He was even more certain that this was a trap made by Fengyun Tower. They had deliberately used Lin Mu as bait, and foolishly fell for it. This was definitely an unforgivable thing. We have to think about this matter carefully. Wind Cloud Tower has obviously tricked our invincible alliance this time, and that Lin Mu too. There was no way Bei Wudi would leave just like that. Of course, his hatred for Fengyun Tower only grew stronger. He decided to have a good chat with the Union of Assassins. At this time, no one is allowed to find trouble with Fengyun Pavilion. Since Fengyun Pavilion can scheme against us, we can naturally make Fengyun Pavilion suffer a great loss. On that day, Invincible North left the Invincible Alliance and headed for the League of Assassins. Lin Fei was not very clear about all this. He had been flipping through all the information related to Godheads, and of course, there was also information related to the Eternal Land. This was especially true for the Eternal Land of Eternity. Fortunately, the Stormhouse's information was more complete, so he had a deeper understanding of the Eternal Land of Eternity. He even found a few seniors of Fengyun Tower. All of them had been to the Eternal Land, and had experienced many dangers. Fear still lingered in their hearts at the mention of the Eternal Land. In their words, the Eternal Land of Eternity was a land of death. It was difficult to come out after going in, and they had gone through untold hardships to come out alive. Even so, they had suffered injuries that had yet to recover. This gave Lin Fei a better understanding of the Eternal Land. This Eternal Land was truly dangerous. Even after entering, they still had no idea what the situation inside was like. They were completely clueless about what was going on inside. They did not have a complete understanding. Lin Fei was a little disappointed, but he knew that the Eternal Land of Eternity was a battlefield of the past, so it was naturally not simple. The more it was so, the more Lin Fei wanted to go in and take a look. If he could find a godhead, then his physical body would directly advance to the 100th layer. Although he was only 10 layers away, there was a definite difference between the 90th layer and the 100th layer. This was something Lin Fei was very certain of. I heard that Daoist Lin plans to go to the Eternal Land. On this day, the Stormhouse Lord came over. The moment he opened his mouth, it was about the Eternal Land. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. After all, the Stormhouse had asked many experts about the Eternal Land, so he only needed to make a slight guess to know what he was thinking. That meant that he was going to the Eternal Land. Lin Fei nodded his head. I'm quite interested in the Eternal Land, so I'm going to take a look. Could it be that the House Lord has some information or knows something? The Stormhouse Lord was indeed surprised. It never crossed his mind that this Lin Mu guy would be interested in the Eternal Land not long after arriving. Even if it was him, he wouldn't dare to enter that place rashly. Nothing good would come out of it, and he might even die inside. Actually, there's nothing worth going to that place. It's too dangerous, and it's really a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. Most people wouldn't go there unless they had no hope of breaking through. You're still young, and your potential is limitless. There's no need to go to such a dangerous place. Lin Fei understood what was going on. The Stormhouse Lord was probably trying to dissuade him from going to the Eternal Land. However, for Lin Fei, he was different from others if he wanted to increase his strength. Thus, he could only start from other places. The appearance of a godhead gave Lin Fei a direction. It would be too much of a pity if he didn't seize this opportunity, and the Eternity Land was the only place he could take this chance to do so. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Some of my cultivation techniques are quite unique, so it's related to the Eternal Land. No matter what, I have to go and take a look. Moreover, it might not be a good thing for me to stay in the Stormhouse. It won't be long before the Invincible Alliance comes knocking on my door. I killed a few of their experts not long ago, and one of them was called Gao Fei. Lin Fei had no intention of hiding this matter. But to the Stormhouse Lord, it was definitely a shocking piece of news. For a moment, he didn't dare to believe it. You killed the Invincible Alliance's Gao Fei. If I'm not mistaken, that guy's name should be Gao Fei, and he came looking for trouble with me. So, if I go out now, it's equivalent to pulling away the hatred. Otherwise, I'm afraid our Stormhouse will have a lot of accidents. The Stormhouse Lord snorted coldly. The Invincible Alliance dares to do that. Chapter 49-39. The Storm Tower Lord had indeed come to persuade Lin Fei not to go to the Eternity Lands. Because the Eternity Lands was different from other places, it was extremely dangerous. It could be said to be the most dangerous place in the great world of gods. It was extremely difficult to come out alive after going there. These people from Fengyun Tower had all gone out for a round. Even so, they had gone through untold hardships to come out. However, it had also affected their strength and affected their breakthroughs. Now, they practically had no more potential to break through. Therefore, the Storm Tower Lord naturally didn't want Lin Fei to take the risk. If he had the time, it would be better to go somewhere else to think about other things. However, after hearing Lin Fei's words, the Storm Tower Lord hesitated for a moment. Naturally, he understood one of the things. They probably really had some tricks up their sleeves. No one could guarantee that they would succeed. Therefore, Lin Fei going to the Eternity Lands was actually a good thing. It was worth a gamble. Of course, the Storm Tower Lord could also see that Lin Fei was different from others. Since he said he wanted to go to the Eternity Lands, the possibility was very high. No one could stop him. The other party's cultivation was indeed mysterious, possessing such strength at such a young age. Even Gao Fei wasn't someone anyone could kill. In the Storm Tower, the number of people that could kill Gao Fei could be counted on one hand. If you're planning to go to the Eternity Lands, then you need to be careful. I heard that there are a few old fogies preparing to go to the Eternity Lands to look for opportunities to break through to the next realm. Make sure you don't run into them, otherwise, there'll be trouble. Before leaving, the Storm Tower Lord told Lin Fei a piece of news. Lin Fei was slightly surprised when he heard this news. He didn't expect that there would really be people going to the Eternity Lands. Moreover, they were old things. Needless to say, there were some who had reached the peak of the invincible war god realm. If they wanted to reach the lower god realm, even if they couldn't, they had to at least reach the demigod realm. Perhaps they were already in the demigod realm, which was why they wanted to break through in search of a fortuitous encounter. This was because a demigod's strength was already very strong. If one wanted to enter the Eternal Land, they would need to be at least a demigod strength. This news was quite useful to Lin Fei, so he was mentally prepared. They did not prepare for long. Lin Fei made his way to the Eternal Land. This time, he wanted to experience the Eternal Land to his heart's content. If he was lucky, it would be great if he could find a divinity. If he couldn't, it didn't matter. After all, luck wasn't that great. At the very most, he would just have to search one place after another. He would always be able to come across a divine spark, even if the chances were too slim. With his current demigod abilities, it was still a piece of cake for him. Lin Fei was rather confident about this. After a few teleportations, Lin Fei arrived on the other side. Now that his great teleportation technique was at the point of perfection, it was the most suitable for traveling. That's not right, that's not right. That Lin Mu seems to have already left Storm Tower and appeared on the other side of the world. Damn, what method did he use? Could it be that he has grasped a spatial technique? Outside Fengyun Tower, two figures appeared. His brows were slightly furrowed. If someone was here, they would definitely be able to recognize him. They were the famous assassins of the Assassins' League, and they were gold assassins. At the very least, they were at the peak of the invincible war god realm. Without this kind of strength, they couldn't meet the requirements of a gold assassin. Of course, other than that, they had to kill a lot of experts to reach this standard. Therefore, once a gold assassin made a move, it was extremely dangerous. This time, they had accepted the mission to deal with this Lin Mu. However, before they could even see him, he had already disappeared. They had already caught the other party's traces. However, the other party had been inside Storm Tower, so they did not kill their way in. One had to know that Storm Tower was one of the top 4 forces. Although they were gold assassins, they would not openly kill their way in. What they liked to do the most was to attack from the dark, catching the other party off guard. However, this time, they had clearly targeted Lin Mu, but he had left Storm Tower in the blink of an eye and appeared on the other side. He was very far away from them, and his aura was also faintly discernible, giving them a fright. There was no such information. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have waited outside. They would have definitely left some means to find him. Now, they could only follow his position and search for him. That Lin Mu went southeast. These two gold assassins were very ordinary, and they didn't have any deep impression of them. However, the more ordinary they were, the more difficult it was to guard against them. Because people that you couldn't remember at a glance were the most terrifying. Because you would never know this person's origin, because you wouldn't have any impression of them. Southeast, I remember that the most famous place in that direction should be the Eternal Land. Could it be that this Lin Mu went to the Eternal Land? His guts are too big. The two of them looked at each other and immediately understood. Perhaps this Lin Mu was heading towards the Eternal Land. They really couldn't figure out why this guy would run to the Eternal Land. Going there was no different from throwing away one's life. Could it be that he was deliberately luring them there? But no matter what, the two of them decided to chase after him. They had to get rid of this guy. They came here with a mission, and they absolutely wouldn't allow any mission to fail. Lin Fei teleported a few times and arrived at the other end. This end was a bit more remote. The southeast direction wasn't a lively place, and there weren't as many experts as one would imagine. From time to time, there would be some evil people appearing. Lin Fei didn't have much understanding of these people, and he didn't really like them. He was only heading towards the Eternal Land. He could faintly sense that there was a very terrifying place in front of him. The closer he got, the more he could sense it. Several days later, Lin Fei arrived at the end of the southeast direction. In front of him was a black world, as if it was isolated from the world. It was clear at a glance. Lin Fei knew that this place was the Eternal Land. The black mist isn't simple. No wonder it requires the strength of a demigod to enter. Just this black mist can heavily injure an unparalleled battle god. As soon as he arrived, Lin Fei could feel the power of the black mist. It was indeed more powerful than he had imagined. No wonder not just anyone could enter. Unless one had a top-grade treasure, they could only watch helplessly. Chapter 49-40. Even before entering the Eternal Land, Lin Fei could already feel the danger ahead. It was definitely the most terrifying place. No wonder one couldn't enter without the strength of a demigod. Going in was akin to throwing away one's life. But to Lin Fei, this place gave him hope. Once he found a godhead here, his physical body would be able to break through the limit of 100 layers. At that time, his physical body would become infinitely stronger. No matter what, he had to go in and take a look first. Whoosh! Lin Fei's figure rushed into the black mist. The black mist instantly erupted with a dazzling attack. It directly hit Lin Fei's body. Not only was the black mist strong, but it also had the ability to corrode and penetrate. Anything that entered this place would be corroded by the black mist. As expected of the Eternal Land, a terrifying existence. The black mist is too powerful. With such a layer of black mist blocking the way, not anyone can barge in. It's a pity that you've run into me, Lin Fei. You can only stare at me helplessly. A loud rumble resounded in the air. Lin Fei's physical body smashed into the black mist, forming a vacuum zone. No matter how the black mist attacked, it couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. Just like that. As Lin Fei moved forward, the black mist seemed to have a mind of its own and attacked him from all sides. However, it couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. The entire process didn't take long. In just an instant's time, Lin Fei passed through the black mist. Once he passed through the black mist, ruins appeared in front of him. There were many palaces in the ruins, but it was filled with a quiet atmosphere. This was the Eternal Land. It was a little different from what Lin Fei had imagined. Another youngster. Looks like we have cannon fodder again. Lin Fei heard a voice the moment he rushed over. Following that, a huge palm came crashing down. This palm was as big as the sky, covering the sun. It was like a black cloud that grabbed downwards. The entire void seemed to have been frozen. This move was not simple at all. Lin Fei immediately knew that this was the work of some old monsters. These old monsters were all demigod powerhouses. If they wanted to advance further, they could only come here to take the risk. Cannon fodder? Who are you calling cannon fodder? Lin Fei laughed heartily and slapped him with his palm. Clashing with the palm. With a rumble, the palm flew back. The space beneath Lin Fei had also collapsed. However, it recovered in an instant. It was evident that this space was very different from what it used to be. It was extremely tough and impenetrable. In the distance, a few figures cast their gazes over. It turned out that there were 3 figures not far away. All 3 of them seemed a little surprised, especially the old man who had attacked. His expression changed countless times. With a thought, Lin Fei appeared on a ruin not far from them and looked at them. I don't know if you plan to use me as cannon fodder. If you do, then I won't be polite. At most, we'll have a fight here. I've heard that the eternal land of eternity is filled with danger. If something happens, none of us will have a good ending. The strength of these 3 people was very deep and vigorous. It was faintly discernible. There was no need to guess that they had the strength of a demigod. When they looked at Lin Fei, their eyes were filled with fear. Not everyone could withstand the palm of the person who attacked just now. Moreover, it required a certain level of strength to come in from the outside. Of course, treasures could also be used. Who are you? You look unfamiliar. The one who spoke was the old man who attacked just now. This old man had a cold and gloomy aura. Of course I'm here to seek opportunities. Aren't you guys the same? Lin Fei replied indifferently. For these people, there was nothing to worry about even if they had the strength of a demigod. After all, their strength was incomparable to his. Lin Fei could feel the aura of God force in their bodies. There shouldn't be a lot of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. These few demigods shouldn't be very strong. Lin Fei's indifference made the 3 demigod experts very wary. They had never met someone so young before. Stop pretending. Take my attack first. The old man who attacked just now waved his hand and sent a wave of energy over. This energy turned into a divine light, and a shadow appeared in the divine light. A palm strike was sent over. The power of this palm strike was very strong, reaching the demigod realm. It was also used to test the guy in front of them. If it was a young fellow who was frightened by them, it would really be a joke. They were all demigod powerhouses. It was very rare to see such a young demigod. Therefore, they didn't believe that there was such a demigod existence. Therefore, they decided to test him. When the divine light that filled the sky came over, the power was really terrifying. Even an expert at the peak of the undefeatable war god would be killed in a moment. This was because this attack contained God force. It also contained God force. Such a method was indeed very terrifying. Not just anyone could withstand it. Facing the attack, Lin Fei waved his hand indifferently. The power of his physical body crushed over like a torrent. When they collided with the divine light was instantly smashed into smithereens. He flew all the way to the front of the white-haired old man. A huge bell appeared in front of the white-haired old man. With a bang, the power of the sound wave came back. It easily dissolved the power of Lin Fei's attack. However, it also made them realize that this young man really had the strength of a demigod. Now, their faces turned even uglier. They didn't expect that there would be such a young demigod. It was obvious that behind this young man was a powerful family. Moreover, it must be a top-notch existence. As old monsters, they naturally knew which top-notch factions were in the first layer of the great world of the gods. Of course, there were some powerful existences that could even communicate with the existences in the second layer. Could it be that this was another young master who came down to train? If that was the case, it was understandable. After all, it was too difficult to reach this realm at such a young age. Other than envy, there was nothing else they could do. I don't know if you want to continue testing me. I can fulfill your wish. Chapter 49-41. None of them dared to make a move to test the other party's strength. Even though Huang Xiaolong didn't use any special means, his pure strength was enough to scare them. There was a high possibility that this person was from the other side. Only they had the ability to do so. The Eternal Land had always been the most mysterious place in the universe. Hence, people would come here from time to time. They would come to the Emperor of Eternity's land to search for fate. The Eternal Land was the best place to search for opportunities. As for other places, it was impossible to do so. We didn't know that young noble was here. It was a misunderstanding. The first to speak was the white-haired old man who made a move earlier. He was sweating profusely in his heart. The young man in front of them was actually a demigod. This was quite unbearable. How long had they cultivated to reach the demigod realm? Yet, the other party had reached this realm at such a young age. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. This young noble, it was all a misunderstanding. The three of us were just joking. The three of us are willing to compensate you. The other two also started to speak apologetically. In truth, they were really afraid that the young man would make a move. Even though they were three demigods, it would be difficult for them to suppress the other party. Who knew if the other party had any treasures? Most importantly, they couldn't defeat the demigod from the other side. The other party was young, and if he had treasures in his hands, he would definitely be able to crush them all. This was the most unbearable thing for them. Looks like the three of you like to capture cannon fodder to experiment on. Why don't I capture all of you as cannon fodder? Lin Fei harumphed coldly. Naturally, he knew that they had misunderstood him, and that he wasn't from the other side. However, this also made Lin Fei realize that people from the other side would come to the Eternal Land from time to time. Otherwise, these old monsters wouldn't know about this matter. This could be considered a secret. The three of them really liked to capture cannon fodder to explore the way. It was quite useful at the crucial moment. This time, when they saw Lin Fei barging in, they thought that he was just cannon fodder. Even if he used treasures, he would still be cannon fodder. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that he would actually be a demigod. The thoughts in their hearts had changed. The three of them laughed dryly. You're lucky. I don't want to fight with you today. Otherwise, I won't let you have a good time even if we fight until the heavens fall and the earth shatter. Lin Fei snorted coldly. You three old things are probably trying to break through to the demigod realm. Give me a copy of all the information you have, and we can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, we can give it a try. There was a loud bang. Divine light surged around Lin Fei's body, and his aura became exceptionally fierce. The three old men glanced at each other and didn't say anything harsh. They just copied the information in their hands and threw it at Jianghu. They all fell into Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei was quite pleased with himself. Unknowingly, he had obtained a few documents. They didn't dare to play any tricks here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this now. They would have already fought with him. They just didn't have the guts. They didn't have the confidence to win. Lin Fei really wanted them to fight. That way, he could have a good fight. Unfortunately, they didn't have the guts, so they could only be regarded as missing an opportunity. Lin Fei didn't talk to them anymore. He found a place casually and began to flip through these documents. The three old men were also quietly discussing at this moment. It seems that we're in trouble this time. I didn't expect that people from that side would also come. If the first one comes, I'm afraid that the second one will come. The first one who came has the strength of a demigod. If 2 or 3 more come, then it will be much more difficult for us to find treasures inside this time. God really doesn't give us a way out. We've finally found some clues, but I didn't expect that people from that side would already know about it. The three of them were all old monsters who had cultivated to the demigod realm. However, it was really too difficult for a demigod to become a lower deity. They didn't have much lifespan left. This time, it was considered as a gamble. If they missed this opportunity, then it would be completely hopeless for them. However, they never expected that there would be a demigod who had originally thought that there were only 3 of them. They could still fight with a demigod. Of course, the chances of winning were not high. However, if there were a few more demigods, then they wouldn't be able to fight at all. Now, the only thing they could do was to rely on luck. They hoped that they could try their luck when the time came. If they were lucky, then they would naturally get the opportunity. If they were unlucky, then there was nothing they could do. However, this also made the three of them more certain of one thing. At that time, no matter what, they must stay together and must not be separated. Once they were separated, they would be killed one by these demigod young masters. Lin Fei was flipping through their documents. As he flipped through them, Lin Fei found some clues and seemed to understand why they were here. It wasn't surprising that there was an old monster demigod. However, there were 3 demigod old monsters together, so they must have found something. So, they want to enter the deeper level of the eternal sacred ground to seek opportunities. Then, you are the real battlefield. Lin Fei already knew the cause and effect. Originally, he thought that he was here to try his luck. Now, it seemed that his luck had really come. 3 demigod experts had come here. It was for the eternal sacred ground. The battlefield of the eternal sacred ground was also a training ground. It was built by the number 1 expert of the eternal sacred ground with great means. It was used as a test for the disciples. However, there was an unforeseen event later on and no one knew about this place. Therefore, it was really rare for these 3 demigod experts to know about such a place. I didn't expect that we would come in time. The eternal sacred ground hasn't opened yet. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out as a figure walked out from the void. Even the tough void started to tremble slightly at this moment. At this moment, Lin Fei felt a vast aura coming from the void. Following which, a figure appeared. In that instant, Lin Fei realized that this person was most likely coming from the other side. In other words, it was the second level of the great world of the gods. It was said that one could go from the second level to the first level. However, it was impossible to go from the first level to the second level unless one had reached the peak of strength. He didn't expect that he would really meet one today. This eternal sacred ground should be more special than he had imagined. Chapter 49-42. As soon as this voice appeared, the 3 old men were the first to change their expressions. They could feel the terrifying aura here the most, and they all exclaimed in their hearts. Another demigod expert had come. Previously, such a young man came, which shocked them and made them wonder if a second demigod would come. However, they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, another demigod would come. It was another young man. He really made them feel great pressure. Originally, they couldn't handle one, and now another one came. It seemed that entering the eternal sacred land this time would not be an easy thing. Perhaps the competition would be very fierce, and there might even be a second demigod, a third demigod, and a fourth demigod. In the blink of an eye, this person arrived above the ruins. This was a guy in black armor. His expression was cold, and his eyes fell on the 3 old men, full of disdain. Then, his eyes fell on Lin Fei. This should be the eternal sacred land. The few of you are quite strong. It just so happens that I need a few followers by my side. If you follow me, I guarantee that you will have a good life. The voice of the person in black armor was magnificent, full of an irresistible feeling, directly crushing over. A layer of brilliance instantly appeared in front of the 3 old men. In an instant, they trembled, and the 3 of them subconsciously took a step back. On the contrary, the power on Lin Fei's side seemed to not exist, and just passed through Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei didn't move at all, but in his heart, he also knew that this demigod-level young man was quite strong. Oh, you have some strength. Are you unhappy? It's your blessing that I like you, and you still have the nerve to put on airs here. The young man in black armor snorted coldly, and an illusory building directly appeared behind him. In the building, there was an illusory face, faintly showing great terror and danger. The 3 old men's expressions changed again. Originally, they had already felt the strength of the other party just now. At this time, after seeing the illusory building behind the other party, they felt even more terrifying. Young master, you misunderstood. We really don't have the honor to follow by your side. They were all demigod powerhouses, so they naturally had to be a little thick-skinned. If they were to follow the other party just like that, wouldn't they become a laughingstock? Previously, he had already embarrassed them. Now, there was another one. Although they were polite now, they were still very fearful in their hearts. Interesting, interesting. The strength of the three of you is indeed mediocre and you're about to die of old age, but you're not bad. The black-armored youngster looked at Lin Fei. Although this young man didn't seem to be in the demigod realm, he was exuding a dangerous aura. For him to be able to stand here, he was naturally a demigod expert. Is there something wrong with your brain? Do you think someone as young as me would follow you? I'm quite curious. Are you sure you came from the second floor? It wasn't easy for him to meet someone who had come down from the second floor. Of course, Lin Fei was very interested. If he could understand it clearly, he might be able to understand it in advance when he went to the second floor in the future. He couldn't possibly go there in a daze. Lin Fei's words made the black-armored young man unhappy. He was someone from the upper realm, yet these people from the lower realm dared to question him? What an ignorant frog. The black-armored young man snorted coldly on the spot. This snort was like a huge bell, rumbling loudly, and ripples appeared in the surrounding void. Shut up. People from the lower realm like you don't have the right to say such things. Now, I'll give you another chance. Be my follower or not. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Why should I be your follower? With your strength, you don't have the right at all. But if you're my follower, I'll still be able to accept it. You're courting death. The black-armored youngster threw a punch over. This punch was like a meteor. Lin Fei smiled faintly and met it with a punch. You're not the only one who knows how to make a move. I know how to do it too. There was a rumbling sound. The movements of the two collided in an instant, and they were actually evenly matched. It seems like your strength isn't that great. It's just barely passable. You still have the nerve to put on airs here. Lin Fei casually attacked just now, so his strength wasn't considered strong. However, he knew that the other party had already displayed 70% to 80% of his strength. Although they were both demigods, the strength of the person in front of him really made Lin Fei disappointed. It seemed like demigods weren't that strong. Just from this exchange, the black-armored youngster realized the strength of this young man. He didn't expect that this young man could actually withstand his move. Moreover, it was the same move without any tricks. Hey Yen, let me tell you. With your strength, don't even think about suppressing whoever you want. Because you don't have that capability. Whoosh. Another passage appeared in the void. Another figure walked out. It was also a young man. He was dressed in white, and his sword aura was overbearing. With one look, one could tell that he was a sword Dao expert. Illusory sword shadows appeared around him, as though they could be activated at any time. The three old men's expressions changed again. Someone from the Sky Sword sect. The young man in white looked over indifferently. You guys have good eyesight. That's right. I'm from the Sky Sword sect. The guy called He Yen roared furiously. By Jianqiu, don't be too proud. It's not like I can't defeat you. If you have the guts, let's have a fight and see who wins. If you don't have the guts, then you're just a coward. He Yen was the name of this black-armored youngster. When he saw Bai Jianqiu, he indeed felt pressured and fearful. This was because the disciples of the Sky Sword sect were all top-notch sword Dao experts. Their swordsmanship was outstanding and extremely terrifying. Especially Bai Jianqiu, who was also a great expert among the younger generation. No one expected that he would actually come down to the eternal sacred land. Today isn't the right time. If it was another time, I would at least have a fight with you. Don't you think so? Bai Jianqiu smiled faintly. Even though it was just a slight movement, the sword intent around him surged crazily. It was like a sharp divine sword that was ready to be unleashed. It could kill the enemy at any time. Lin Fei, who was on the other side, could clearly feel the sword intent contained in this guy called Bai Jianqiu. It was unknown how long this sword intent had been accumulated. It was probably getting heavier by the day. If he were to unleash a move, it would be a top-notch ultimate move. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen such a move. Sure enough, the people in the upper echelons were different. Bai Jianqiu, Hey Yan, since you guys are here, how can I miss out? The passage opened again. Chapter 49-43. Who would have thought that after Hey Yan and Bai Jianqiu would come? These two demigod experts made the three old men tremble in fear. After all, their potential couldn't compare to these people. Who would have thought that after two came, another one would come? It seemed like his strength wasn't inferior at all. It was another demigod-level expert. Lin Fei was glad that his physique had reached the 90th layer. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss in the Eternal Land. The two people who came down were extremely strong. Following that, another figure appeared. This figure was even more burly and tall. After coming out, even Bai Jianqiu and He Yan seemed to have a certain degree of fear. So this was the most powerful person. Killing God sects Zhao Xian, I didn't expect them to arrange for you to come down. He Yan looked at this person with fear. Lin Fei also knew this person's name. Zhao Xian from the Killing God sect. It seemed like this Killing God sect wasn't simple. To be able to use such a name as a sect, one could imagine how strong they were. Even the three old men were the same. At this moment, there was a huge change. They more or less knew some news. No matter if it was the Heavenly Sword sect or the Killing God sect, they were both very powerful. They weren't people they could fight against. He subconsciously distanced himself from him. He wanted to hide as far as he could before anything else. Otherwise, if these demigods attacked them, they might really become cannon fodder. After all, they more or less understood the temper of the people above them. They would never take the people below them seriously, even if they were demigod experts. This time, they really came at the wrong time. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have come. But now, they didn't dare to leave in front of these demigods. That's right, it's me, Zhao Xian. Such an interesting thing, of course I have to come down and take a look. Don't the two of you welcome me? Of course, the two of them weren't welcome. After all, this Zhao Xian's strength was a level higher than theirs. They really didn't have the confidence to fight him. Especially in the Eternal Sacred Land. Looks like you guys are a little timid. The Eternal Sacred Land has to rely on strength to be king. If you guys aren't strong enough, you'll naturally have to stand aside. Don't say that I bully you guys. Zhao Xian laughed. This time, he was filled with pride and arrogance. It's not that easy to break into the Eternal Sacred Land. It's good that you don't die inside. We can't wait for you to die inside. In this way, there will be one less expert in the younger generation. Bai Jianqiu said coldly and casually found a place to sit down. That's right. Often, the most powerful people die the earliest. I'm also looking forward to this day. He Yan also found a place to settle down. Zhao Xuanshuang's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. He also found a place to sit down. Lin Fei could feel Zhao Xian's killing intent towards the two of them. He was afraid that if they met again in the Eternal Sacred Land, they would have a big fight no matter what. Others might not be able to see it, but Lin Fei saw it clearly. That's good too. They're dogs fighting each other. I'll go look for it myself. Then, everyone remained silent. The three old men also stood in the distance. However, they didn't dare to leave because such an opportunity was too rare. As for the remaining Bai Jianxiu, He Yan, and Zhao Xian, they were all the same. They all closed their eyes to rest, but they were all paying attention to every movement here. Lin Fei was the same. He also closed his eyes to rest. Although the three demigod experts were more powerful than the three old men, Lin Fei was not afraid at all. He really wanted to have a good fight with these three. Among them, Zhao Xian's strength should be the strongest. Moreover, he had a super terrifying treasure with him. That terrifying aura was really a very powerful treasure. One could imagine how terrifying this break door was. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. No one else came down. Lin Fei originally thought that more people would come down. After all, the eternal sacred land looked extraordinary. He didn't expect only 3 people to come down. Later, he understood in his heart that even if the people above wanted to come down, they would have to pay a big price. It was not easy to let the 3 demigods come down. Hoping for more people to come down would require more capital. If it was not a sect with strong financial resources, it would be impossible to do this. It couldn't be better that no one came down. Although there were 3 more demigods, no, it should be 6 more demigods, Lin Fei was confident that he could get what belonged to him from the eternal sacred land. A golden light suddenly lit up, and then the range became bigger and bigger. A looming palace appeared in the ruins in front of them. As soon as this palace appeared, the people who were resting with their eyes closed stood up one by one. The eternal reincarnation has finally appeared. Zhao Xian's tone was also a lot more excited. He stared at the palace in front of him. Even Lin Fei didn't feel the appearance of such a palace. This was because he had already sensed that there was no existence in this area at all. He never expected that a palace would appear at this time. It seemed to be called the eternal reincarnation. Could it be referring to this place? The more it was like this, the more Lin Fei felt that there was something unusual about it. This palace maintained such an illusory appearance. No one rushed over immediately. It seemed that they knew that there must be danger around. Until a few days later. This palace became more and more solid. Everyone's expression changed a lot. It was conceivable that they would be able to enter soon. Lin Fei was not anxious. If they didn't go in, then he wouldn't be anxious to go in either. He was not interested in being a pathfinder for others. When the palace was completely solidified, a figure was the first to go over with a whoosh. The first one was Bai Jianxiu from the Sky Sword sect. A ray of sword light instantly shot out. He Yan also turned into a cloud of black fog and directly rushed over. On the contrary, Zhao Xian, who was at the back, was not anxious. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the entrance of the palace before they could take the first step. Sorry, I have already cultivated a unique movement technique. You guys should just drink the wind behind me. The door was smashed open, and he rushed in. No one expected that Zhao Xian would actually be the first to enter this palace. After him was Bai Jianxiu, and then He Yan. The last one was Lin Fei. Chapter 49-44. Lin Fei realized that he was wrong. It turned out to be the eternal Samsara Palace. Lin Fei was standing at the entrance of the palace. He could clearly feel that the palace was different. In particular, these 5 words were like the words of a peerless expert. They were invincible, domineering, and insufferably arrogant. Lin Fei also realized why Zhao Xian and Bai Jianxiu did not dare to barge in. He was afraid that the palace had not fully appeared. Once they came in, they would be killed by these 5 words. The possibility of that happening was quite high. Lin Fei had cultivated the great karma skill, so he could naturally sense it. If one were to force his way through, the 5 words would transform into 5 divine abilities and kill him directly. Even a demigod would be powerless in front of the 5 words and would be killed immediately. He stepped into the eternal Samsara Palace. Lin Fei's field of vision changed completely. He had never imagined that there would be a huge spatial array set up here. In front of this space formation, even Lin Fei could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a small house. The house was very simple and looked more like a small guest room. However, such a study room made Lin Fei feel a terrifying aura. Is this the first stage? Lin Fei knew that the eternal Samsara Palace was not simple, but he did not expect it to be interested in the first test the moment it entered. He tried to open the door, but the door seemed to be fixed with a layer of terrifying power. Even if Lin Fei went all out, he could not move it for a while. He finally understood why he was sent here. This eternal Samsara Palace was really interesting. He did not know which big shot had set it up. Lin Fei gave up on the idea of leaving. Although he still had the great teleportation skill, since he was here, the big shot probably had other means. Disregarding everything else, the spatial array just now had left Lin Fei in disbelief. It was absolutely powerful. One could only imagine what kind of spatial array it was. Therefore, the big shot should be a top-notch existence. Whoosh, whoosh. All kinds of views appeared. Following that, he saw an illusory figure. This figure was extremely illusory, and he couldn't see it clearly. However, Lin Fei could sense that this was a supreme expert. This was a thought left behind by the other party. Even though it was just a thought, it had the power of a demigod. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying demigod. Even if Lin Fei wanted to destroy this demigod-level thought, he would have to go all out. Otherwise, it would not be easy. Welcome to the eternal Samsara Palace. Those who can come here are all God's favored ones. This is your first test. I've left a divine sense in this house. If you can comprehend it, you can naturally open this house and leave. Otherwise, you can only leave. The eternal Samsara Palace doesn't need weaklings. The faint voice was filled with boundless majesty. Then, the shadow disappeared. The study was still the same ordinary study. However, the words just now made Lin Fei realize that this was the first stage. After all, it was called the eternal Samsara Palace. It wasn't that easy to gain some benefits from this place. Otherwise, they wouldn't have set up such a spatial array. It had indeed caught him off guard. There's a divine power left here. Seems like I have to look for it. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and began to calm down. He wanted to feel what the divine power was like. At the same time, he used the Great Karma skill. The Great Karma skill might not be effective elsewhere, but it produced a wonderful reaction here. Because Lin Fei had karma with the eternal Samsara Palace, there would more or less be some clues. This was the mystery of the Great Karma skill. Lin Fei stepped on the ground. With a loud bang, power surged out. Then, everything in the study was crushed by Lin Fei's skill. It was crushed continuously, even in the depths of the void. Then, a ray of golden light appeared. It was a ray of light. It was as if a dazzling will had come over. Lin Fei knew that this should be the first divine power left behind by this expert. It was indeed terrifying. After the finger was pointed, the void seemed to be frozen. Then, the finger of the divine power touched Lin Fei's body. The finger of the mystic art landed on Lin Fei's body. Countless defenses were activated at this moment. Then, they started to shatter and shatter. Countless defenses appeared at this moment. Then, they kept shattering and shattering. As expected of a divine ability left behind by a powerhouse. The power this time should be able to kill a demigod powerhouse. It won't be easy to resist it. It seems like this powerhouse has a different mindset. He said that he could let you go, but in the end, this divine ability can directly kill you. It's not some kind of enlightenment at all. As a result, Lin Fei had to be careful around this big shot. This guy's words were quite unreliable. It was obvious that he was bluffing. After all, he was a super expert. And he was bluffing. If he had been caught off guard, he would have killed him. With a click, the door opened. Even though the divine power of the finger was invincible, it did not cause any damage to the study. This gave Lin Fei a certain understanding of the material of the room. He opened the door casually. Once he opened it, Lin Fei could feel the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then, he walked out step by step, and the world changed. Lin Fei appeared on a small path. This path was not very big, but he could see the large and small palaces around him. What surprised Lin Fei the most was that this place was like a mountain. The higher one went, the higher the building. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that I can only get better things as I go up. Lin Fei's current position was relatively lower. Lin Fei did not care much. As long as there was a certain level of godhood in this place, it would be fine. Therefore, he directly used the Great Karma spell and began to sense it. With this sense, Lin Fei felt that this place was filled with layers of barriers. These barriers were very mysterious. Lin Fei's Great Karma spell was directly blocked. He could not sense the existence of the godhood at all. Even the physical body was the same. Good Lord, it was afraid that someone would cheat here. It seemed that he could only rely on himself step by step. Chapter 49-45. This place piqued Lin Fei's interest. This was because he should be able to feel many seals in these places. These seals were very strong and filled with terrifying power. From time to time, he could feel some of the seals exploding. Without a doubt, the few of them had started to make their way over. After all, this was a small test. To Lin Fei, it wasn't very difficult and anyone could pass it. As long as one was in the demigod realm, one wouldn't be at such a disadvantage if they were a little more careful. Lin Fei was prepared to search for more people nearby. He could also feel that the other people's positions were similar to his. They weren't too high up, which meant that it wouldn't be easy to go up. This place was no different from going up to the sky. One could say that every step he took would cause a lot of commotion. Lin Fei was the first to arrive at an herb garden. That's right. Lin Fei's luck was pretty good. There was a huge herb garden nearby. There were also seals in the herb garden. Lin Fei observed for a while. Since no one was coming over, he naturally gave it his all. With a loud rumble, the restriction also erupted with power. Such a powerful seal forced Lin Fei to give it his all. Naturally, the seals couldn't withstand his full strength. There was a gap. Then, he entered the herb garden. This herb garden was filled with heaven and earth treasures. They were quite old. For example, the flower on the left was actually tens of thousands of years old. As soon as Lin Fei got closer, the flower actually released its supernatural powers, although they were all instinctive. Good fella, but it had reached the 9 stars war god realm. This was the innate talent of flowers and plants. However, Lin Fei raised his hand and withstood the attacks. He then plucked the flower. Lin Fei wouldn't miss such a heaven and earth treasure. Hence, he collected them first. He might even be able to trade them in the future. Lin Fei was very clear about this. The herb garden wasn't very big. It seemed like there was more than one herb garden like this in the eternal Samsara palace. He didn't know if this part of his was good or not, and he couldn't guarantee it. Along the way, even if these treasures had the ability, they still couldn't beat Lin Fei. Along the way, Lin Fei collected about 12 heavenly treasures, all of which were quite aged medicinal herbs. Among them, the oldest one was actually 200,000 years old. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. This place was indeed a land of opportunity. If such a 200,000-year-old medicinal herb was placed outside, it would be extremely difficult to obtain it. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this 200,000-year one. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the top of the herb garden. Lin Fei also came up with the idea of taking a look. He didn't want to miss any opportunities. As soon as he came up, he smelled a strong fragrance. He saw a blooming blood-colored flower at the top of the slope in front of him. This flower was completely different from what Lin Fei had seen before. It actually contained rays of divine light. These divine lights turned into runes and circled around the flower. In fact, Lin Fei could vaguely see a shadow in the flower. It was the shadow of a person. In other words, this flower would become a flower demon in a short period of time. If it became a flower demon, its strength wouldn't be weak. These divine lights could tell that it would at least have demigod-level strength. Good heavens, I've finally found a powerful heavenly treasure. This thing was definitely good stuff. He calculated in his heart. This flower was at least 500,000 years old, close to 1,000,000 years old. It was no wonder such an existence could become a demigod-level existence once it transformed. It was indeed powerful. Lin Fei was tempted. No matter what, he had to snatch this flower back. This was a really good thing. There were many people who wanted it outside. If the essence of this flower was refined and absorbed, it would definitely be of great benefit to those invincible gods of war. For Lin Fei, it really didn't have any benefits. His body didn't have much use for refining this flower. But for others, it would be of great use. They would definitely pay a high price for it. Lin Fei directly rushed over to the flower. The divine lights directly flew over in the form of flowing lights. The divine lights were like swords, incomparably sharp. Even with such a method, it could barely reach the demigod level. As expected of an existence that was about to transform. Lin Fei could even sense the fluctuations in the flower's emotions. Clearly, it was also very angry. Stop struggling. I've taken a liking to you. You won't have the chance to play any tricks. Just obediently become a medicinal ingredient in my hands and contribute your usefulness. Lin Fei laughed, raised his hand, and pressed down with his fingers like the sky. The divine lights collided with it, but it couldn't do anything to Lin Fei's palm. Although it was just a gentle press, it contained the purest physical strength. The divine lights bombarded the palm, but it didn't have any effect at all. Then, a figure walked out of the flower. It turned out that this flower already had a certain level of intelligence. It even transformed into a figure. At this moment, she felt how terrifying this palm was. Even her divine skills couldn't do anything to this palm. The palm pressed down like the sky. The flower demon could feel the aura of death. "Senior, please spare me." The clear voice was filled with fear and unease. From the very beginning, Lin Fei knew that this flower must have gained sentience. It just didn't say anything. It probably thought that its methods could take it, but in the end, its palm couldn't. After all, Lin Fei's physical body had reached the 90th level. It wasn't that simple. Even if the other party had demigod-level abilities, it had only mastered some of the more ordinary methods. It couldn't unleash its full power. Even if it did, Lin Fei could easily suppress it. "A little demon like you is of no use to me at all." Lin Fei smiled faintly. The palm continued to press down. With a loud rumble, the divine lights kept collapsing. Even the illusory figure was on the verge of collapsing. "Senior, please spare me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to follow you. I know where the best things in the eternal Samsara palace are. I've heard the experts talking about it." The flower demon was anxious. If she didn't stop the other party, she wouldn't be able to take it. Her body was already cracking. When it really came down, it would be over. Chapter 49-46. Lin Fei was a little tempted by the flower demon's words. After all, the eternal Samsara palace was really quite different. He found a flower demon that was about to take human form here. Once it took human form, it would have demigod-level abilities. It was really unimaginable. It was needless to say how terrifying this place was. It was probably the same for the other herb gardens. This made Lin Fei even more cautious. It would be great if there was someone who knew. His fingers were like a mountain, and he casually withdrew them. The struggling flower demon heaved a long sigh of relief. "Thank you for sparing my life, Senior. Thank you for sparing my life." Perhaps it was because the mountain-like 5 fingers had disappeared, the flower demon could finally take a breather. It was really too oppressive. The other party's attack had seriously injured a demigod-level expert like her. Her body was almost injured too. It wasn't easy for a flower demon to cultivate to where she was today. She had been living in fear every day for so many years. Fortunately, this was the eternal Samsara Palace and no experts would come in. Although there would be occasional experts, they weren't too interested in the herb gardens. Over time, she had cultivated for close to 1,000,000 years. That was how she got to where she was today. If her body was injured, she wouldn't dare to imagine what would happen. She would definitely be finished. If it was any other time, she might be able to recover slowly. However, it was a little difficult here. The difficulty wasn't just any ordinary level. Now that the other party had shown her mercy, she heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't have to worry about anything anymore. "Remember what you said. If I find something good, I'll refine your flower demon. It's a pity that you've cultivated for so long. Do you remember?" Lin Fei's words were not loud but they were full of pressure. Lin Fei didn't take the words of a demigod-level expert seriously. He was only merciful because the other party knew something about the eternal Samsara Palace. Otherwise, he would have killed her. After all, this demigod-level flower demon was not as powerful as she had imagined. Suppressing it was not an easy task. "Senior, don't worry. I know this place very well. I don't know what you want. If so, I should know where to find it. Because this place is divided into 4 regions, north, south, south, east, and west. The things in each region are different. These are the things left behind by several experts after a great battle. We demons who have taken human form basically know about it." Lin Fei liked to hear this. He did not expect the eternal Samsara Palace to have such a distinction. "I want this godhead. Do you know if the eternal Samsara Palace has it?" Previously, Lin Fei had already obtained a piece of divine deity, so he naturally needed to obtain a second piece of divine deity. If there was a third piece, that would be even better. The flower spirit trembled slightly. It was indeed quite unexpected. "If you want this thing, then I can barely hear some divine deity. Maybe there should be some in the Supreme Pavilion. He has to take a detour in the Eastern District." The flower demon said cautiously. It was Lin Fei's turn to be delighted. He did not expect the eternal Samsara Palace to really have a divine deity, even though it was definitely not that easy to obtain. Lin Fei still wanted to take a gamble. "Lead the way. I hope you don't play any tricks. I can easily kill you." Lin Fei believed that this flower demon fellow would not lie, let alone play any tricks. This was because her real body could not leave at all. The flower demon was already at a crucial moment. Lin Fei even helped to set up a formation. The formation hit her real body all of a sudden. Of course, it also captured her. As long as the flower demon had any ideas, she could control the formation and kill the flower demon from a distance. Without a certain level of strength, she could really kill anyone. This was where the flower demon was helpless. The flower demon flew over and landed on Lin Fei's shoulder. "Senior, head this way. It's a very dangerous passage. There are all kinds of magical powers and tricks. You have to be careful." With the flower demon leading the way, it was much easier for Lin Fei. At the very least, he would not leave in a daze. Moreover, the Supreme Pavilion seemed to be very powerful. Lin Fei was filled with anticipation. As expected, there was a path up. It was filled with divine powers. Without a certain level of strength, one would not be able to go up. The flower demon initially thought that no matter how strong this senior was, he would not be able to go up so easily. She did not expect him to go up so quickly. Those divine powers could not stop him at all. The Supreme Pavilion was getting closer. Boom! There was a loud rumble. A few auras exploded from a palace not far away. It was quite a commotion. Lin Fei frowned slightly and seemed to understand what was going on. Perhaps someone had already entered the palace. What's that palace? Lin Fei asked. I remember that place is a weapon pavilion. There are some weapons inside, big and small. There are invincible weapons. I heard that the most powerful should be top-grade invincible weapons. It can't be considered a good place. As expected from the flower demon. After staying here for so long, she didn't even care about invincible weapons. Lin Fei thought that it was a place, but when he heard that it was a weapon pavilion, naturally, he wasn't interested. Even if it was an invincible war god weapon, a top-quality one, it wouldn't be able to break his body. Lin Fei's body was just so strong, so he decided to head to the Supreme Pavilion. He walked for a long distance. Lin Fei's movements slowed down. Not long later. After breaking through several more restrictions, a palace appeared in front of them. The word Supreme Pavilion appeared in front of Lin Fei's eyes. Before it even reached him, the aura surged over. Good fellow. This Supreme Pavilion was definitely written by an important person. Every word was a divine ability, and it was as though a super powerful being was sitting there with his legs crossed. This kind of method was really rare. The flower demon obviously felt a wave of fear. Supreme Pavilion is in front. There are many treasures inside and they are much more valuable than the weapon pavilion below. It is just that it is hard to enter. The flower demon said in a low voice. She seemed to have thought of something. Senior, you have to be prepared. There might be a divine pavilion inside, but there might not be one. Because a supreme pavilion like this has been visited by others before. As for the situation inside, I have no idea. The flower demon was afraid that if he couldn't get the god divinity, he would vent his anger on him. When that happened, he would be in trouble. Lin Fei smiled. If there is a god divinity, then it is good. If not, then continue to search. Aren't you familiar with this place? Chapter 49-47. When he came to the front of the Supreme Pavilion, Lin Fei wasn't in a rush. He had to slowly see what kind of good things there were in the Supreme Pavilion. He couldn't come here for nothing. He hoped that he could get a god's divinity. If he could get a god's divinity, then his physical body would be able to break through to grade 100. He felt that if he broke through grade 100, then he would get a special reward. All along, he had high hopes for his leisurely leveling system. It definitely wouldn't be as simple as he thought. It was just that he hadn't met the requirements. Now that his physical body reached grade 100, it would probably be a small requirement. Or rather, it would be a small activation requirement. How could Lin Fei miss such a chance? No matter what, he had to try. With a loud explosion, Lin Fei punched the door in the distance. Lin Fei's punch landed on the door in the distance. He did not even enter. Lin Fei's power was extremely condensed and firm. It smashed onto the door. A bright light gathered and an illusion appeared. The illusory figure gently stretched out his hand and flicked it at the energy. After that, the power started to crumble. Then, a second and a third time followed. In the blink of an eye. A palm flicked 5 times and Lin Fei's power was finally deflected. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. As for the flower monster on his shoulder, she was shivering in fear. She had never expected that the door would be so hard to open. Before this, she had only heard about it. She didn't expect that she would face such a situation when she came. It was really different than what she had expected. Another challenger. Your strength is not bad and you can enter the Supreme Pavilion. But before that, you have to take one strike from me. The door will only open if you can. If not, then you don't have the right. The illusory figure that came out said indifferently. Then, he raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning turned into a lightning dragon that spiraled over. The lightning dragon was really quick and it was hard to block. Lin Fei was prepared. After all, it shouldn't be so easy to enter the Supreme Pavilion. He didn't move like a mountain. He slowly sent out a palm strike. This palm strike was like a torrent of wind, directly blocking the lightning dragon. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard as they collided continuously. The might of the lightning dragon was also extremely strong. Lin Fei's strength was actually unable to suppress his opponent for a moment. When it was only a few inches away from him, it finally disappeared completely. In the end, he still couldn't resist Lin Fei's power. This made Lin Fei's heart tremble slightly. He knew that it would not be easy to enter the Supreme Pavilion. He did not expect this power to be so strong. It was obvious that the other party had suppressed his power to the demigod realm. However, the demigod realm was still much stronger than him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this now. Congratulations, you are qualified to enter. He calmly said. Then, the phantom completely disappeared. The door slowly opened. The flower demon standing on his shoulder let out a happy cry. Senior, congratulations on successfully entering the Supreme Pavilion. No one knew better than the flower demon that it was not easy to enter the Supreme Pavilion. The senior in front of him was more powerful than he had imagined. No wonder he could not withstand the power of the demigod realm. Could it be that this senior was a lower celestial? That must be the case. Only a lower celestial could easily withstand the power of a demigod. If Lin Fei knew what the flower demon was thinking, he probably didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he be a lower celestial? Of course, if he went all out, he would probably be close to the level of a lower celestial. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be possible. The difference was too great. The door opened. Lin Fei stepped in directly. The door slowly closed again. Not long after, another 3 figures came over. It was the 3 old things. They were in a sorry state, but when they saw the Supreme Pavilion, they were obviously delighted. Ha ha ha, our luck is not bad. I didn't expect to find the Supreme Pavilion. There should be good things inside. It won't be the same as the Weapon Pavilion, right? We were almost finished. I have a piece of information on the Supreme Pavilion. I heard that there seems to be godhood here. As long as we get it, our strength will naturally increase by leaps and bounds. The 3 of them had the same expression. One must know that they were not interested in anything else when they came here. Other than elixirs and godhood, they were not interested in anything else because they wanted to break through their realm. If they did not break through their realm, it would be useless to increase their strength. It was too difficult to become a lower celestial. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed in the demigod realm. When Lin Fei entered the palace, he realized that the palace was indeed a little grand. There were balls of resplendent light everywhere. These resplendent lights had strong power and strong seals. It was really beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Even the flower demon's horizons were widened. Senior, there are balls of treasures in the light. As long as we break through these seals, we will be able to get a ball of treasure. As the flower demon's voice fell, the starlight that filled the sky gathered and another figure appeared. Congratulations on entering the Supreme Pavilion. If you want the treasures in the Supreme Pavilion, it's very simple. As long as you can break through my attack and withstand 1 move, you can obtain 1 treasure. If you can withstand 2 moves, you can obtain 2 treasures. If you can withstand 3 moves, you can obtain 3 treasures. The appearance of this phantom caused Lin Fei to be a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a thing. Looks like the treasures in your Supreme Pavilion are not that easy to take. There's a shadow outside and another shadow inside. Lin Fei laughed. He already knew that it was not that easy to take something from the Supreme Pavilion. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the Supreme Pavilion. He didn't expect that there would be a demigod rancor here. That's right, the shadow in front of him had reached the demigod level. Furthermore, it was the most powerful one among the demigods. Every single item in the Supreme Pavilion is incomparably precious. Although it cannot be compared to the Supreme Pavilion above, it is still very different from the items outside. Therefore, as long as you have the ability to withstand one of my attacks, you will get one treasure. If you can withstand 10 of my attacks, naturally, you will get 5 treasures. You can have all the treasures here as long as you want. The incomparably dignified voice was filled with absolute pride. Lin Fei laughed. You're quite confident with your words. I wonder if there are divine deity inside. I'm not interested in other things, but I'm interested in divine deity. It's good to have ambition. Then, it depends on how many moves you can take from me. There are divine deities, but you have to be able to take it. Chapter 49-48. Lin Fei was really surprised to encounter such a situation here. Of course, it was more of a pleasant surprise. He had heard it clearly. As long as he could withstand this guy's attack, he would naturally be able to get the godhood. He didn't believe that this guy would lie to him. That could only mean that there was definitely a godhood in the Supreme Pavilion. This thing was really of great use to Lin Fei. Whether he could advance further would depend on this godhood. Lin Fei waved his hand gently and the flower demon flew far away, not daring to come any closer. Even the flower demon had never been to such a place. He only heard some experts talking when they passed by and knew that there were a lot of things in this place. However, he didn't expect that there would be such a powerful expert here. Oh yes, let me ask you something. If I kill you with a punch, will it count? Lin Fei's gaze became extremely serious. Just like that, he looked at the phantom. The shadow laughed out loud. Although I have suppressed my strength to the demigod realm, I am still the strongest existence among the demigods. Although your physical body is quite strong, it will be very difficult for you to kill me. If you can kill me, then you can randomly choose 10 of the treasures here. Even if it's a godhood, I can give you 10 godhoods. Perhaps it realized that Lin Fei was quite interested in this godhood. The shadow became more and more talkative. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Since you said it, then I will make my move. Take this. Lin Fei had always liked to be proactive and not passive. Since the other party thought that he had the strength, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't be polite. He directly attacked with one move. This was the most common mind projection. This move was a little powerful. However, this time, Lin Fei realized that this shadow was much more powerful than he had imagined. Lin Fei executed it, but the other party dodged it in an instant. This made it impossible for Lin Fei to exert his strength. It was as if he had punched a cotton ball, and his strength had been dispersed. The phantom closed up again, and a faint voice floated over. Not bad, not bad. Your technique is quite powerful. This is a technique that specializes in breaking the flesh. I didn't expect you to be able to grasp such a technique. It has really opened my eyes. This move didn't work. After that, Lin Fei knew that if he wanted to kill this guy, he would have to go all out. There was a loud rumbling sound. The power came crashing over. Boundless frost followed closely, and the void was instantly frozen. Even the flower demon in the distance, who was only a phantom, could feel how terrifying this cold light was. Even though he was a demigod, he still felt afraid. If his opponent had used this move right from the start, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. This young senior was really too powerful. The mysterious man faintly raised his hand. As soon as these forces approached him, they were stopped by a force. Now, they were unable to move even an inch forward. At this moment, Lin Fei directly came to his back and punched. The power of this punch was much more domineering. It was also Lin Fei's all-out punch. It was the power of his physical body that was instantly mobilized. This punch instantly became very terrifying, like a punch of death. The mysterious man finally saw the power of this punch. With a flick of his finger, he had blocked the first round of attacks. Then came the second finger. Then, he retreated. I didn't expect this to be your true strength. Even if a real demigod met you, you wouldn't be able to do anything. The illusory figure kept retreating. Lin Fei's punch was very domineering. It was a close combat technique. He kept pestering his opponent. He didn't believe that the mysterious man could last for so long. Lin Fei wasn't joking. Suddenly, Lin Fei's punch turned into a palm. As he opened his palm, a divine light flashed and slapped on his opponent's body. At this moment, Lin Fei mobilized all his divine power. After all, Lin Fei still had a lot of divine power in his body. It was just that he had restrained it well before. Even this guy probably wouldn't have noticed it. During this time, he instantly turned his fist into a palm and made a terrifying palm. This palm slapped on the mysterious man's body with a bang. When the mysterious man was halfway through, he couldn't exert any more strength at all. Cracks spread all over his body. Then, with a loud bang, the silhouette collapsed. The power of this palm was very invincible. Even the flower demons were trembling in fear. He finally knew the strength of this senior. He was probably at the demigod level. In front of this palm, even 10 demigods wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. They would be killed directly. How could there be such a terrifying existence? I wonder if I have one now. Lin Fei didn't intend to use the divine power that he had stored so easily. However, he used it now. He wanted to kill his opponent with one palm. Under the situation where the mysterious man didn't have his original body, Lin Fei felt that it shouldn't be too much of a problem to kill him. Now it seemed like it was really the case. This guy wasn't as strong as he had imagined. It was really a piece of cake for him to kill him. A voice floated over from afar. I never thought that such a powerful expert like you would come to the Supreme Pavilion. In that case, you do indeed have the qualifications to obtain the treasures. Now, tell me what kind of treasures you want. I will choose them for you. Lin Fei was actually a little nervous. He was afraid that this guy would trick him. When the time came, it wouldn't make sense for him to be stingy. Fortunately, this guy really fulfilled his promise. I'm not interested in anything else. I'm only interested in divine deity. As long as you can give me divine deity, that would be great. The more the better, I have no problem. At this time, Lin Fei was very direct. In any case, other than him, there was no one else here. As for the flower demon, he wouldn't speak nonsense. After seeing his strength, the weak original body wasn't a match for him at all. It would be easy to kill him. There are only 3 divine deity in this Supreme Pavilion. As for the remaining 7, you can choose from them. 3 divine deity. Lin Fei almost cursed out loud. This bastard said that he had 10 divine deity. As expected, experts could lie too. Then give me 3 divine deity first. As for the remaining 7, I want a weapon, a top-notch weapon. At the very least, it's a top-notch weapon in the Supreme Pavilion. Then, an armor. It's that simple. As for the remaining few, it's the same. Lin Fei didn't think about the power of faith. With something like divine deity, how could he still want the power of faith? The difference was too big. So. 3 balls of light flew over, filled with a faint divine might. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. It was finally divine deity. Chapter 49-49. As soon as the 3 divine sparks appeared, Lin Fei instantly felt the aura of the divine sparks. There was a smile on his face. His all-out attack really worked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get these 3 divine sparks. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect our luck to be so good. As soon as we came in, we caught up with the divine sparks. 3 figures rushed in. These 3 figures seemed to be in a very sorry state. It was the 3 old things from before. They were at the door. The 3 of them joined forces and barely made it in. They didn't expect to see 3 divine sparks as soon as they came in. Instantly, the 3 of them. With each of them having a godhead, they would be able to become true lower deities. As for the young Lin Fei, they really didn't think much of him. Now that the divine sparks were in front of them, how could they not fight with their lives on the line? A Jingguang fortune instantly came and turned into a finger. So this was a method of condensing power. With a finger, it seemed like he wanted to stare at Lin Fei. Such a method was really not simple. Kid, give up these 3 divine sparks and the 3 of us can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die today. The 3 of them naturally knew how powerful this guy was. However, now that the 3 of them saw the divine sparks, they naturally planned to fight with their lives on the line. If they didn't, the divine sparks would be far away from them. Although they didn't know how this guy got the divine sparks, it wasn't a problem anymore. Now, as long as they snatched the divine sparks, the nature divine sparks would be theirs. Just thinking about it made them very excited. You 3 came at the right time. The moment you came, you actually want the divine sparks. Lin Fei blasted out with a punch and directly blasted the Jingguang away. Then, he moved. With a loud rumbling sound, the 3 figures instantly teleported and were sent flying. At this moment, Lin Fei relied on his powerful physical body to use spirit descend 3 times in a row. This method was not ordinary. He had injured 3 demigod powerhouses with just a single attack. After all, the 3 of them were old and weak. Their physical bodies were not strong at all. Even if they were wearing treasures, it was the same. Rumble. The 3 of them fell to the ground, and cracks appeared on their bodies. Even the expressions of the 3 of them changed drastically in an instant. They had never thought that things would turn out like this. Do you know why I didn't do anything to you? It's because you guys are too weak. Wouldn't it be better for you guys to just go and look for things? Why do you have to come and snatch my things? Lin Fei smiled faintly. He grabbed the 3 godhoods in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he collected it and instantly converted it into a large amount of honor points. He looked at the 3 old men indifferently. The 3 old men were already in a sorry state. Before this, they had already suffered a loss outside. Never did they expect that they would suffer a great loss here. Their physical bodies were injured. They even felt that if they were to experience it again, their physical bodies would completely collapse. At that time, they would really suffer a great deal of damage to their vitality. How could there be such a powerful guy? They really couldn't believe it. Even the flower demon knew that this guy was very strong. However, they didn't expect him to be so strong. The 3 demigods were actually not a match for him in a single move. They were seriously injured and their physical bodies were about to collapse. Lin Fei didn't care about the 3 demigods anymore. They were seriously injured with just one move. This was even when Lin Fei didn't go all out. Otherwise, their physical bodies wouldn't be able to take it at all. Their physical bodies were really too weak. They were no different from a piece of art. It would be too easy for Lin Fei to kill them. He didn't have any thoughts about it. After all, they were 3 demigod experts. They were more or less useful. All of you, stand still and don't move. Otherwise, I'll destroy your physical bodies later. Just as Lin Fei was thinking about this, his infinite divine body started to improve once again. 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. In a short period of time, it broke through to 100. It broke through to 100 in an instant. The honor value, which was transformed from the power of faith brought by the three godheads, made Lin Fei's physical body improve by leaps and bounds. After reaching 100, the strength of Lin Fei's physical body instantly improved by leaps and bounds. He even condensed streams of God power. These God power kept gathering together. Originally, Lin Fei only had about 100 streams of God power. As his physical body reached the 100th layer, streams of divine power appeared. In the blink of an eye, it broke through 200 streams. 300 streams. Then, it broke through to 1,000 streams. Then, it broke through to 3,000 streams in one go. Only then did it gradually stop. Such a huge improvement was obviously enough to make the three old demigods feel the smell of death. In front of this smell of death, they didn't dare to move at all. They couldn't understand how this young man's strength seemed to have changed so much in such a short period of time. Just one move was enough to make them feel death. He could kill them with a single finger. Even though it was just a ridiculous thought, they felt that it was real. If he wanted to kill them, he could really do it easily. In total, it only took a short period of time. Even the flower demon could feel the change in this senior. He had really turned into a terrifying existence. If they really wanted to kill him, it would be too easy. Ding! Congratulations, host's physical body has reached 100 levels. Reward, God Might Dharma Idol. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Fei knew that he had guessed correctly. Indeed, he would get a reward after reaching 100 levels. To think that it was a God Might Dharma Idol. God Might Dharma Idol. A Jingguang appeared in his mind. He had mastered this God Might Dharma Idol. This God Might Dharma Idol is similar to 3 heads and 6 arms. It's just that it's more sturdy and powerful. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and understood the magical effects of this God Might Dharma Idol. In front of this God Might Dharma Idol, within a certain range, it could eliminate the opponent's strength, affect the opponent's speed, and affect all of the opponent's techniques. This was a little scary. Ding! System's second function is completely unlocked. Unlike before, the system actually had a second function. There was a huge difference between this and the last time. At least, it was really unexpected for Lin Fei. Indeed, the infinite God body reaching 100 levels was a point. Lin Fei couldn't help but want to laugh out loud at this moment. He didn't expect that he would really encounter such a thing. This leveling up system wasn't as simple as he thought it would be. Now, it seemed like it was really awesome. Chapter 49-50. Lin Fei was looking forward to the activation of the second function. Since a long time ago, Lin Fei had known that this system was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. Now, everything was as he had imagined. Especially after his body reached the 100th layer, there had been a tremendous change. Of course, this was only the breakthrough to the 100th layer. Now, Lin Fei's body had reached the 109th layer in one go. The 109th layer of his body could condense divine power from time to time. Although the speed was not very fast, it was still visible to the naked eye. Compared to before, there was a huge difference. Previously, Lin Fei had a great sense of anticipation for this upgrade system. It was just that he had not reactivated it. Now, it seemed that he was really excited. The activation of the second function of the system is a time-limited mission. This time-limited mission was quite surprising. He did not expect the second function to be related to the mission. Although he was a little surprised, it was still within Lin Fei's expectations. Before he could say anything, it seemed that the system had already known what Lin Fei was thinking. A list that looked like a sky curtain appeared in his mind. This list was filled with time-limited missions. These missions ranged from 1 star to 9 stars. The time limit also increased from a few days to a few months, then to a few years, and then to decades. If that was all there was to it, it would not have attracted Lin Fei's attention. However, the rewards at the end of the quest surprised Lin Fei a little. The rewards were much more generous than he had imagined. Time-limited mission: break through the 200th layer of the infinite divine body within 100 years. Reward: 3 medium god fragments. Time-limited mission: nurture a disciple to become a lower god within 50 years. Reward: 1 medium god fragment. Time-limited mission: nurture 10 disciples to become a lower god within 300 years. Reward: infinite chaotic divine body. These missions indeed had very generous rewards. In particular, the infinite chaotic divine body made Lin Fei's eyes light up. He felt that this divine body should be above the infinite divine body. Sure enough, this was the true face of the system. The previous system could only be said to be the simplest and most basic. Right now, Lin Fei was really in the mood to look through these time-limited quests. Lin Fei stopped thinking about it at the thought that he was in the eternal samsara palace. He had to keep going inside. He wanted to see if he could get more divine deity. If he had enough divine deity, he would probably be able to complete some of the missions. Therefore, Lin Fei did not want to miss any opportunity. Anyway, the second function of the system had been activated. For Lin Fei, as long as he chose properly, he would naturally get a generous reward. Ding! A time-limited mission notification. The Eternal Samsara Palace has a mission. Can I accept it? Before Lin Fei could walk out of the Supreme Pavilion, he heard another sound. It was the system's notification. Then, a mission appeared in his mind. Limited time mission: kill everyone in the Eternal Samsara Palace. Mission completion reward: a divinity elixir, a meteoric rise. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. The reward was really generous. He was especially emotional when he saw the use of the divinity elixir. All the demigod experts wanted to break through and become god-level experts. In the end, they spent a long time and still couldn't achieve it. Now, a divinity elixir could make them meteoric rise. That's right. One could become a lower celestial in one step after consuming the divinity elixir. Of course, this realm was permanent. One would never be able to level up. Even so, the demigod-level powerhouses still cared a lot about it. Of course, it wasn't attractive to Lin Fei. However, it was attractive to ordinary people. Even demigod experts would come after hearing about it. This kind of reward was quite good. Of course, if he wanted to kill the people in the Eternal Samsara Palace, he would have to make an enemy of the second level. It would be quite stressful. Fortunately, the mission didn't require him to accept it. However, since such a mission had come, Lin Fei was definitely interested. After thinking about it, Lin Fei accepted the mission. Ding! Mission successfully accepted. Time limit: Eternal Samsara Palace. Time limit: mission failed. 20 levels of infinite divine bodies will be cut off. This made Lin Fei frown slightly. He really didn't realize that this time limit mission had a punishment mechanism. This system was really a scam. That works too. I should have said so earlier. Now I can't complete the mission and have to cut off 20 levels. It wasn't easy for me to reach the 109th level. After experiencing the strength of the 109th level, it was definitely a huge blow for him to return to the 89th level. His face darkened slightly. No matter what, he had to deal with the people in the Eternal Samsara Palace now. At the moment, there were only 3 people he had to deal with. One was Bai Jianxiu, and the other was He Yen. These two were really strong, but they were not as strong as Zhao Xian. He was the strongest. It wasn't too much pressure to deal with the first two. As for Zhao Xian, he had some trump cards. Those who could come from the second level were more or less capable. Now that Lin Fei's physical body had reached the 109th level, and he had the godly power Dharma, he was very strong. It was indeed very easy to deal with them. This mission wasn't difficult at all, and it was very easy. Right now, he had to deal with the 3 demigods in front of him first. Lin Fei's gaze fell directly on the 3 demigods. The 3 demigods were already injured, but as Lin Fei's aura became stronger, the dangerous aura became stronger. This made them even more afraid to make any movements. They were afraid that they would be killed if they were not careful. This gaze made the 3 of them panic, and their bodies involuntarily trembled. "Spare me, my friend. As long as you don't kill me, I'll listen to everything you say. I'm willing to submit to you." "Me too. I only ask that you don't kill me and leave me a way out." The look in Lin Fei's eyes became extremely terrifying. One look was enough to make them realize that struggling was useless and that they would definitely die. "The 3 of you are quite tactful. I thought you would struggle a little. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. Either you submit, or I'll kill you now. Of course, you still have a chance to attack." Lin Fei said faintly. The 3 demigods shook their heads. They didn't have the guts to fight again. Even if they had the idea, the pressure from Lin Fei was too strong. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. "We're willing to submit." Chapter 49:51. The 3 demigod experts didn't have any other thoughts and chose to submit right away. If they didn't submit, they would die. If they resisted stubbornly, they would die too. It was much easier to submit. What they regretted the most was coming to the Supreme Pavilion and snatching the Godhead. They could more or less guess that this guy must have used some tricks. Otherwise, they wouldn't have felt so terrified. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and used his tricks on them one by one. The flower demon was the clearest. This young man, no, it should be the young senior. He should be a powerful guy. In the blink of an eye, he changed so much. Even the 3 demigod powerhouses were easily taken down and became his subordinates. The flower demon was shocked like never before. "Senior, can I follow you?" The flower demon also became spirited at this moment and asked with a trembling voice. Such an expert was most likely a lower celestial or even an intermediate celestial. The flower demon felt that he had to take advantage of this opportunity to get on the list. If he didn't get on the list now, he might not get the chance later. Lin Fei smiled faintly. The flower demon was quite smart. "You're quite brave. But you're a demon, a demigod. You're barely qualified." As the saying went, men and women working together were not tiring. It was quite interesting to have such a flower demon. After all, the flower demon knew quite a lot. Lin Fei returned and kept the flower demon's original body. At the same time, he knew the flower demon's name. Hua Xiaolin. This name was given by Hua Xiaolin himself. He thought it was quite simple and ordinary. "Master, I know where the Supreme Pavilion is. There are a few more Supreme Pavilions along this road. I can lead the way." Lin Fei smiled faintly. "I don't need to go to the Supreme Pavilion for now. I still have something to do, and that is to get rid of those 3 guys. There are too many people in the Eternal Samsara Palace. It's quite troublesome. I don't like it." The hearts of the 3 demigod experts behind him jumped. They knew that this young man wasn't as easy to talk to as they thought. He didn't expect that he would have to deal with the 3 experts who came down from above. They were even more glad that they chose to surrender. Otherwise, wouldn't the 3 of them have to be dealt with as well? The 3 of them together were no match for him, let alone one-on-one. "Master, I think the 3 of them should have gone to Dao Comprehension Hall," Hua Xiaolin said from the side. "This is the most special place in the Eternal Samsara Palace. It's said that one can comprehend the Tao here. It's a great improvement for the younger generation of geniuses. There was such a place. Lin Fei decided to use the Great Karma technique to sense where the three of them were. If they were together, it would be simple. It was just the right time to catch them all in one fell swoop, saving them the trouble of running around. After all, the eternal Samsara Palace was much more powerful than Lin Fei had imagined. If they split up, it would be a waste of time. If they took the opportunity to leave, it would be difficult for Lin Fei to deal with them again. After all, this time-limited mission required him to kill all three of them. If one of them was missing, the mission would not be completed. He used the Great Karma technique. Streaks of golden thread spread throughout the eternal Samsara Palace. Lin Fei could sense where the golden threads were. Every single golden thread converged at the same place. Although it was faintly discernible, Lin Fei understood it clearly. If he was right, the three of them should be in Dao Comprehension Hall. It seemed like Hua Xiaolin was right. There was something special about the eternal Samsara Palace. He didn't expect the three geniuses to go to such a place. That's right, they are in the same place. They should be in Dao Comprehension Hall. Lead the way. Knowing that the three of them were together, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. This made things easier. He believed that there was no one else in the eternal Samsara Palace apart from the three of them. At the same time, in a palace. Bai Jianxiu, He Yan and the rest entered the same palace. The three of them stood on a stone platform and walked to a place with light in the distance. The light was warm and peaceful, but they didn't dare to let their guard down. I feel a powerful aura coming towards us. If I'm not mistaken, a powerful person has come in, and he's looking for the three of us. Zhao Xian, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke. Bai Jianxiu and He Yan's expressions changed. No one knew Zhao Xian's capability better than them. He had brought a treasure with him. He could sense danger. Once there was danger, he would naturally know. It wasn't easy for Zhao Xian to deal with him among the younger generation. Other than us, is there someone more powerful? Those three old things are no match for him. Or is it that young man? He Yan had fought with the young man before, but he didn't think the young man had such capability. Bai Jianxiu added, that's right. Those three old men couldn't withstand a single blow. That young man has some strength, but he doesn't have such capability. Could it be that someone else has come? The three of them naturally came here to gain enlightenment. This enlightenment would give them a higher chance to break through to the lower god realm. There were still quite a number of demigod realm geniuses like them. It wasn't easy to become a lower god. They had to find their own opportunities, and Dao Enlightenment Hall was one of them. I don't know who it is, but I know he came here. Zhao Xian said coldly. This wasn't good news. If Zhao Xian could say so, then the person who came was definitely very powerful. Since he came, let's show him some tricks. At least we came from the same place. We can't let others act presumptuously here. This Dao Enlightenment Hall doesn't need a fourth person. He Yan said coldly. Even Bai Jianxiu didn't want a fourth person to come here. Even though they were competitors, someone who could make Zhao Xian feel pressured was naturally an extremely powerful person. If they didn't work together, it would be very difficult to deal with such a person. Indeed, there's no need for a fourth person. Lin Fei's journey here was quite fast. Hua Xiaolin had some knowledge of this place. Although there were some mistakes along the way, it was nothing to Lin Fei. Not long after, a palace appeared in front of Lin Fei. The words Dao Enlightenment Hall were filled with a mysterious aura. Chapter 49-52. Lin Fei could clearly feel that they were inside. They did not seem to make any movements. Without guessing, he knew that they should be waiting for him to come. After all, they came down from above and were not simple people. Since they noticed that he had chased them all the way here, they would definitely have some tricks up their sleeves. So. The three figures behind him rushed in first. They all wanted to perform well and leave a good impression. They wanted to live better in the future. At this time, the three of them had to deal with the three of them. Although they did not have much chance of winning, they could still fight 3 against 1. They were quite smart. If they could restrain He Hao, they would restrain him. As soon as the 3 of them rushed into the Enlightenment Hall, a large formation appeared, trapping the 3 of them inside. Sword light and sword shadows appeared, rumbling, erupting with holy might, attacking their bodies. For a moment, the 3 old men were busy dealing with it. Zhao Xian and the rest looked coldly at the 3 old men inside the formation. They were a little surprised. They did not expect it to be these 3 fellows. He Yen snorted coldly, "I did not expect the 3 of you to come in first. Then prepare to suffer a bit. I will kill you later." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure walked in. It was Lin Fei. "I knew you were prepared." As expected of people from above. As soon as Lin Fei came in, Zhao Xian and the rest looked at Lin Fei. They all felt a dangerous aura. This dangerous aura was very strong, as if they were facing a great enemy. This feeling was something they had never felt before. This young man was really terrifying. "I did not expect it to be you. You really hide your strength. It is quite unexpected that there is an expert like you in this level. But do you think you can deal with the 3 of us alone?" Zhao Xian looked over coldly. The 3 of them looked like they were following Lin Fei's lead. "I will give you 2 choices. Submit to me or be killed by me. I think you are all smart people and should be able to make the right choice." Lin Fei also looked at the 3 of them. The 3 of them were indeed very strong. If they could submit to him, it would be considered as completing a mission. Whoosh! Bai Jianqiu was the one who made the move. The sword light was like a long river that directly pierced through. "You want me to submit to you? Who do you think you are? You don't have the qualifications to do so. Take a strike from me first." Lin Fei raised his hand and caught the sword. When the sword landed on Lin Fei's hand, the sharpness could no longer continue. "This is it. You're still too weak." Lin Fei's power moved, and in an instant, a full fist light bombarded over. A grand array appeared in front of Bai Jianqiu, which withstood the punch. However, the grand array shattered with a cracking sound and blasted onto Bai Jianqiu's body. He was sent flying and smashed into the pillar. "Looks like you're not prepared to surrender. Then I'll just take action directly and destroy you all. It's just nice and easy." Lin Fei laughed and took a step forward. With a loud bang, the void collapsed in an instant. Whether it was Zhao Xian, He Yen, or even Bai Jianqiu, they were all within the attack range of the void collapse. Such a method was already very powerful. The 3 of them instantly unleashed the strength of a demigod. Rays of divine light shrouded and resisted the attack of the void power. Even if they used the power of divine power, they did not have a lot of divine power. Each of them only had a few dozen rays. Of course, this was still considered strong. As for Zhao Xian, he had reached 100 rays. However, in the face of the void collapse, it was very difficult for him to resist. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. How could there be such a strong ability? Lin Fei walked in. The 5 fingers were like a mountain, pressing down like a dark cloud. Another loud rumbling sound was heard. This time, Lin Fei directly used the strength of a demigod. Blessing was in it. This palm came down. Bang 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 bang. The 3 of them instantly vomited blood. They could not withstand it at all. Cracks began to spread on their bodies. In an instant, their entire bodies were covered in blood. They could no longer stand and were on the verge of collapsing. "I said that I gave you a chance to choose. Unfortunately, you did not know how to cherish it. Even if you came down from above, I can still kill you all." Lin Fei smiled faintly. It was another ordinary palm strike that was reinforced with divine power. However, for Zhao Xian and the other two, they instantly felt the aura of death. If they could not withstand this palm, they would definitely die. They finally realized how terrifying this young man was. On this level, he was definitely a terrifying great demon king. How could there be such a powerful existence? This was something they did not know. The faces of the three of them became exceptionally pale. One by one, they sent out their trump cards. Following that, rays of divine light shrouded them from heaven and earth. Kid, don't be too proud. Your strength is not worth mentioning in front of our sect. Sooner or later, we will kill you. The next time we come, it will be the time of your death. At this time, they had already chosen to retreat. If they did not retreat, they would be beaten to death. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. I said that I will kill you, so I will definitely kill you. Even if you want to escape in front of me, you do not have the strength to do so. Lin Fei laughed. With a wave of his hand, it directly hit the divine light. These divine lights had a certain defensive function, but in front of Lin Fei, they were as weak as ants. With a loud rumble, the three divine lights were instantly broken. At the same time, this power also hit them. Bang 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 bang. With three loud bangs, the three people who were considered geniuses on the second level were wiped out. This was because they were too weak. Lin Fei did not use his full strength. After all, he had cultivated 3,000 rays of divine power. Compared to them, who only had a few dozen or 100 rays, he was many times stronger. How dare you kill people of our Sky Rapier sect? The sword light attacked from heaven and earth, locking on to Lin Fei, and it was filled with angry roars. How dare you kill people of my Zhao family? You deserve to die. Another voice rang out, followed by a palm print. A figure stood in the palm print and roared in anger, saying that he was invincible. Good heavens, these people's strength had reached the peak of the demigod level. Lin Fei could clearly feel it. The highest strength on this level was the peak of the demigod level. Even if you reached the level of a lower god, you would not be on this level. I am in charge of this place. You are not qualified at all. One punch. All the divine light palm prints disappeared instantly. Chapter 49-53. The three demigod powerhouses saw what was happening outside. They did not expect Zhao Xian and the other two to be killed so quickly. Even if the people from the other world attacked from a distance, they still couldn't stop them. They were glad that they chose to side with them. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. Between losing their freedom and their lives, they would rather lose their freedom. At the very least, they could survive. Moreover, the power from the previous world could not do anything to the other party, which made them realize what it felt like to have a strong backer. Ding! Congratulations on completing the time-limited mission. You are rewarded with a divine elixir. As soon as Lin Fei killed Zhao Xian and the other two, he immediately received the quest reward. He got a divine elixir just like that. Any demigod expert could break through to the lower deity level in an instant after eating it. Even the invincible god of war realm could do it. Lin Fei originally thought that Zhao Xian and the others would be quite strong, but he didn't expect it to be so much easier than he imagined. They couldn't even resist the full power of his physical body. Even if it was an attack from above, it was the same. It really made Lin Fei feel quite regretful. Now was the time to explore the eternal Samsara Palace. Lin Fei threw a punch at the nearby array formation, freeing the three of them from it. The power of this formation was quite strong. The three demigod powerhouses were also battered and embarrassed. They lowered their heads obediently, feeling very awkward. You don't have to follow me. Just stay outside. Hua Xiaolin, come with me. Hua Xiaolin witnessed the situation from the beginning to the end. He was glad that he followed the right person. He did not expect him to be so strong, much stronger than he imagined. Those experts up there were only so much they could do from afar. With Hua Xiaolin leading the way, Lin Fei came to the second Supreme Pavilion. According to Hua Xiaolin, there were several Supreme Pavilions like this in the Eternal Samsara Palace. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to go to these Supreme Pavilions and see just how many divine deity rewards these Supreme Pavilions had. Lin Fei wanted to know how much these godhoods could help him. If he didn't figure it out, Lin Fei didn't know what to do next. Although he could complete the quest for a limited time, Lin Fei still had to try to see if the divine deity was useful. The second Supreme Pavilion was much stronger than the previous one. Fortunately, Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. 3,000 strands of God power was not a joke. Even so, he felt a certain amount of pressure in the Supreme Pavilion. This also made him realize that the Eternal Samsara Palace was much more interesting than he had imagined. It was indeed created by a big shot. It took Lin Fei almost half a day to get to the Supreme Pavilion, and he got 5 godhoods as he wished. That's right, 5 godhoods. Lin Fei refined all of them in one go, but there was no sign of his fleshly body improving by leaps and bounds. Initially, he broke through the 100th level to the 109th level, but so many godhoods only allowed him to break through one level. This kind of breakthrough was quite disappointing to Lin Fei. He had been happy for nothing. It seems like I have to complete the time-limited mission if I want to improve this infinite divine body. He laughed bitterly in his heart. This was not such good news. In fact, Lin Fei knew this would happen from the beginning. Since the time-limited mission had been activated, the godhoods would be of little use. Of course, this should be an ordinary godhood. If it was a high-level godhood, it should still be useful. Lin Fei made a decision very soon and came out of the Supreme Pavilion. He then went to the corresponding Supreme Pavilions. Every single one of them was extremely powerful, and Lin Fei felt pressured by every single one of them. His movement speed was much slower, but he managed to get through all of them and obtained the reward. Lin Fei didn't refine these godhoods anymore. The 109th level of his fleshly body was more or less enough. Other than the Supreme Pavilion, what's the most important place in the Eternal Samsara Palace? Lin Fei asked Hua Xiaolin. The Supreme Pavilion was no longer interested in these. There was difficulty, but the reward was ordinary. Lin Fei rushed to the most important place. The most important place should be the Samsara land. It's very mysterious and ordinary people don't dare to enter it easily. Hua Xiaolin knew a lot. Lin Fei frowned slightly. When it came to the word samsara, he naturally felt that it was extraordinary. Although he was very strong and could be said to have reached the peak of demigod. Even so, facing the most important place, Lin Fei still had some fear in his heart. With his strength, he reckoned that he could only take a look. After thinking about it, Lin Fei didn't hesitate and decided to take a look at the place. The higher he went, the greater the pressure. It took Lin Fei 2 days to reach the top of the Samsara Palace. There was a hint of tiredness between his brows. It was much more difficult than he imagined. Fortunately, he had finally come up, and he could finally see the specific situation. The word Samsara Palace appeared in Lin Fei's vision. He knew that this was the place. Although he hadn't entered, Lin Fei felt that the Samsara Palace had an inexplicable attraction, as if his whole body would be attracted. This feeling was very strong. Lin Fei finally knew why Hua Xiaolin was so afraid of this place. This place wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Standing there and looking down, it was like standing in the clouds. It was lonely at the top. Master. If you aren't fully prepared, I don't think you should enter the Samsara Palace. I remember that none of the experts who entered the Samsara Palace came out alive. Hua Xiaolin was still very worried and couldn't help but say. Of course, Lin Fei knew that the Samsara Palace was much more terrifying than he imagined. Since it was called the Eternal Samsara Palace, the most important place was here. Originally, he was going to go in and take a look, but after standing at the door, Lin Fei didn't want to. He could take a look, but not here. He could wait until later. Forget it, we don't have to go in. We can go down. It seemed a little regretful, but Lin Fei didn't have much interest in the Samsara Palace. Even if there were peerless treasures in it, it would probably be a big trap. He already had a time-limited task to do, and the reward he got was not worse than the one here. It was quite normal for him to think like this. Lin Fei had tasted the sweetness, so there was no need to take any more risks. He'd better wait for others in this place. If an expert knew Lin Fei's thoughts, he might really cry in the toilet. This was the Samsara skill. Chapter 4954. The Eternal Samsara Palace was pretty good. Especially the Supreme Pavilions and some of the palaces. There were some traps and restrictions. However, with a certain level of strength, one could still obtain a lot of things. This was Lin Fei's harvest from this trip, because he had visited all of these places. After all, it would be a little embarrassing if he didn't take all these things away. Lin Fei didn't go to the most mysterious Samsara Palace. He felt that it wouldn't be good for him to go in with his current strength. If something went wrong, he would regret it. He didn't lack those things, so he gave up. Even Hua Xiaolin was a little surprised. He didn't expect this senior to resist entering the Samsara Palace. The Samsara Palace was the most special and mysterious place. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to resist and would probably go in directly. Everything big and small in the palace had been plundered clean. Now, even if a mouse came in, it would probably cry. With Lin Fei's powerful physical body, it was easy for him to do so. He could even endure it. Hence, all the treasures were taken by Lin Fei without exception. It wouldn't be difficult for those who wanted to come to the Eternal Samsara Palace later on to get nothing good. Unless they went to the Samsara Palace. However, it wasn't easy to go to the Samsara Palace. There were some places that Lin Fei didn't destroy. Lin Fei came out with the 3 demigod experts. When he returned to the outside world, Lin Fei felt different. A huge thought shrouded him. There were some vague auras in his mind. It turned out that apart from the 3 demigod experts, there seemed to be other demigod experts on this level. However, there weren't many. There were only 3 of them. However, their auras seemed to be much stronger. They seemed to have used a secret technique to seal their lifespan and prevent it from flowing. They would only wake up at the critical moment. This was also the reason why it felt blurry. Lin Fei didn't bother about it. He was very satisfied with what he said. He casually found a mountain range and opened up a cave. Lin Fei lived there and did not return to his original place. The 3 demigod powerhouses were also doing odd jobs outside. Only Hua Xiaolin stayed by Lin Fei's side. Initially, Lin Fei had hoped to obtain more items such as godheads during this trip to the Eternal Samsara Palace. Right now, godhoods were not very useful to him. On this trip, he had obtained some godhoods. He now had a total of 15 godhoods. The quality of these godhoods was extremely poor, and they couldn't be considered high grade. In other words, if he refined them, he would only be able to become a lesser god. If these words were spoken outside, it was unknown how many people would be dumbfounded. It was not that easy to become a low god. Now there was such an opportunity. 15 divine sparks could create 15 demigods. This time in the Eternal Samsara Palace, Lin Fei had killed 3 supreme geniuses from the upper echelons. Needless to say, the upper echelons must be furious. It was possible that they came down, but they would probably let the local powerhouses encircle him. Lin Fei arranged for the 3 demigod powerhouses to go out and find out information. They would find out information on this level first. As for the rest, they would have to find out how to obtain greater rewards on this level. Previously, Lin Fei had a mission. Lin Fei was not interested in that mission anymore. It was not as satisfying as the rewards from the time-limited missions. I wonder what kind of rewards the time-limited missions will give me if I dominate this level. Let me check. Lin Fei was getting more and more ambitious. How could Lin Fei miss such a good opportunity? Moreover, he could tell that this world was definitely much more mysterious than he had imagined. If he were to complete the time-limited quests here, perhaps his strength would increase even more. At the same time, a figure appeared in his mind. It was a faintly discernible figure. I will come to the immortal world sooner or later. At the same time, at the bottom of a huge mountain, there was a huge underground palace. In the depths of the underground palace, there was a forbidden area. A figure slowly stood up in the forbidden area, as if a god or demon had awakened. The will of the upper realm actually came down. The figure stood up with a strange expression on his face, but it was also filled with respect. An illusory figure appeared in front of him. What you have to do next is to find this person. Even if you have to turn the entire floor upside down, you have to find this guy. An incomparably dignified voice carried a monstrous anger. The person who stood up became even more respectful. He could feel how terrifying it was. At the same time, he saw the figure. I will mobilize the entire sect's power to find this person. I want to see the results in the shortest time possible. By the time the shadow went up, the man's back was drenched in cold sweat, which kept dripping down. This was the first time he had seen the people above so angry. I don't care who you are, but this time, no one can protect you. There is no one that our abyss hell does not dare to kill. The figure stepped out. So this was the base camp of the abyss hell. At the same time, as the Invincible Alliance's headquarters, the Daoist Heaven also received a decree. The decree's request was very simple. Find this person and bring him back to the Everlasting Alliance. When they saw the figure, they were all shocked. Wasn't this Lin Mu? Their Invincible Alliance had suffered a lot at his hands. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are really helping me. I didn't expect this kid to have committed such a big crime that even the higher-ups have issued a decree. Let's see how he can grow wings this time. He won't be able to escape. Go look for him immediately. You must find this Lin Mu for me. The Assassin Alliance also received the news. It was also a decree from the higher-ups. It was also to find such a person. This caused the entire Assassin Alliance to be completely mobilized. Such a decree had not appeared in a very long time. One could imagine how big of a crime this Lin Mu fellow had committed. Even Fengyun Tower was the same. When the master of Fengyun Tower heard the power from above, even he was stunned. Wasn't this the elder Lin that they had just recruited? How could he have caused such a big ruckus? Old ancestor, are you sure? This Lin Mu was just recruited by our Fengyun Tower. He is a powerful consecrator. How could he have caused such a big ruckus? In the dark room, the master of Fengyun Tower's face was filled with curiosity and disbelief. Because he killed Great Yan Empire's Zhao Xian. The master of Fengyun Tower knew quite a lot. His expression instantly changed. Chapter 49-55. The three demigod-level powerhouses that were sent out quickly gathered the news and came back. It only took him a day or two to get there. The three demigod powerhouses did not seem to have any helpers. In fact, they all had their own ways. When they came back and said this, Lin Fei could not help but laugh. Lord, the four top forces have already started to arrange people to search for your whereabouts. If I'm not mistaken, they should have received orders from above, so they are preparing to target you. The three demigod powerhouses were actually sneering in their hearts. After all, the strongest person on this floor should be Lord. As for the others, they were not Lord's match at all. Didn't they see that Zhao Xian and the others could not even withstand a single blow? This order from above was very normal, but they did not expect that even the four top forces would be mobilized. It was really rare. In fact, Lin Fei was not surprised at all. After all, Zhao Xian was the one with the most influence among those geniuses who had been killed. Lin Fei did not expect Zhao Xian to be so capable as to get the higher-ups to order the 4 peak factions to deal with him. Fengyun Tower was also looking for Lin Fei, which was a little surprising. If not for Fengyun Tower, Lin Fei would not have found out about the existence of the Eternal Land so quickly. His strength would not have improved by leaps and bounds, and even caused the system to activate a second small change, so he still had some mixed feelings about Fengyun Tower. Even if the 4 top forces come, there is nothing to fear. I just don't know how many experts they can send. Lin Fei didn't think much of them. The strongest was only a demigod. In Lin Fei's eyes, their strength was neither strong nor weak. They could not even withstand a single blow from Lin Fei. On the other hand, when the 4 top powers made their move, Lin Fei received a notification. It turned out to be a time-limited mission notification. This function was quite good. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Ding! Suppress the 4 top forces and dominate this floor. Reward, unlimited divine body. Suppress for 100 years and obtain an unlimited Godhead fragment. Suppress for 1,000 years and obtain an unlimited Godhead. The reward this time was quite surprising to Lin Fei. Especially since the unlimited Godhead reward was actually unlimited Godhead. Of course, Lin Fei knew how powerful his infinite God body was. It was all thanks to this limitless body that he was able to reach this step, but he never thought that there would actually be limitless divine deity. Suppressing this world for 1,000 years. This period of time was neither long nor short. In other words, Lin Fei had to remain at the pinnacle of the demigod realm. Only then would he not be pushed out by the power of this world and head to the second level. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it and accepted the task. This mission wasn't too difficult, but it would take a long time. Of course, 1,000 years was still acceptable. This was especially so for the limitless godhood. Even though he did not know what use it had, once he obtained it, he would most likely become a true lesser god. Moreover, in 1,000 years' time, the divine power that he had cultivated would probably reach a terrifying number. Mission 1 was accepted. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Since they came looking for me, then we have to let them experience what it means to be happy. Let's go to the Invincible Alliance first. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei swept up the 3 demigods and kept them, then headed for the Daluo heaven. Among these 4 top forces, the one that Lin Fei wanted to deal with the most was the Invincible Alliance. Who asked them to always come looking for trouble with him? This time, he could suppress them and see what kind of treasures the Invincible Alliance of the Daluo heaven had collected. Lin Fei's strength had already reached the pinnacle. Along the way, he could detect others, but they couldn't detect him at all. He discovered many powerful figures. These figures were all at the invincible war god realm. Of course, there were also faintly discernible demigod experts. They didn't move. It seemed that they were all looking for him. However, it was not that easy to find Lin Fei's tracks. They were destined to work in vain. Lin Fei brought 3 of his subordinates and headed straight for the Daluo heaven. The closer they got to the Daluo heaven, there were many tricks in the void. It seemed that the defense of the Daluo heaven was still airtight. However, from Lin Fei's point of view, no matter how airtight it was, he could still break it. Lin Fei's great teleportation technique was very useful at this time. Wherever he passed, he avoided all the tricks. Then, he entered the Daluo heaven. This was a heaven's grotto heaven world. Inside, Lin Fei instantly felt that there were demigod experts. There were quite a number of demigod experts. There were actually 5 demigod experts. Among them, the most powerful one was even at the peak of the demigod realm. He probably cultivated a lot of divine power. This was much stronger than Zhao Xian and the others. Zhao Xian and the others only had 100 divine power, but this one was different. He guessed that he had cultivated at least 700 to 800 divine power, close to 1000 divine power. This kind of strength was already very, very strong. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei released the 3 demigods. Attack fiercely. Destroy this Daluo heaven for me. After receiving orders from the higher-ups to deal with him, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't be polite. If they had behaved themselves, then they naturally wouldn't have come looking for trouble. However, this time, it just so happened that the previous incident and this incident would be settled together. As soon as the 3 demigods appeared, they immediately unleashed their attacks. Divine might enveloped them directly. Those with low strength exploded one by one. Immediately, figures flew out from the Daluo heaven, which was also the everlasting alliance. They were all war god experts. However, as soon as these war god experts came out, they saw a ray of light sweeping over. One by one, they were blasted away. They couldn't withstand a single move at all. All of them were seriously injured. All of them were scared out of their wits. As soon as an invincible war god expert came out, he instantly cried out in alarm. Not good. Quick, call the patriarch. There's a demigod expert. With this cry, all the war god experts retreated. None of them dared to stand in front of them. It was fine if it was just one demigod expert, but now there were 3 demigod experts. This made them even more panicked. Patriarch, save us. The 3 demigods were obedient in front of Lin Fei, but outside, they were like peerless great demon kings. Their methods were very fierce. The Invincible Alliance's methods couldn't withstand the 3 of them at all. Along the way, there were ruins everywhere. Dust flew everywhere. Old Ghost Fong, you're courting death. You're going too far. A figure shot up into the sky, followed by a figure flying over. All of them were demigod experts. They were used to watch over the Invincible Alliance. He recognized these 3 people at a glance. Chapter 4956. Due to the order from the higher-ups, all of them had gone to look for Lin Mu. They had not expected 3 demigods to show up at this time. The 5 war gods of the Invincible Alliance were shocked by the appearance of the 3 demigods. Naturally, they recognized them at a glance. The Invincible Alliance really did not interfere with the 3 demigods. They minded their own business and minded their own business. Looking at the current situation, they really could not get used to it. That's right, it's me, Old Man Fong. I'm here to cause trouble for the Daluo heaven. Take this. Even if the 5 demigods had appeared, they would have attacked immediately. They did not think much about it. They had to perform well in front of the Lord and go all out. Naturally, they erupted with great deterrence. The 5 demigods from the Daluo heaven were also extremely furious. They really didn't know who gave them the courage to cause trouble at their side. There was a loud rumbling sound. They also displayed their remarkable abilities. With the help of their god power, the deterrence that erupted was especially strong. Of course, they could only control the area. Otherwise, the entire Invincible Alliance of the Daluo heaven would be completely destroyed. Lin Fei just stood there quietly. Of course, some invincible war gods also saw Lin Fei, but they did not recognize him. They just followed the demigods in and thought that he was a subordinate, so they swarmed over without saying a word. They could not defeat Lin Mu, but they could defeat a stinking brat. Everyone's minds were quite active, so they directly rushed over. However, before they could get close, the void collapsed. A ripple of power swept across their bodies. In an instant, he was killed in an instant. This instant kill caused the people who were originally ready to rush over to be so scared that they did not dare to move. They could not defeat this demigod, so why couldn't they defeat this young man? I know who he is. He's Lin Mu. D****, he's Lin Mu. He actually came to our Daluo heaven. Lin Fei didn't change his appearance, so someone recognized him very quickly and cried out in surprise. Everyone was thoroughly shocked by this. Even the 5 demigods who were still fighting were the same. They had never thought that Lin Mu would walk right into their trap. He even ran to their great overarching heaven. It must be known that the order given by the Lord was very simple. No matter what, they had to capture this Lin Mu fellow. This guy had committed a serious crime. The 4 top powers were all out searching for him, yet this fellow had actually come to their absolute heaven. It was simply a great merit. You 4 restrain old Ghost Fong and the others, I'll deal with this Lin Mu. I want to see what tricks he has up his sleeves, he's definitely planning something. A figure rushed out from the 5 demigods. It was a white-haired figure, who was also the strongest among them. He was at the peak of the demigod realm. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a divine ability. God's Cage. Such a method was unleashed using divine power, so it was naturally very terrifying. It could trap whoever it wanted. It would be best if he could capture Lin Mu alive. Of course, it was also a test. He wanted to see how strong this guy was. I'm guessing you're the strongest demigod in the Invincible Alliance. Lin Fei smiled faintly and walked out. The god's cage was instantly destroyed. It couldn't stop Lin Fei at all. As for Lin Fei, he sent out a punch, which transformed into a light spot. The light spot got closer and closer, instantly turning into an infinite light. Lin Fei did not intend to waste any time here, so he used his full strength right away. This old ancestor of the Alliance did not even think that Lin Mu would use his full strength. He did not even make a sound before he was destroyed by the light spot. This was one of the biggest benefits of having a strong physical body. In a head-on battle, no one was a match for him. The 4 demigods were indeed suppressing old Ghost Fong and the others, but in the blink of an eye, the strongest one among them was actually killed by Lin Mu. Under the bright light, they felt the aura of death. At this moment, they seemed to finally understand why the Lord had issued the order to mobilize 4 top powers to hunt down this Lin Mu. All of you can go down and accompany me. Lin Fei's figure flashed, and he instantly walked out of the bodies of the 4 demigods. Cracks instantly spread across their bodies, and with a crash, they turned to ash in a puff of smoke. As a result, the might of this spirit projection technique had become even stronger. These 4 demigods had only cultivated 300 to 400 streams of divine power. They looked very strong, but Lin Fei really did not think much of it. But to the experts of the Daoist Celestial, the entire sky was collapsing. It's over, it's over. Our Invincible Alliance is completely finished. The old ancestor is dead, the old ancestor is dead. The powerful old ancestor had died just like that in front of them. After Fang Shan and the others lost their opponents, they immediately set their eyes on the invincible war gods of the Daoist Celestial. After they came and went, they killed these invincible war gods, and then used a powerful technique to control all the disciples. Without the old ancestor to fight back, the others were no match at all. With a thought, Lin Fei arrived at the Daoist Celestial, the treasure vault of the Invincible Alliance. There were layers of formations here. Lin Fei's fist tore through the air and smashed through the formation from the outside. In an instant, all the formation was activated. Lin Fei also walked in. The power of the formations washed over Lin Fei's body, and did not cause any damage to Lin Fei. Lin Fei also came in front of the door, and with a raise of his hand, the door was forcibly opened. Fang Shan and the other 2 demigods stood at the door. They were also extremely shocked in their hearts. They never thought